bookworms.
Hey.
Hi.
It's been quite a while since our last show. However, the Tortured Poets Department has reconvened. we
have been tortured.
Yeah.
Along with the department.
Along with the rest of the department.
Along with the rest of the department. Yeah, it's still there. We're still listening to it. I'm still listening to it.
I am too.
There you go.
On today's episode, we are going to be deep diving into one of Taylor's most iconic albums of all time, 1989.
So good.
It was truly just one of the best. But before we get into that, I'm rusty because we haven't done this in a while, but I'm obviously joined by Alexa and Macky as always.
Hello.
And just like previous shows, we are going to talk about some Taylor Swift news. We're not going to cover everything that's happened since our last show because that would probably be its own 5 hours in itself.
Yeah, 100%.
So we're just going to touch upon some highlights. One of the first things that we have to talk about is that the Eras Tour has officially ended, and it's a loss that I still feel on a daily basis.
Such a part of our lives for so long.
Yeah, there's just
kind of hard not to.
And nobody's looking forward to what's she gonna sing tonight. That was a whole.
Oh my gosh, and her outfits,
that was a whole year and change. So you get used to something and it goes away, and you're like, man, what am I gonna do now? So it is.
Yeah,
very sad.
I would look forward to the live streams, and I would always just want to know which variation of outfits she was wearing that night.
Surprise songs.
What surprise songs. Yeah, it was kind of felt like such a fun time that all of us were just coming togetger and Swifties unite online to
peripheral clowning.
Peripheral clowning all the time.
Because I kind of quit I kind of left the last clown car I was on, a while back now, because I'm just like, I can't. This is not sustainable. She's gonna release her stuff whenever she wants to. But everybody else's theories sort of enter as brain worms, and I'm just like, okay, wait, I should put that down. So peripheral clowning, and be like, well, that does make sense, but without subscribing. But I did like.
Yes, I have seen so many reputation things, and so many people have these really strong arguments. And even if you're I didn't think this was going to happen, after watching one of their TikToks, you're maybe.
Yes. No, exactly.
It's hard not to think that.
Because to be fair, they're such well-made arguments, the most prevalent ones. I want to say. They're the crackpot theories, and they're the ones that are
putting two and two together. But it's all crackpot theories.
And it's just, it's a rabbit hole that Taylor just, I'm sure, enjoys leaving out there. But either way, it's done. We've started to maybe move on in a strange way that is not moving on. You know what I mean? It's we've come to grips with the fact that it's done and we're not getting another one.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I can't wait till she releases the extended edition of it. As she must, because
I think
I want the Tortured Poets part.
That is true.
In high definition.
And
someone can give it to us.
And it's not like she didn't film it either.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah. Well, we do know that there is a documentary coming, because there was all of those cameras filming.
Yeah. Which I also love.
Me too. I'm very excited for that. But what I do now is, because I still watch it very often on Disney Plus. So after I finish, then I watch the Tortured Poets set on YouTube.
Sure. Yeah. 100%. No, that's
exactly, to get the full experience.
No, but that's what I feel like the supercut should and is going to be. I mean, chances are she might release just the show that's just with the tortured stuff, and then I feel like she should release this is the entirety of the Eras Tour supercut to every song she ever sang.
Does she want to make it a series? Because I feel like that's not it. 3 hours will not be enough for this documentary. I feel like we'll literally be this is not enough. You should just do more.
Okay, no, not in your notes.
A mini series.
But now I just realized, imagine a Taylor Swift Eras Tour series.
Right?
And every episode is an era.
Yeah.
Shush.
And to make it a full 30 minutes, there's behind the scenes.
It could be an entire hour. Let's be real, because it could go from the costumes to the choreography.
I am trying not to cry thinking about that, so I'm gonna put
that would be amazing.
Down. We have a whole day ahead.
All right, so you know what? Let's stop one.
But at the same time, I am low key just buzzing at a level of oh my god, I need that so bad. But here we are.
Agreed.
We're wanting copies of the tour by year also, every single tour.
That is true.
Anyway, sorry.
On that topic, I didn't write it down, but I guess this is true too. Peacock has released a documentary series called The Swift Effect. I've only watched the first 2 episodes so far. I'm not sure if there's more of them than that, but like the first one was just about the global impact of the Eras Tour and like how Taylor Swift affects the economy, which was really interesting. And then the second one was about Taylor Swift's effect on the NFL and how she's increased profits there.
Sure. Yeah. 100%. My favorite effect that Taylor Swift has had on the NFL. There's a viral clip of this little girl.
Oh, I love that.
I think she's like 2, maybe 3, but she can talk, right? So already,
maybe
but not
3 or 4 then.
Then 3 or 4. But then she's like, I can't wait to watch football. And I'm like, and the mom's like, okay, who's your favorite, like, football player? And she's like, Taylor Swift.
So cute.
That's adorable.
Like, aw. And every so often that clip comes up on my feed, and I'm just like, oh, that's cute. You watch your football, kid. Like, do it. Not a player, but she will show up every so often.
Yeah, and her outfits are always like,
oh my gosh, amazing.
They're so amazing.
Speaking
I actually look forward to that. That's actually what I look forward to when I know there's a game and I know she's going. I'm like, what is she wearing?
Her outfits are kind of landlocked to a particular set of color schemes.
Oh, we know.
Which is obviously thread. So.
Yeah.
Has to be. Though it'll be so funny.
It'd be ridiculous though. She just
it would be really funny though if she went to the final because it's the 2
in
teams.
Green.
Well, because it's
that
the
would be funny.
2 teams.
It's her 2 teams. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hilarious though. She was in green, sitting next to Jason. That'd be.
Nah, I bet you it's
so
gonna
funny.
be like her.
That would be really funny.
Dad will be in green, and
I
she'll
mean,
be in red.
that's just some weird like prank on Travis. but I wouldn't put it past her to have thought of it.
Yeah.
Like her entire outfit's like just like Christmas.
Yeah. So. Just
Anyway,
here we are.
That does tie into one of the other pieces of news, which is that Travis did confirm in an interview that Taylor will be at the Super Bowl tomorrow.
There you go.
Exciting.
I'm actually going to a Super Bowl party, and I told everyone that I would be rooting for Taylor Swift.
You know what? Valid.
I honestly, I mean, 70 to 90% of the Swifties that are tuned into the Super Bowl that aren't football fans aren't so much cheering for the Chiefs as they are for Taylor and her boyfriend. So
yeah,
and we didn't grow up with football as part of our like school sort of like zeitgeist, but I'm sure Kristin, this has the energy of that one friend you have is dating one of the football players, and now the entire squad is in the bleachers, even if none of them would watch football. But they're there anyway because they love their friend.
That is so accurate,
right? Like I do not have that experience, but I am 100% sure that's what it's like, right?
Yeah,
energy globally of shoot, she whatever, Taylor's boyfriend is
everyone's tuning in.
It's like, all right, fine. And then everyone's dragging everybody. Let's just cheer for them. Like, all right, I don't do football. But
I like how people who are now fans of the Chiefs.
That's true,
because Taylor is
there are converts. Screwed. There are people who are like, oh my God, I like football now. I don't know why. There's conversations with their daughters.
Like they're so
about plays. And I'm just like, how cute is that?
Really
all right. Yeah, love the game. Love the game. Love the show. Love the girl. Love all of it. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Excited.
And then the only other piece of news that I wrote down that I felt like was worth highlighting was that we obviously just had the Grammys this year. Taylor unfortunately didn't win any awards, but she did get to announce the Best Country Album Award for Beyonce.
I love that moment so much.
So many tears.
So amazing. That was like such a full circle, an amazing moment, since these women have like paralleled each other and been so supportive, and like I just loved seeing that. Like you could see how excited Taylor was for Beyonce.
Absolutely. And what's glorious is sort of like, and here's the thing, just to shout out some love for Beyonce, which I respect and love for, whatever. She doesn't like public speeches. She doesn't like to do these public things. So I was pretty sure she was in there like, yeah, we're not going to win anything this year. So the look on her face, and that went viral.
Funny.
She's like,
the way she's like
just sudden, like, yeah, that.
It kind of has the same energy Taylor does sometimes. Like Taylor's joke, right? Well, it's like the same vibe where they're like, I'm so awkward about this, but also
it's just Beyonce sort of like a queen about it. Yes. Taylor, when she didn't think she won, but did, was sort of like half drunk and went, like, just
I also
there's something inherently derpy about Taylor, which I adore, but then Beyonce was just like, Was
like,
that
what?
And then she like, legally
I was so happy for them.
ascends the stage. So that was
I love
glorious.
Taylor's outfit, by the way. That's the other thing.
Oh my gosh, yes. That was what I wanted to talk about too. It's a custom Vivienne Westwood dress, and it is just like beyond amazing. It's like Grecian, like toga-like. It's giving Cassandra. But it's in burning red. So we've got like happy.
The tea on the upper thigh, okay? The tea on the upper thigh.
Oh my god, yes. I was dying when I saw that.
I lost it. I was like,
60 million Swifties, instant cardiac arrest, aneurysms, just brain, like just we all like, and it's the lyric. I swear, and it's not
equivalent of,
okay, check it out. And it's not even like just the lyric, it's that like last part of the song with just the voices.
Yes.
Of what if he's written mine on my upper thigh. Just that yelling, like, and I'm just like, oh my god, she did.
She absolutely did.
It's perfect.
If I had a body of work like that and could reference myself and my partner that way, I would. It would be tasteless if I did it. So I'm so glad that she did it. Therefore, it was tasteful. So much leg. Oh my god, she's like, she's tall.
Her legs are so long.
But then how it accentuates, sort of like, what a perfect, like, it's a perfect silhouette. Even I think so gorgeous. Love that. Anyway.
So beautiful. I think it actually might be my favorite Grammys look she's ever worn.
Me too.
You know what?
Me too.
Yeah. Because it screams. I feel like it's because, and we've done a fashion like portion of Taylor for a while, for like throughout the show.
Yeah.
And because of every conversation we've had, I feel like this is the aggregate combination of every style and energy.
Agreed.
That she's had over the years, because it has everything.
I think this is also like, she has been more confident as the years go on, but this is like the one time where it's like confidence, but settled confidence. Does that make sense?
And it's not technically flashy, but it is.
Yeah.
Right. So it's everything. It's all of the subtlety. It's the kind of the thing. And was it okay? Was it just me? Or were there gold flecks in that dress? Was that a thing, or did I just imagine that?
Yeah, no, it definitely had some sparkle to it.
Sparkles. There you go. There, see, so every style element.
Jeweled.
And it's sparkled like the earlier albums, and it's got that reputation oomph. And but it's also classy like the Tortured Poets Department.
Very red.
And it's burning red.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's every era, I think, in one shirt, in one outfit. So,
which I love.
I agree. And I really loved, I don't know if you guys saw, I'm sure you did, if you saw I think it was the Taylor Nation Instagram post, and it had like last year's Grammy.
Yes.
It said, "Who are you?" And then it said, "I'm you, but less tortured." That was just so like, I was like, my heart.
Oh my god, best reality TV, entertainment ever.
That's true. It was like watching a reality show.
It's just, we've been following her life for like so long for so long now. So
yeah,
excellent. Love this season.
Best season yet.
This season is amazing. Okay, so do you guys have any other news, or do we want to jump right into 1989?
Let's jump right in. Let's jump right in. I just want to sink my teeth into all of it. So let's go.
I'm so excited. All right, so just to give you a little overview, 1989 is Taylor's 5th studio album, and it was released on October 27th of 2014 by Big Machine Records. It debuted at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. It's titled 1989 after Taylor's birth year, and it is still one of Taylor's most iconic albums to date, and it was her most cohesive album, especially following Red, which was sonically all over the place. I believe Taylor said that after not winning any Grammys for Red, she kept thinking, and then she realized that this was exactly what this album had to be. She wanted it to be something extremely cohesive, tell a very clear story. 1989 is essentially her rebirth album, which is why it's titled after her birth year. And it's when she emerged from her country music cocoon into the vibrant and show-stopping pop queen butterfly to grace like every stage. She's just amazing.
I'm gonna try not to cry right now, but yes, please keep going. Welling up with just like joy and pride.
Right.
Please continue.
So there are a lot of allusions to fires and burning on this album. So in that same vein of Rebirth, I also kind of like to think of this as her Phoenix Rising album.
Actually, yeah.
And I had to say, honey, she rose up from the dead. She does it all the time.
Oh, yeah.
So 1989 was produced with Max Martin and Shellback, who we remember from Red, Ryan Tedder, Nathan Chapman, Imogen Heap, and the most beautiful partnership in the world was born with Jack Antonoff.
Oh, Jack.
1989 was very heavily inspired by 1980s synth pop, especially the likes of Annie Lennox and Peter Gabriel. And Taylor really started experimenting with sounds, which we'll get into later when we discuss the track list. And this was also the first time that Taylor wrote to instrumental tracks that already existed. 1989 sold 1.287 million copies in its debut week, making it the largest sales week for an album since Eminem's The Eminem Show in 2002. It was the top-selling album of 2014 in the United States with sales of 3.66 million, which is pretty wild since the album debuted at the end of October. This is very much the Harry Styles breakup album, the New York album, the Girls Aloud album.
Anyway, sorry, I have things to say about this.
Yeah, sure.
We'll say them later in time.
It's honestly just like the pinnacle of pop culture, and it was such a defining moment in time. In Taylor really had to fight for this album. She really, her label really didn't want her to do this. They didn't want her to depart from country, and she said in many interviews that she was constantly asked in conference rooms with executives if she was sure she wanted to release this, and her answer was always a resounding yes. And it just shows it's another example of how she has always been so clear on her career and what it is that she wants to accomplish. And she doesn't let naysayers stand in her way. She does what she wants to do, as she should. Those are really my intro notes. I do have some accolades, but if you guys want to add anything to the intro, you're welcome to do so.
I think the only other things I'd mention are we already talked about how this is the most cohesive, but I think it's not even just the sound, it's also the story, because this is one of those albums where actually the whole thing is about one relationship. It's about one, love story. And you can actually tell this because of the secret messages. It tells an entire story.
Wow.
Yes.
Unlike the others where it's kind of different messages for different people or different stories, this one was one long cohesive story, and she planned it that way. She had already thought oh, this is going to be the story of this failed relationship. But even though it didn't work out, she could still see the good parts of it. She could see the bad parts of it too, but the good parts of it were still there. She could recognize the falling in love feeling was still there, the falling in love with a person, with a city, with a situation. And I think it's interesting because this actually marks the era where she starts being a little bit more grounded and realistic in how she looks at relationships.
Which is ironic.
Absolutely.
One of the most fantastical sort of approaches, allusions to Wonderland and all of these.
But it's that's why it's so clever. That's why I think it's really smart.
There's an extremeness to and out of the anyway. I'm just going to start babbling incoherently.
We're going to get there.
So, but I will add that I do live in a sort of a bubble as the family media goblin. So in my head, Red was one of the greatest things that happened to the known universe, and to be reminded,
really one of the
to be reminded that she's writing and she completed 1989 after not having any Grammys, after not having as much of the accolade that we believe she should have had.
Yeah.
So for her to just sort of take on the world, literally take on the world,
turn around and be hold that thought.
And here's the thing: she's facing these executives fresh from the no Grammys for Red situation.
Mm-hmm.
And every executive to their face, she was like, I'm going to freaking do this. We're going to.
Again, very strong sense of self and the direction she wanted to take herself in. And I think it's also just, it's so timely because most of us at that time and that age, because it was 2014. So she's probably in her mid 20s. That's a reinvention age because you're really figuring out what you want, where you want to be, how you want to be, the people you want to surround yourself with. And I think this album in a lot of ways reflects that. The only other thing I wanted to mention is how this album was packaged and the cover, which I know we don't normally talk about, but I just love this is actually one of my favorite packaging things, because when the album was dropped, of course, the whole aesthetic of the original is the Polaroids.
Yeah, the Polaroids.
Right? It's Polaroids. And like when you bought the album at the time, you would get like mini Polaroids of like random Taylor moments in New York. And that in and of itself was cool, because obviously Polaroids were big in the 1980s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Still ties in very well with the like whole 1989 theme. But I think what I like the most is like her idea of the cover. Because like, you know how it's like a Polaroid, she's in the sweatshirt, and then her face is cut off, and there's really no expression. You can't really see her eyes. You can't see anything. And I love it because she did that on purpose, so you couldn't tell if it was supposed to be a happy album or a breakup album, because nobody, like everyone was like, oh, there's definitely gonna be some breakup stuff in here. There's whatever it is.
It's
and like
a
she
New
was like,
York
I'm
album.
just gonna do this thing. I love it. Like she wrote an entire prologue as well. Like it's her intro to it, and it's like her prologues and her introductions to her albums have always been really good. But like, let's be real. Like every time I read them, I'm like, it takes me right back to that time. Like, you know what I mean? It takes me right back to that moment.
Where I'm gonna reserve my right back at those moments, like stories when we cross the songs.
Well, we'll get there. But yeah, it's just like a good album. Like I don't know what else to say about it. It's one of my favorites, obviously, if it's not obvious.
Yeah. It's one of mine as well.
Right.
I really like rediscovered my love of this album going through everything.
The summer Taylor Swift album.
Oh yeah.
This is the one I listen to the most frequently in the summer, is what I would say.
I would agree with that. This is also the first Taylor Swift album that I bought on release day.
Oh,
I love it.
There you go.
Yeah, I bought it from iTunes, and I made Andrew listen to it nonstop. Like he knows every song on this album because it was the only thing allowed on in our car.
Valid.
It's like any
choice.
1989 song plays, and Andrew's like, I know that one.
Yeah.
Sounds like a 1989
Just
track.
immediate recognition of I know where that's from. All right.
Yep.
Miss Andrew. All right.
Alrighty. So moving on to some accolades. 1989 won Album of the Year at the 2016 Grammys, as well as the Best Pop Vocal Album. It also won Album of the Year at the 2016 iHeartRadio Awards, the Favorite Pop Rock Album Award at the American Music Awards, and Taylor also became the first female solo artist to win Album of the Year twice, with her first win being Fearless.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Two of my favorites.
I know. And this is also huge because she, oh my gosh, I just lost my train of thought.
Album of the Year.
Album of the Year. Okay, I'll just move on because I can't remember what I was going to say.
I'm sorry if it comes back to
You'll come back. Yeah, we'll circle right back to it.
I remember. Okay, so when it was initially released, it was met with mixed reviews, and critics were pretty like unsure about this album because it was such a departure from what everyone had known Taylor for. But now it's known as a modern classic, and it's like resoundingly one of her best albums.
Agreed.
Critics.
Exactly. And 1989 was the second album after Katy Perry's Teenage Dream to have at least 5 top 10 singles on the Billboard Top 100 in the 2010s decade, which is interesting because we'll talk about Katy Perry a little bit.
Oh yeah.
I also like, and I do like Katy Perry a lot. So here we are.
I do too. I did like when I was younger. I'm not really current with anything she's been up to. I know she did release an album this year, right? But it didn't do very well.
Yeah. Well, I like her for like the 3 songs that I absolutely still like. So.
Yeah.
I actually like, it's more songs that I like from her versus albums, I would say.
Same. I mean, Teenage Dream is like iconic.
That's the one album I think
Teenage
that I actually
Dream,
know.
Firework, like those are my favorite vocals of her anyway to begin with. So
agreed.
Love those vocals.
So some defining characteristics of the genre. We are introduced to 1989. We see Taylor on top of the Empire State Building, and she says, "Welcome to New York." She enters the studio. She specifies that it's a pop album. She plays Shake It Off. She has like a live chat, and she says that bold chances and rebellion are really like what inspired her. She cuts her hair short. She moves to New York City. Yep. She starts using the Girl Squad hashtag. She's invited to the Met Gala for the first time. Taylor joins Tumblr and she wears the "No, It's Just Becky" t-shirt. She starts liking fan photos on Instagram. She starts wearing two-piece crop top sets.
Two-piece crop tops, yes.
That's an era.
That's 100% an era.
Right? It's just so, like, there's so much that happened during this time. She also held secret sessions at her home. She invited fans to come and listen to the full album, and she baked cookies for them, which, like, just the thought of a famous person inviting fans over today and baking for them is so wild a concept.
I can't think of anyone who A, would think of doing that, and B, who should. So like, it doesn't make, like, none of it makes sense. Like, I think, like, even Beyonce, who I think everybody would die to be in a Beyonce, like, and she'd make cookies for them, but I don't think she's the I'm gonna invite my fans to make cookies for them type.
No.
People would love that, by the way, but I don't think she's like,
She also, at the secret sessions, offered Polaroid style photos, and it was the first time that she really got fans to start doing promo for her as well. That was like a way to promote the album. There was always like a little bit more information that was leaked after one of the secret sessions. It was an exciting time to be a Taylor fan.
I feel like this was really, you're right, this was really the start of her, like, creating this fandom machine.
Yeah.
And, like, inadvertently, I don't know if she planned it, but if she did, kudos to her. But because now it just operates without her.
Well, here's the thing, right? She's been doing little things like this. This is just the next evolution of what she's always been doing. She was on MySpace. She was hanging out with fans.
She used to blog on YouTube.
She used to blog on YouTube, and she had like little Taylor tea parties that she would do. So this is just the next evolution of her sort of like touch point with the people that love her music. Mm-hmm. And in hindsight, when was it not a great time to be a Taylor Swift fan?
I know.
When you're a Taylor Swift fan, you know what I mean?
Actually,
forget the rest of the world.
After 1989 was when it was not a good time to be a Taylor Swift fan.
Fair, but
which we will get to next time.
But even then, when Reputation dropped, I mean, was that not like a glorious sort
comeback?
Of like moment?
It was another. Okay.
I didn't mean like because of like what happened. I meant because there was a drought.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh no, yeah.
So
the drought was
I
definitely...
will say the interesting thing to think about too is how 1989 is a statement. It's also kind of a comeback because she didn't win Album of the Year, and she's like, I'm gonna do something. But then right after, the next album is also a comeback in and of its own right, which I find very interesting. Like, again, with the whole like reinvention wheel thing. But we will get to the other albums some other time, aka the next show, because otherwise we're just gonna get derailed.
Yeah. During this era too, Taylor kind of became a bit of a victim to media overexposure. She was literally everywhere. Like, you could not open any form of the internet without seeing Taylor walking in New York City carrying a bag on her arm. People kind of felt like her public persona appeared too calculated. She also seemed to be like extremely triggered by the word calculated. People felt that she became too aspirational as opposed to like the down-to-earth image that she had curated on her country albums. And she had some online feuds with Kanye West and Nicki Minaj. And all of this led to a prolonged hiatus in 2016 because Taylor thought that people just needed a break from her after everything. So it's kind of like interesting because 1989 is incredibly personal, and it is like a really deep dive into this one relationship. And as we talked about, like, she started really getting involved with the fans, but it's also really when it was like the last time that she was that way. And she has really had clear boundaries now. And there is like a very strong separation between Taylor Swift, the pop icon, and Taylor Swift's fans. It's not like it used to be. Do you guys have anything else to add to that?
No, that was that's really like succinctly put. And that was important, right? That was part of the evolution of, you get to a certain level of fame, the world reacts. Unfortunately, the world outside of your fans begins to react, and you can't separate. That's a good way of putting it, actually. So the only thing you can do is put up your own boundaries, which by definition is, if you do the following things, I will do the following things. So she did. and she found her way, and
now we have Taylor Swift of today,
and we will progress on that history as the albums go by.
I will say, like, it makes sense for the age she was at, because this is like 2014, again, mid-20s. Like, who in their right mind, unless you grew up like very well adjusted, and knows what a boundary is? Do you know what I mean? Because you're just like, especially like early Taylor Swift, pre-1989, pre-end of the 1989 era. It's, she's always been like enthusiastic and bubbly, and like, I will overshare about my life, and like, she's just very eager. And a lot of us were that way when we were younger. A lot of us were like, oh, we are definitely the most interesting thing, and I just need to share it because it's so cool, and like, that's the energy of it. And I think, like, because of the way this particular album, and even Red was the start of it, right? But the way 1989 propelled her into this space, it was both like an exciting time because she's getting all of these new things and meeting all of these people and going to get all these opportunities. Like, it's hard not to want to share that, but then I don't think anyone could have predicted like how that would eventually become its own like little toxic circle of hell in certain ways.
Yeah.
So I like, it's unfortunate that she had to learn by doing, but but the thing that makes that part of her life still relatable is a lot of us also had to learn similar things by doing. Like, there's really no way to prepare yourself for that unless you have the wisdom of someone in your life who has the exact or a very similar situation and can give you their advice in hindsight, and that you actually listen to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even then, like, it's a lot of lessons you have to learn for yourself.
Yeah.
Which, again, compounds the whole idea of many people both vicariously and literally grew up with Taylor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Me.
And
Literally.
Quite literally 1989. So and so for those of us who, like, vicarious, because I was obviously a full 6 years ahead, but at the same time, like, oh yeah, I know what that's like. That's terrible. And so to have somebody sing the exact things you're sort of going through is why I'm forever going to be in this fandom. Like, until, and I don't know that that's ever going to, unless Taylor decides to sing about other things, which she has, but there's still things I like. And
I was going to say, I'm like,
there's no way you're not going to subscribe to an artist who basically is writing the very things that are on the inside of you kind of going on. And that's all that her work is just her working through her own life, and the rest of us going, yep, me too. Let's oh my God.
Yeah, and it's true. And I feel like the other thing too is because of the way she did it, it's weirdly timeless in its own way, because like at some point you will come back to that feeling and you're like, oh, now this song or this lyric is the thing that speaks to me now. You know what I mean?
And with the irony of her literally writing, and on so many levels, the hater's gonna hate.
I can't wait to talk about that.
Being sort of like a weird prophetic declaration over her life of, oh, you think you know the ethos of this particular like mindset, you're gonna need it. The irony of, oh yeah, totally. But no, that was almost sort of like a self, fulfilling prophecy of, you're going to need all of the things that you learn now for what is to come. And as a fantasy fan, does that not scream main character?
I know. We're all just the secondary supporting cast in the story.
Yeah. So cool.
Okay.
So Taylor's version was announced on August 9th of 2023, which is exactly 8 years, 9 months, and 13 days after the original release of 1989. Also, just wanted to note, it's not gonna, well, maybe a tiny bit will come up, but not really. We'll talk about it later. In 2014, Taylor and Maddie Healy meet. And we do have that photo of Taylor in the 1975 t-shirt that she like cut the sleeves off of, and Taylor and Maddie seem to have some kind of interaction that they just kind of are ships in the night. They always keep missing each other.
Messy.
Yeah.
Some coffee. Yeah, sure.
Oh, does this mean we're going to talk about dating life?
Yes. That actually is exactly what we're going to talk about now.
Excellent segue.
Okay, can I just point out, it was really interesting to realize that she did actually take a break from dating for like a year and like change.
Yeah, 100%.
And I was like, oh yeah, I totally forgot that there was this 1 year that she did not date anyone. And then she came back with a bang and was very public with the next one.
Yes, which you guys might have more context on, because I don't really know too much about her relationship with Calvin Harris.
Yeah, I do have a little context. I know Ellie Goulding introduced them.
Yep.
They met at the I think it's like, oh no, not the sorry, the Billboard Music Awards. That's where they met. Like, there's this picture somewhere on the internet, I think, of them like in passing. They're just like walking by each other, and then they stop and they talk. And then they started dating almost immediately after that, because I think the Ella Awards were in they were in February, and they started dating in February as well. And they were pretty public. Like, they would post things on Snapchat, and they would post things like Taylor in particular. She would post a lot on Instagram, like bearing all basically. And he was around for all of the things. They even went so far as to have like a public anniversary trip. Like, they went to, I can't even remember which country it was. I know they went on a tropical getaway. There's like this very specific picture with like palm trees in the background. The two of them were standing there. It looks like a movie. And they really publicly.
My favorite part of that tropical getaway is, again, we'll put it on the shrine of Taylor's derpiness.
Yeah,
she was on a trampoline and just like losing, and she's like, look, and then she's jumping up and down like
that's true.
And then she just sort of like she just like wipes out gloriously, and I'm just like, this is why we love this girl. This right here. And then I don't know that there was any resounding laughter with the buffoonery.
I have no idea.
Which is also sort of like, well, that's telling, because I'm 100% sure that somebody that kooky and funny needs to be with somebody who appreciates that kind of thing. But anyway, there was no, I didn't hear, oh, you're so cute. It's just more like a, or something like that. I don't know. It just,
the awkward thing is like a few months right after that, they broke up. And it initially looked like they had both, like it was an amicable breakup. Like it looked like they would be fine, but there's a rumor that one of Calvin Harris's songs is about her and about her and Tom Hiddleston, who is the next person we're going to be talking about right now. There's a rumor. I don't know if it's true. Like, no one has ever said anything, but I think, what's the song called? I think it's called Olay or something like that. And it's written from the perspective of Tom Hiddleston. So, which I was like, this is a choice. But it was interesting because for a while, everyone thought that this was going to be it for her. Like, Calvin Harris was going to be it for her because he seemed really supportive, and they were always like spending time together, and he was also spending time with her family and her friends. Like, he was around for all of this stuff, so everyone was kind of like, oh, this is going to be the thing. It was not the thing.
But did we really want to know where she was
on April 29th? Okay, fine, we're gonna roll right into Tom Hiddleston because Macky brought it up. Obviously, as everyone knows, they infamously met at the Met Gala. Right. And there's like definitely on the internet, you can find it if you Google it, the videos of them like dancing and having a good time together. And
Taylor kind of like ducks out.
Yes. And then you're just like, woo. And then this is another one where it's like a whirlwind summer romance, because it was so short. It was literally the summer. It was like May to September.
Yep.
And they, there's a lot of iconic photos from the summer because like he was in Rhode Island hanging out with her and her friends.
Wasn't he in a shirt?
He attended. That's the last set of photos.
Shirt.
That's the last set of photos. The IHRTS. That's the most iconic set of photos that he's in. Interestingly, Taylor is the one who broke up with him.
Yeah.
As far as I understand. And she did it because he wanted to be very public about their relationship. Like, he was ready to be like, basically he was being the equivalent of Travis Kelce, where he's like, I am ready for us to show the entire world. And at the time, that is not what she was ready for. And I really, I honestly think she made the right choice, because I feel like that would have just not
and
ended well for either of them, really.
No, of course. And that's such a grown-up move on both of their parts, right? To just like, all right, if I'm going here, you're going there, this makes sense. But also, how can Tom Hiddleston stock just suddenly skyrocket?
I must say, I was really shocked with the Tom Hiddleston news when I first heard it. I was like, wait, what?
I mean, of course,
it's all Loki.
I was like, this doesn't make sense to me.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Hiddleston is in the same category as like Ben Barnes, like, you know what I mean, like the lovable, insane villain that is a gorgeous human being in real life, right? That wouldn't harm a fly. And so for Taylor to be the one who's like, you know what, I kind of don't want to go public with this, and Tom's like, that's too bad. And then for them to sort of like part ways, I'm like, how? Like, you're always going to be like, never a bad song shall be written about you.
Listen, he got one of the most iconic songs she's ever written.
He gets one of the songs that I will love till the day I die. So for me to too much, was that too much? Anyway, so because I am in my only 80s coded shirt, which by the way,
it's a Taylor Swift song. Yeah.
So it is what it is. But it's got a Taylor Swift lyric on it. But if you look,
it's actually, can you read it? It says "The City of Starlight." So it's technically
something else. And if people know, we don't want to take the spotlight away from Taylor.
That. That's another
that's a whole other podcast. But anyway, but to have that particular relationship sort of like be one of the what a lovely way to end what a lovely way to end something on a terrible note.
yeah And after that she took another break from dating, when she went on her hiatus and disappeared from the rest of the world. But that's pretty much all that I know. It was just so infamous because everyone was so famous and they were so public for both relationships, so everyone was kind of like, what is happening? Like, how? And they were really, I will say, back in the era, because obviously I was a big fan and I was following both Calvin and Taylor at the time. Like, I will say, when they were dating, it was really sweet when they would post about each other. Like, I remember just seeing their, like, and like when they would just talk about when they went out together or like post a picture of it. It was really cute.
Mm-hmm.
Or, like when they were celebrating birthdays or any occasions, it was really sweet. So I'm kind of just like conflicting feelings, but then, messy at the end.
Yeah, it seems like the Taylor Swift fandom like really does not like him.
Yeah. Well, yep, because stuff.
How do they really feel?
I like Harry Styles more than I like him.
Yeah, I was a very big
just
For me it was that one clip of just Taylor, just jumping up and down, being, funny and goofy.
Yeah.
And just no
response.
Like there were beach crickets, you know what I mean? Like whatever passes for like crickets on the beach. Just silent. Like, dude, she's being the cutest thing right now. What are you doing? Nothing, apparently.
Yeah.
So whatever. Like
for
me, I was like, oh, that explains everything.
It's an era.
Yeah.
That's all that was.
Not a relationship, but I feel like this fits in with this area. Is I feel like we should talk more about the Girl Squad, because it was 100%. Very much a time of like centering female friendship, centering female empowerment, being comfortable in being single, showing that like, she was trying to find herself, and she was doing that by having such a strong like support system of women around her. She was super adamant about all of them being really nice to each other, everyone getting along really well, having like this huge group chat where everyone's cheerleaders, which is like a bit ironic that all of this was going on, and then we do get Bad Blood on the same album. But it was this like pretty much everybody that she was friends with was like a Victoria's Secret model, or like somebody who was also like a very prominent figure in whatever industry that they were a part of. So that's really where things started feeling like exclusionary for fans, and like it kind of got cliquey, and people like felt like they were being left out of this like special group. And Taylor has like since said that she actually like regrets that time in life, because her intention was never to make anyone feel left out. She never was the cool girl, so she didn't think that like that's what she was given. Like she was just excited that she had a group of friends. But yeah, so they were always doing things together. As I said, like they were always posting on Instagram. Taylor was always using the Girl Squad hashtag. Do you guys have anything to add to that?
I was like, I feel like there were a lot of people that went in and out of the rotation of this Girl Squad.
Mm-hmm.
But there were definitely some main players.
For sure.
Really, like, the names are so odd. First of all, we have to talk about Carly Kloss.
Carly Kloss, yeah.
About Carly Kloss and how they really were besties for like a good period of time.
Yeah.
Obviously that is not true now.
Yeah.
Like clearly something has happened and none of us know. I don't know that there's anything particularly public about why they fell out or if there was a real reason for it. It's just, a lot of rumors being fueled by the fact that like they don't talk anymore. And like Carly was spotted with Scooter Braun and his cohort. So it was like this, all this drama.
Yeah.
My thing with sort of like the Taylor Squad was, again, because I've like, my brain is just like, I view her as the, main character of this little semi, I would say magical realism, because there's no way there is no magic involved here.
Yeah.
Taylor is a wizard, or at least she thinks she is after like 2 mojitos, but she has magic, right? So this is the part where the main character in the series like is on a global platform now, and they're suddenly peers with everyone that would have never given them the time of day, because that's just what they do to main characters who were like not born in the right, lineage, or just didn't have the right kind of power set or whatever. And so for her to now suddenly be, oh, I'm with the big players now, and then to realize partway that, oh, these are the kinds of people that maybe I didn't want to hang out with anyway, or had a worldview that would marginalize the nerds and the geeks and the whatever like me. So
I mean,
and I feel like for me, I feel like that's my take on kind of what happened, because if they were the kind of people who would stick around and be non-toxic enough to be in a relationship, they would still be around. Like, I don't know, Jack.
I also think
Selena, right?
I was gonna say Selena's was going to be an example, because I'm like,
I was going to say that too.
Really very publicly friends then, right? This was the whole girl squad thing, and they're still friends now. And I think that's because they really are friends. Another person who she's still friends with her now, Blake Lively, Cara Delevingne, she's still friends with. Like, it's all these people who like were part of the girl squad, were part of like the big name, and they're still Gigi Hadid.
Yeah, there you
they're
go.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a whole group of people, and I think
she was very
learned her lesson
Selena beforehand too.
Yes, Selena was like 2005. Yeah. And a lot of the others she had met before, but she really only became close to like it's all the models, really. It's the models and the really famous like actors and actresses.
Yeah, and look, there's toxicity in like, geek culture and nerd culture as well. So it's not even about that just sometimes. But there's also sometimes you're just different types of people. And unless you have something that you can build a long-term foundational relationship on, I don't know that you guys are going to keep hanging out, regardless of what you like and don't like. So
I mean, you can tell just based on who still appears every so often in like her periphery, because all of those people were constantly at the Era Star. Like they were always there. Like Haim is also like the group she met a little before this year, or like around this era. So they're still close too.
Yeah, and
like she's still friends with a lot of people she formed relationships with in this era. Some of them obviously drifted a little bit. I think especially a lot of the models.
Yeah,
definitely. A lot of them I think just like drifted off, and like not in a bad way, just in a like, I guess, that's not the circle she wants to run.
No, absolutely. And it's relationships sort of like 101, right? And more than just common interests, because there are a lot of musicians that she absolutely is on par with and are brilliant like artists. But if there's got to be more than just the work, I feel.
Yes.
And on the flip side, I mean, like, there's people like Annabelle who, she is not necessarily a musician, but is forever on her thing, because there's something more than just sort of like
the work. You mean Abigail?
Annabelle.
I was like, I got confused for a second, because I'm like,
hey, Annabelle is Becky's best friend. All right, like that's who Annabelle technically in my head now.
That's true. Abigail has been like one of the nearest and dearest for a long time. Trying to think of and then obviously Selena. Ed Sheeran is another one who's been there from like.
Listen, her Ed Sheeran friendship,
and the way they're still the same kind of friends now.
So so that Girl Squad era for me was, I mean, it was great for what it was. The fans that were most alienated, I feel, were the ones who were kind of on the awkward sort of like, we're all goofballs, right? Us, we're a whole thing. You're our queen, and then she's hanging out with the pretty people. You know what I mean? It's the whole. They're all the popular kids. What do we do?
Yeah.
Right. So so unless they're like the nice pop, and a lot of them were the nice popular kids. It's still the popular kids, and you're just like, we're never gonna get invited to that party. So
I mean, I'm of two minds, right? Like, I like the part where you focus on friendship and during those relationships. I think that's great, and to have a support system that is not tied to your romantic relationship, obviously very important. And I think obviously I don't necessarily love like the alienation part of it, but I do think that's a natural thing, especially in adult friendships. It very much the same way it would be as a teen or a kid. Like you do test out being friends with people, because sometimes you just connect because of the moment, because of who you are then, because of something you experienced together. And sometimes those things are nice to have. It doesn't always make for a lasting foundation, is all that is. And whether or not there was any actual like bad blood between any of them, it was just another thing where she's like learning boundaries, learning who she was and which kind of friendship she was invested in, and what to spend her time on versus what to, have a passing acquaintance.
Yeah.
with instead.
I can't remember who it was, but I do think that there was somebody that was like maybe not like main Girl Squad, but was like kind of connected, that had written like a negative review of 1989 and was very quickly like cut out of everything.
I don't remember.
We must have blocked her out collectively too.
Yeah.
Kind of terrible on Taylor.
But I mean, but that's the other thing too. It's like, how can we like I can't imagine us here. That's the equivalent of me trying to be friends with you and going, I don't really like whatever you do.
I know.
For
it
art.
Seems weird.
Right? Like you can sort of like not be into it, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But to actively say, "Ooh, I really don't like it." How can we be friends? That's kind of putting heart and soul into the thing that I did, and then you're here going, "Yeah, you I like, but what you did, I don't like it." That's
also interesting, which we'll get into like shortly. But I did notice that, like on the 1989 tour, someone that was also included in the Girl Squad stuff and like walking the runway was Kendall Jenner, who obviously has a very strong tie to someone that Taylor does not get along with.
Yeah, I feel like
that was like I feel like it was like friend of a friend. Like she's there because she's friends with my friend.
I feel like benefit of the doubt too. I mean, just because it's not like they're known for their abject like love for each other and unwavering loyalty to each other's spouses. So I feel like it was like, all right, like they're all separate.
To be fair, in my mind, granted, she's still on the show and she's obviously interacting with all the sisters, but like Kendall has always been like in my mind a separate area.
Actually, I feel like they all were.
I don't know
the amount of shade that the sisters throw to each other.
I don't know how to explain it. In my mind, it's like the three older ones are definitely a thing, right?
Yeah.
And you have Kendall and Kylie, who used to be like a group that I had together, and now like they're two separate things. And I think it's maybe because of just like how they chose to pursue their professional careers.
Yeah.
Like I think the choices each of them have made separated them so cleanly in my mind that I'm just like. And plus, like they're like Gigi Hadid was besties with them at the time, so like
that was probably
unsurprising.
Yeah, so I think that's the connection there,
and the Victoria's Secret,
and the Victoria's Secret show, sure. So there's enough of a distance and a few walls and enough clips on the internet to prove that it's not the most solid. Oh my God, I'm gonna support everybody. It's more just like, are you gonna do that? Like I feel like that's the entire vibe of the Kardashians. It's 60%. Are you sure? Like just. But not out loud, maybe, or sometimes.
No, but their faces. But their faces are just like so obvious.
Just sort of like
they're like, "Are you really?"
Like questioning each other's choices out loud or secretly. So I feel like that's enough of a buffer to like, all right, you can walk the runway. Like, this is a party. It's okay. Let's all have fun.
It's just now that you mention it, it cracks me up just thinking about it because I'm like,
because in my head I'm like, they're not. Like if one of the Haim sisters, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that would be
had a husband that did whatever they did to Taylor, then I feel like the other two would probably, you know what I mean? Would probably take, you know what I mean? Because that's just the little loyalties lie. Yeah. With the Kardashians, though, there's enough evidence to show that they're all their own folks and have their own minds and will pledge allegiance accordingly.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So.
I'm not very well versed in the Kardashians, so I can't really.
Oh, I'm not either.
I don't know why I feel like I have enough right. Have I just seen that enough clips?
Yes, I think so.
Because I do know some people who, like in my life, like some of my mom's best friends have daughters who adore the Kardashians, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I mean that's their choice and that's their thing, and they're also kind of sort of like have a more benign version of that culture too, of like just the good parts of just like, oh my God, so I am exposed a little bit, and I'm just like, oh, that's what that's like. Fair. So to see Kendall walking the runway, I'm like,
kind of makes sense given
I get
like
that.
who else was there.
It doesn't. Yeah. They're not always supportive of each other's choices if they have very strong opinions about each other's choices. So cool.
I also get the feeling that was one of the things where it was like last minute. She's like, "Do you want to walk?" Like,
yeah,
just come in.
Yeah, which makes me feel like 1989 is it's like, again, suddenly you're a popular kid and you're like, there's a party in my house, you want to come? All right, and then everybody just shows up.
That's a perfect way to describe it.
Right? And that's how innocent I feel Taylor was at the time. And that's why I feel like there was no malice in anything that she ever did. And that's why she probably hated the word calculated, because she's just like, I am finally having fun on a larger scale that I never thought possible. Can everybody just calm down about it? And they're like, no, there's consequences. And she's like, ugh, okay. And then here we are. So
I like this entire saga that you just ran us through.
Sorry. So I see the
No,
entire
you're
thing
good.
play out in my head. So yeah,
Anyway,
please.
Okay, so moving on to TV and media. The only thing that I have for this is that Taylor Swift made an appearance. She showed up during Seth Rogen's monologue on SNL. And it was really funny. Like, it was really nice. It showed that it kind of like helped her, I would say, like take the narrative away from people who were constantly, saying that she was like this man eater and like, whatever. So the gist of what happened is that Seth Rogen is like giving his speech, and then at the end he starts like tearing up, and then Taylor appears and he's like, "What are you doing?" And she was like, "Oh, I show up anytime a man shows emotion."
I remember that.
that was such a good one.
So funny.
No, but see, I feel like that's such an important landmark of Taylor because she 100% ironically believes that, like about herself. Like she gets what people think about her, and she will not only weaponize it and make money out of it by writing stuff about it,
as she should.
but she also sort of like there's a darkness to her humor that adores that, and you can tell when she participates in anything SNL actually.
True, it comes with the most then.
So is that the second time I feel like she's been on SNL since T Swizzle?
Yes.
I can't remember, to be honest.
So there was the rap, and then there's this, I think.
Yeah. And then so that was the only TV or media appearance I had. I don't know if you guys had anything else.
No,
I have peripheral media.
We already talked about The Giver before, right?
Yeah, we did that in the last show.
Yeah, the only other things I can think of in this era was that because of the album, she became a New York City ambassador. So she was like constantly in those ads about like being in New York, and the song was also used in a lot of promo.
100%.
Yeah.
And then she was in an Apple commercial.
Oh, really? I didn't see that.
Yes, in an Apple commercial, infamously singing a Drake and Future song. I think
she was on a treadmill.
Yes, she was singing it, and they also ended up becoming like her partner for like concert tours. So like they would sponsor the meet and greets. They would give exclusive video content.
And because it's Taylor, she's like, on a treadmill up for a Drake song. And then she kind of trips and then just like slides. I'm pretty sure that was a body double. And slides off. And it was just a goofy moment. And that was part of a series where Drake was, I think, singing to
something like that. Yeah.
I think it was Shake It Off. It might have been Shake It Off. But yeah, it was.
But I just remember like one of the big things that happened after that commercial was that everyone started to listen to that song too.
Yeah.
Like it was just a thing where it suddenly became super popular and it was on the charts because of that commercial specifically. Which like it's ridiculous, but also it kind of tracks.
Yeah.
I have media related stuff, but sort of like in the future, I want to say, or which although I think it might be better if we talk about like alternative versions of each song. I think.
Yeah. If it's a song specific one, you can wait till we do the song specific stuff.
Okay. So then moving on to collabs. So first we have This Is What You Came For, which was written with Calvin Harris and performed by Rihanna, but some of Taylor's vocals are in the song.
Yep.
I really, to be fair,
there's a demo out there with actual Taylor full on singing it. I think.
I as a person, I don't particularly love Calvin Harris. We've already established this, but that song is a banger. I used to have that on my playlist for that entire year, just because it's exactly the kind of song I would listen to in like the summer, because it sounds like a very summery song.
No, but then you hear, like, of course you wouldn't put it together because it's obviously a collaboration. But when you but when the news sort of like hit that, Taylor co-wrote it,
it makes sense because the lyrics.
And then you start hearing the time, like
lightning strikes every time you move. Like, come on, it's a Taylor Swift lyric if I've ever heard one.
Taylor Swift lyric, even the sort of like the little vocals, sort of like da 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 da, like that little sort of like a dip upwards to down. That is 100%.
Everybody's watching her.
Yeah,
but she's looking at you.
and when you realize that, then you see the Taylor coding.
Yeah,
and
can't unsee it once you know.
Yeah, so yeah, that was great.
I really love that song. Like, unironically, to be fair.
I want the Taylor version though.
Yeah, I would.
No, it's not gonna happen because in my head I'm like, is she gonna release that for another? I don't know. 1989's done. I don't know.
Yes, but then remember she was like doing random stuff after which albums was it in between Midnight's and the new one, because like she was just dropping random songs.
I would kill for This Is What You Came For, Taylor's version.
Oh man.
But because half of it's Calvin's.
I know.
I don't know if that would happen.
Like, I don't know if they've smoothed things over enough.
I don't think so. The fact that she has written nothing about him just like you are forgotten.
Okay, I must say that is actually one of the things I find the funniest, that he doesn't even get.
Yeah, which I feel like is why I pretty much know nothing about him. Is because
there's nothing to know except what I told you. That's it.
Her songs. So
the irony here being that is the true kiss of death. Is that you are forgotten by history and time. Everyone else is
so immortalized.
Yeah.
Or like has been so immortalized. Yeah. Freaking, even if you only get one song, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, we all know Jake Gyllenhaal gets his one song. We all know Tom Hiddleston also gets his one song. Do you know what I mean?
We all know Harry got a lot.
Harry got an album. 1989 would not exist without Harry Styles. Okay.
Macky Healy basically got 2 albums.
Macky Healy got 2 albums. Joe got 2 albums.
Joe got 2 albums as well.
You know what I mean?
Of course, the most toxic ones would get 2 albums.
But yeah, so and Joe just, I mean, there were a couple of maybe bad ones, right, where she was sort of working stuff out.
Yeah, but like they were both kind of young and dumb.
Yeah,
and like that's why. As adults, they're like fine. They're not friends, but they're fine. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, well, here we are. So I think that was it for the media appearances.
Yeah, that was all I had for
I think that's the only one I can remember from that era, to be honest.
Yeah, that was all I had too. Okay, so then moving on to the 1989 World Tour.
AKA the first time we ever got to see Taylor Swift.
Oh, really?
Yes, that was the first time either of us had seen. No, you second time, me first time. It was the first time, which weirdly I find that more iconic than me seeing Fearless or Speak Now. If you like,
so
because it makes sense that the first time I would see her would be for 1989.
And
no, we weren't together. Funny backstory.
I mean, in the same arena.
Funny backstory about this concert. So my sister Mel was the one who procured the tickets. And this was like
she's our
Ticketmaster being crazy, but it was still kind of difficult.
She's our Ticketmaster because she has the insane luck of just getting the better tickets anytime, anyway.
This is what happens. So she buys the tickets and it's like, this is in MetLife Stadium. So like it's in the top area. The first set of tickets she gets, like it's a pair, it's in the top area. Fine. I don't know why you didn't want to come at that time, but she got 2 tickets for the top.
Wow.
And then she's like, no. She's like, we cannot sit up there. We're going to sit lower. And like, she waits and just watches for it. And I don't know how she did it, but she did actually manage to get us tickets like way lower, like down at the bottom. And like, and it wasn't expensive. That was the other thing. Like nothing had been jacked up.
That's part of Mel's magic.
So this is what happens. So we go to this concert, and then Macky goes to the concert with our friend Danica. So he and Danica are sitting up there, meanwhile down at the bottom. It was very like random.
We
all came together.
That was my first, and that was my first big arena concert. In the United States.
Stadium concert for you, right?
In the United States as well. So imagine me walking into that arena, and I'm like, they sell bacon on a stick, like just literally just something guttural on the inside, just because I'd never been to, obviously, because I moved. Because guess what? I moved to the United States in September 2014.
Yeah, right before.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so and I had already been a massive Taylor Swift fan on my own.
And she had already released "Welcome to New York."
And she had already released
as a single.
No, not yet. I was there when she dropped the single.
That's insane.
Yeah. So and the single was "Welcome to New York." She's like, I had just.
It's like, wait, what?
Of course, Alexa unpacked me in like literally 20 minutes because I didn't have that much. I didn't bring that much. And she had prepared stuff for me. So I move in. I'm there. I love Taylor Swift. She drops "Welcome to New York," and I am like half crying, half manic because I'm like, yes, I'm here. Thank you. That was very thoughtful of you to welcome me.
Yes, Taylor. She's like reinforcing your life choice.
I felt like, oh, she wrote this for me.
Yeah.
She knew I was moving. And that's how, this is the delusion that
it's okay. You can join the rest of us.
So I didn't want to go to the concert for other mental health issues. But now that we're here and I was there, just guttural, like, oh my God, there's bacon on a stick. And then like the biggest grilled cheese sandwich that it's ever seen in my life. It's the size of my face. And then I had those 2 things in my hand as like the lights went down.
Wow, that's some very heavy concert food.
I know. I was gonna say, I'm like, I don't remember what Mel and I were doing, but we were definitely not doing that.
and I was a little iffy because like Danica and I sort of like share the same sensibilities when it comes to music in terms of like she sort of leans more towards rock and she
And
kind of
like you
dresses in
both,
black. And
they're both also the same kind of concert goer because like I go to certain concerts where I'm like, I know I'm going to be singing along. Like I just know, like it's going to happen.
so
And sometimes I will go out of my way if it's someone I really love to watch more than once, so I can do this.
Yeah.
However, I when I'm with Danica or with Macky, I know I can't do that because they would rather hear which I get because I also would like to hear the person singing.
Sure.
But, like I especially have to keep quiet around them because like I swear to God I could be
which
really,
I appreciate
really
because nobody else around me personally, not just
can't wait till we talk about the Iris tour.
Oh my God.
I know.
Do not get me started. But because again, I am there to listen. So it was great. So it worked out great because Danica and I are quiet, absorbing every. And I think that was probably the only Taylor Swift concert that I've ever watched where I was not interrupted by 60 million children singing or 60 million women screaming.
Probably.
And that's fine, or singing, and that's fine too. But that was like, oh, I can sonically enjoy this,
and it's a sound
without
like
tuning
too.
anything. And it was
because that's his kind
sound.
of sound.
So when the album finally drops, I'm like, this is everything I never knew I wanted, and is here now, and my entire life should be just this.
Anyway, back to the tour.
That is the tour.
Did you get the chance to watch it, Kristin?
I did. I watched most of it. I think I maybe have like a half an hour left.
That's not much.
But having like just watched it, I would say that this very much feels like a precursor to the Eras tour.
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely. I feel like it's so similar in like the scale of things as opposed to like her previous shows. Like Red, we did get more theatrics and like more pageantry, but this one was like
it's the moving platform,
and
right?
like the lights, the effect, even
the light outfit, and the umbrellas.
I love
girl.
It was just so, there was a very specific, and I'm sure we'll talk about this again later when we get to like outfits and aesthetic, but there was a very specific look and vibe she was going for, and she really nailed it with the way she planned the 1989 World Tour.
Which leads me to my question to you, Kristin. Did you get to the part where she started singing non-1989 songs?
Surprise song.
Oh, yes. So I did get past, I saw like a bunch of performances with guests because this was just the amount of guests she had was like insane.
Oh, we'll talk about that in a second.
So not the guests, yes, but I'm talking about like she did stuff from Fearless, she did stuff from.
Oh, okay. So I saw her do, I Knew You Were Trouble from Red. I saw her do Love Story.
Yes.
And I think that was like right where I think shortly after Love Story was when we started recording. So I had to pause.
No. That's a great place to stop because I, at the time, was not the greatest fan of Love Story. Just for, I think it's just because of my built-in sort of like, I want to say, ingrained feelings for the entire Romeo and Juliet thing. Like, I was never a huge fan of that either. So I'm like, Romeo and Juliet. So I couldn't sort of like connect to it. So when she did the musical treatment for that version of Love Story, which was heavily synthed, that's a word now. And then just the chords were not the same sort of like chords at all. And it was sort of like leaning more towards like a minor kind of a scale. And even Danica and I were like, wow, I didn't think the song could do this. And so we're like, okay, yeah, more of this. And then she took Love Story and 1989'd it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was curious because when she started, like, she did like the whole intro and she was saying like, I love these characters and I wish they had a happier ending. So I was like, all right, it's going to be Love Story. But then I was like, but it doesn't feel like it fits, like, because this is so,
it's like,
and then it was so good.
Yeah, I actually felt very similarly about I Knew You Were Trouble because I actually like, I enjoy that song, but I don't love it. But the version she does in the 1989 tour, I was like, what is this? And can it exist on a recording?
Right. Yeah. Because I too was not the greatest fan of I Knew You Were Trouble. Right? I only started really, really liking it sort of in the last couple of years. But back then when Red was out, it was one of my skip songs, which I may have mentioned.
Yeah.
But in the 1989 version, I'm like,
with the guitar and like
1989 will heal everything. 1989 bridges gaps and barriers.
Yeah.
Right? 1989 will save the world. And so that's my take on the sonical treatment of this album. And as I mentioned, even to this day, while I adore Tortured Poets and while I am a Midnight's sort of like, person, the sound of 1989 is the aspiration.
So
Yeah.
did you have a favorite of the songs that she performed that you saw already, Kristin? Did you have a favorite? Like, did one of them stand out to you more than the others? I'm just curious.
So performance-wise, I think she did do How You Lose the Girl when she was in that light up outfit.
Yes, the one of the umbrellas.
But that is not my favorite songs album, but I loved that look. But so like second, very close would be Style.
Yes.
Listen,
it's iconic.
Yeah.
Can't take it wrong.
I was listening to Style again recently. I can do a full 8 hours on Style.
I love Style so much. That is
I will break it down sonically. I will break it down chord progression wise. I will target every single tension moment and tension chord and how the melody interplay. There is 8 hours I can do it. So that's it for me.
Did you have a favorite performance? Because Style is also mine.
Oh, it's
so good.
Just checking.
You have to understand that by the time we got to the arena, Style had already played like 1,600 times just for like the first few days that since it dropped. So to hear that sound blasted on speakers that are larger than your house,
wild.
How could I not say that was the highlight of my life in 2015?
That's true.
I want to say
2015, yes, July 2015.
Ugh.
I think is when we watched it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just curious because I love the Eras tour, but I do love these tours also just because they're so album specific. So it's just so fun. It's just so fun to have all of them there. She did do surprise songs on this one, but like they were just like one-offs because sometimes it would not be a surprise song. It would be a surprise song by someone else. Like, I'm still mad that we did not ever get to see her and Ed Sheeran sing Tennessee. That was the first guest performance she had on this tour. And I'm literally like, where was I? Not in Las Vegas, because I think that's where it was when they had we instead got Nick Jonas singing Jealous.
That's pretty fun though.
Which is also pretty fun. And
I cannot believe that she had Mick Jagger.
Yeah.
Yo.
That is so cool.
I was like, wow, what an iconic. She had Mick Jagger and Steven Tyler. She had both of them. Yeah.
Taylor should have just, honestly, with the amount of star quality that and star power that appeared on the tour, she should have just named it Taylor and Friends. Because are you kidding?
She had two of the most famous basketball players in the world give her things during this tour. This was the Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
The one where he awards her that jersey that gets hung in Staples Center.
Yeah.
And also Dwayne Wade giving her a 13 basketball jersey. I'm like, this is okay, my favorite thing though is like one of like the later last guest appearances is Idina Menzel. And
oh my God.
Halloween. This was the Halloween. where obviously Idina Menzel is dressed as Elsa and she's dressed as Olaf. This is a choice.
See what I'm talking about Taylor being sort of like the goofball.
Perfect. And also it was such like a crossover of things that like we all love so much.
So the amount of fandoms that cross over with Taylor is just glorious and just absolute joy. This being just
right.
Yeah.
The other random story that I remember from this tour is this is the tour where she meets Camila Cabello.
Yeah.
And Camila Cabello is still in Fifth Harmony at this point, right?
Yeah.
And so they come out and they perform, and she borrows an outfit from them, and they're all small.
Yeah.
And I was like, girl, no. I mean, it worked, but like, girl, no.
It's one of the few times. I only know of another time where Taylor had, like, just for fun, wore an outfit of a group that she was performing. And that was at one, and I see a viral clip where she was, like, the Haim sisters were, like, dressing up.
Yes.
And then the camera pans to Taylor in the exact kind of same outfit, and the Haim sisters going, like, what the hell are you doing? Taylor's like, just sort of just, like, awkward, like, just want to fit in. So so that was the same energy.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. But she did have a lot of guests on the tour.
So many guests. She also like in the version of the tour that I've been watching, there are interviews that are like kind of interspersed. Yeah. So she was talking about how like she knew that John Legend was coming to the show, and she was like, the show is in like 40 minutes, but I would really like to sing with him. And like the fact that she could pull that off and make that happen in 40 minutes is something only Taylor can do.
Power.
So wild.
So
like
much.
I also, the other person I remember seeing her performance of and watching it, if you know, was with Mary J. Blige.
Oh,
yeah. She did 2 songs together the night that Mary J. Blige was there. And I was like, and she also did Alanis on this tour.
Yes.
The You Ought to Know performance.
So again, and I adore Mary J. Blige. I love Alanis Morissette. I mean, ever since she was like the first album that I sort of like really just got into as a kid, next to the Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction album. But that was so when she gets Alanis on stage, I'm like, I just like, what is happening?
And the nice thing is you can totally tell she's a fan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just by the way she talks about these people before they come up on, I'm like, yeah, okay. Every single time.
And then another fandom crossover for me, she sang "Smelly Cat" with Lisa.
Yes, with Lisa Kudrow. That's right.
That was amazing.
At some point on this tour, Matt LeBlanc was also on stage.
Yes.
I don't remember when, but I know separately from Lisa Kudrow.
Listen, Buffet is a national treasure and deserves an arena tour of her own. That Taylor got to sing with an amazing pop star.
It's so wild for me.
Par for the course.
She also sang with Charlie XCX.
Yep.
Yes, they also met during this particular tour.
That's good. That's glorious.
I also have, she was with Lorde, The Weeknd.
Yes.
Jason Derulo, Rachel Platten, Selena Gomez, Avril Lavigne.
I love
that was
Avril. Oh my God. Did they do
Complicated? Yes.
Beck, St. Vincent. She had Julia Roberts and Chris Rock.
Yes. Mariska Hargitay was also
she should have.
Yes. Oh, she sang with Nelly. It's getting hot in here. That was funny.
That was hilarious, yeah.
Haim, Keith Urban, Ellie Goulding, Miranda Lambert, Pitbull, Ricky Martin. And then she did have that big runway, and she had a lot of her friends just come and like walk the runway. Like she kind of made her own Victoria's Secret fashion show with all of her models.
Ours was kind of a Victoria's Secret fashion because Behati was there, Behati Prinsloo. I'm pretty sure Gigi was there, if I remember correctly, right? And then Martha Hines
at one point.
Lily Aldridge. Yeah, we were basically at a show where it was literally like, here are all. Oh, Carly was at our show. Oh my God. It was literally the Victoria's Secret walk. And I was like,
which I appreciate. I'm like, well, hello, everyone. Welcome to Taylor's show.
Yeah. Now I'm remembering. Our show was definitely the show where it was all of the Victoria's Secret models.
That was great.
Yeah. That's very cool.
The day before, it had been like Lena Dunham, the U.S. women's national soccer team. Like it was like the most random. But now I remember, because I remember being like, who's going to be at the show? This was the equivalent of what we did with the Eras tour, where we were like, who's going to show up to watch? What is she going to wear? Which surprise songs is she going to say? This was the equivalent of it in 1989 day, because you were like,
these are so like, it's like Pokemon. This was the previous few evolutions.
Yeah.
So fun.
The Eras tour is like that Super Charizard that's like gray.
Oh
and
my
blue.
God.
I don't know.
Charizard.
There you go. That's but this was like the Charmeleon.
This was the beginnings of it.
Sort of like version of it.
Tying it back to what Kristin said, it's basically like the very early iteration of what the Eras tour would eventually be.
Yeah, exactly.
What a good time.
Seriously. And then I also just wrote down some like notable performances that she did during this time. She performed Shake It Off on her birthday at Jingle Ball.
Yeah.
Which was very fun. She performed Shake It Off at the MTV VMAs in 2014.
Yes.
And something that was very funny and very Taylor in that is like in the middle of it, like I think it's like right after the bridge, she is standing on like a 1989 platform and it looks like she's going to jump. And then she's like, that's crazy. I wouldn't jump. I'm going to hurt myself. And she's like, hold on. And then she goes, you see her like run down the stairs. She's like, I would be like crazy to do that. And everyone in the audience is just laughing because it like seems like that would be what she would do. But she's like, no.
that humor is, oh my god, like delusional in my brain that we could totally be friends if we ever met.
And then I had texted you guys about this one yesterday, but by far my favorite performance was at the American Music Awards. It was a premiere performance for Blank Space. It starts out, it looks like they're inside of a photo, which actually reminded me very much of like, because they're at like a long table, so it was very much like Tolerate It at the Earth.
Yes.
And then she sets a rose on fire on stage. And it's just like so unhinged, but in the most amazing way. You could tell like she's doing like the crazy eyes when she's like, I get drunk on jealousy. Like she's having the time of her life. This and I feel like her sense of humor just like really shone through in this performance.
There's a lot of there's a lot of sarcasm as well, I find.
Which I love
so much. Because this is literally her going, you all think I'm this crazy.
Yeah.
That's not cool, but let's do something with it. And she comes up with this insane persona and she plays it to the hilt and she's so good.
Yeah. And I love how it ends too with like the new guy knocking on the door.
Yes.
And she's like opens it like, all right, next.
It's giving the reverse of that lady from Great Expectations. You know, the one that never got over like the one guy who jilted her and the whole house is just decrepit. It's literally the exact opposite of that, of I will run through every man that I lay eyes on. And I'm the victim. Next. It's the exact opposite, the exact polar opposite of that. And I am here for it.
Yeah. She also performed Blank Space in style at the 2014 Victoria's Secret fashion show.
Yes.
And this one like super plays up her friendship with Karlie Kloss. Like they're constantly cutting to Karlie and Taylor. Like it's very...
It was good at the time. It was good. It was,
it was good until it wasn't.
Until it wasn't. But that just... I mean, that entire thing was already a spectacle.
Yes.
But to add not just Taylor's celebrity, but again, just that song. That song is runway fodder.
I cannot wait till we talk about that song.
Me too. I'm so excited.
I'm literally like...
Yeah.
And then the last notable performance that I wanted to talk about, I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but you probably did, but for the for Stand Up to Cancer, she did like a pre-recorded parody with Jamie Oliver called Bake It Off. And
I don't think I've seen it actually. Or if I did, I must have forgotten.
I would have known if it. I followed Jamie Oliver because he taught me how to make a risotto. Because if Jamie Oliver can make a risotto on a hillside with a bunch of sheep, I can make a risotto.
Okay, so if you haven't watched it in a long time, I would definitely recommend watching it because it's very funny and like Taylor's personality and her sense of humor also really shines through in this one. Her and Jimmy are like cooking in the kitchen and she is super serious about like baking the perfect cake and he's like being wild and having fun and she's like making faces at him and like he's calling him the wrong name. And he's like baking is serious and everything.
Now I just want her to reprise that performance with like the British Bake Off cast.
Oh, that would be so cute.
Oh, that would be fun.
That would be hilarious because they're gonna be like, and they're like incredibly British.
And she of course has the pink KitchenAid mixer, which is the same one I have. And it's just so fun, like because we all know how much she loves baking, so it's so like perfect. Like it's a perfect fit for her. I just thought that was so like she was so like goofy in it. I thought it was really fun.
I watched that so bad.
Okay, so do you guys have anything else to add before we start getting into the track list and overall thoughts and stuff?
No, not really.
No, I'm short of spilling my entire life story of 2014. We're good. Like, let's get right on it.
Alrighty, so we already kind of touched on the inspiration, but 1989 is Taylor's first official pop album, titled after the year that she was born. She said, I was listening to a lot of late 80s pop music and how bold those songs were and how that time period was a time of limitless possibilities.
Yeah.
Thinking about that, this album is a rebirth for me. This is my very first documented official pop album. 1989 is the most sonically cohesive album I've ever made and my favorite album I have ever made. It's also one of my favorite albums. It's also the last album that has any secret messages.
Yeah.
Outside of one tiny one that we get on Tortured Poets, but it's really just in the title of the song. Let's see. Yeah, should we just kick things off with Welcome to New York?
I feel like we should just kick things off with
think
Welcome to New York. Okay, funny backstory for this one. Like, I love this album, but Welcome to New York used to be a skip song for me.
Oh my gosh, I have that on mine too. Like, controversial, but yeah.
Used to. I'll say I listen to it more now, but like, there was a time when I was just like, I can skip this song.
I feel like
of course you could. It wasn't for you. It was for me. Remember? She wrote it for me.
Although
it got very overplayed for me, which is why it turned into.
That's probably the same reason why I didn't.
It was kind of like inescapable for a while.
And I was like, I don't have to listen to it if I'm already being forced to listen to it all these other places.
You mean every time Macky was playing it?
Pretty much. But I will say, like, it is actually a good song. Do you know what I mean?
It's a great song.
Because it really captures, and in my opinion, it really captures both lyrically and sonically kind of the feeling of being in New York, especially when you're in that era of your early 20s. And
absolutely.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and just, exactly. And it's like there's something about the way she wrote about it that just is such a very New York light.
When I was writing like my feelings for it, they're not even like cohesive. I just in all caps wrote excitement, possibility, youthful optimism, and
reinvention. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Obviously, it will be unsurprising to hear that Ryan Tedder had a hand in the song because it does have a little bit of like his usual style in songs. But yeah, I love it because it also feels like a song that's perfect for like a movie where the main character is like, I'm moving to the big city to reinvent my entire life. Because that's exactly what she did.
It is.
And also the hidden message fits perfectly into that because it actually says, we begin our story in New York. That's the secret message.
Wow. I am trying to not get too emotional because there is a line, and I don't know if this is a good time to segue unless you guys had other stuff, but there is a line there that has always struck me because I'd never vibe with sort of like the West Coast, even if that was literally my only experience with the US. We would go in and out as kids to visit family, friends. And then to finally move to the US, I'm like, all right, I guess it's going to be more of the same. Because my impression of the United States was just the West Coast, up and down. Cool. I come here kicking and screaming because I'm like, the US, I know what that's like. I'm leaving my entire support system. I'm going to start a new life. What's going to happen to me? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I set foot on Broadway for the first time. Not even Broadway, just the street, which goes forever. And I am walking these streets and I'm just like, what is happening to me? Then Taylor drops this single.
Yeah.
And I am like, every line, I'm like, that's it. Yeah, it's every single line that's happening right now. Yep. And then there's this line there that says kaleidoscope of loud heartbeats under coats. Because I moved in the fall.
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
And so everyone's in coats, and it's classic New York that you see on TV and in movies that I never, like put two and two together until I got here. And in my head, that scene of kaleidoscope, like all of these people wearing coats and their kaleidoscope of hearts, it was always sort of like more a caricature, very Sunday in the Park with George, very just like blank faces.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I've substituted all those faces for all of you guys.
Fun, right?
Yeah, so I'm trying not to be too emotional
about it,
because it is true. You are the kaleidoscope of heartbeats that have formed sort of and I'm notorious for not, like, I literally have not made any real friends outside of just you guys through. You all know me by now because typical
says
otaku,
you have more friends than I do.
Well, I'm just making noise. There's the whole.
That's true.
That's all I've done. I have just like those parasite plants that sort of just like thread their thing through the tree, right? I've just taken I'm talking to. I've played D&D with Kristin and Andrew.
I know.
So I would play D&D with DJ and Nick.
Oh,
eventually.
that's right.
So for you guys to become that kaleidoscope of heartbeats and to exude exactly the kind of youthful optimism, the kind of possibility, that's all of you to me. So to have that happen and not just see it from afar where people are doing their thing and busking and whatever, but see your actual friends hustle and do the thing. I'm like, yep, that is what the city is.
Oh, I like that.
So
can't even top that anymore.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do I say to this? I will say my favorite. I'll just say my favorite lines. I actually like the entire bridge.
Yes.
Because that's my favorite. Like
it's any great love.
No.
Oh, like any
great love. It keeps you guessing. Like any true love, it's ever changing. Like any true love, it drives you crazy, but you wouldn't change anything. No. I'm like, I love it. I love that line. So I love those lines.
I have that one written down too. And the only other one that I also wrote down was took our broken hearts, put them in a drawer every day. There was someone else before, because it's so true.
Like that.
Like whenever, like anyone who moves to New York feels like this is it. Like I can be whoever I want to be. Like it's just like such a universal feeling for people that are coming and like experiencing the magic for the first time.
Yeah,
it is.
I love that.
It is mad. And by the way, since moving here, I have met people who are like, "Oh my god, this place is terrible," and they're valid. Like, and the trash cans on this.
Not everyone is cut out for New York,
right? There's no way. I think my stories of my rat stories on the subway are insane. And so to have played Charlie Kringus at a college production of Mary We Roll Along, and to actually have the line assigned to me of who wants to live in New York, who wants to live in the noise, the dirt, the heat, who wants the garbage cans clanging in the street, suddenly I do. I sang that without any context. Now I'm like, suddenly I do. Yeah, that's what I want. And when people say I hate this place, sure.
I actually like kind of feel like that is also why this one is a little bit of a skip for me, because the way that this song feels is the way that I felt when I was going into college and when I moved to the city for the first time. Okay. But I feel like I've kind of outgrown that. And I am now, I live in the suburbs. I like the city in small doses, but it's not in all the time. I like the convenience of the suburb. I like going to the grocery store with my car, not having to carry bags. So I feel like I have I just don't relate to it as much as I used to.
Yeah, no, I feel like for me now, the song feels more nostalgic than anything, if that makes sense. Because obviously it's been over a decade since the original song came out. And at the time, it was exactly where I was in that space. So I'm like, I think at the time I probably related to it a lot more. Now it's more just like I see it more like as it's almost like it triggers a film montage of me at that time. Yeah. In my mind. I'm like, that's what I see. I'm like, I see around the time when I first met Kristin. Like that's like around the era that I see in my head. I'm like, oh, and I just started doing this, and I was still relatively new to the city, and had none of this familiarity of like, I avoid that street because there's like weird stuff going on down there. And there's obviously that person who sells the best like food over here. Like I didn't have that then. So I don't it felt like the song feels, which is like, it was so new and exciting. And like, nobody knows who I am. So I don't have to be the same person. I feel like it in New York also just like constantly like pulls me back in. Like whenever I think like I've had enough, like we somehow get back together. And I feel like since college, I have spent the last, I don't even want to think about how many years it's been now of my life, moving to New York City and then out of New York City and then back to New York City and then back to Long Island. Like it always pulls me back in because there is that like factor to it. So yeah.
No, I as somebody who is experiencing a personal sort of like rebirth, my mental health has been challenging over the last sort of like decade, and to sort of like come crest that wave and sort of be reborn in a sense, it's fresh still. I get to now I get to really feel it. Like it was then, and there was a lot of struggle.
I love that for you.
So now it's like the montage in my head is still me. to date.
I love that.
And
though.
even if you live in the suburbs with Andrew now, you guys are still the kaleidoscope in my head. So like,
I mean, we're still there every day for work. Like, it's not like we're not there, but yeah.
So there's and you know if it's your like I have this mythology about like people in the world that everybody has just the few, maybe even 2 or 3 cities that are 100% theirs. Like you can claim it as yours. You don't have to be regardless of whatever people think, because you know that there's a vibe there.
Yeah.
And I would, if I was going to write an essay, you would be like one of the Exhibit A, young woman who has moved in and out of New York since college. You know what I mean? Like, notice the pull and the gravitational like draw of this one such city. I would have, in that voice, written about how that's just how it is. And so to immortalize that in a song with an artist that you love, it compounds the nostalgia. So yeah, that's and
actually
I love
what you just said, like, and like the way that New York is, it feels like it's also the lyric. It was so magnetic, it was almost obnoxious. Like that is also New York.
Yeah. Yep. I tell people that on the I balance. I tell people about the rats and the garbage and all that. So I and that you're valid if you don't like it here. But my mythologized version of New York is you can live 100 lifetimes in this place and she will not reveal all her secrets to you.
No, I agree.
And some cities have that quality. I'm not saying only New York has that, but I believe that cities have that quality. Go figure some of the stuff I'm writing. But I feel like that's the key thing here. And it just so happens that this is the pop take.
Yes.
I'm sure there's like a grungy sort of like, Tori Amos version.
I was gonna say
this.
There's a lot of songs about
but this is the popular, I am young, we're gonna do this. This is gonna be great. And that's the take on it. And I adore it.
Actually, I feel like the inverse of this song, I don't know if you guys know LCD Sound System song, New York, I Love You, But You're Bringing Me Down. I feel like that was like the opposite.
Oh my God. That is so true.
Oh boy.
That's both things can be true. Like literally, 100%. Yeah, because this could be a bummer, dude. Like I'm not. There's nothing.
It can, yeah.
And but Taylor again. The song says like any real love, it drives you crazy. That's the crazy part. Like, no real relationship that lasts more than any number of years that's worth fighting for will not drive you up the walls.
True.
For one reason or the other, and the repair around that is why it gets stronger each time.
Agreed.
So,
and I feel like it also kind of parallels Taylor's just her whole attitude toward her career, because she has always very much gone after what she wants. She does the hard thing, and like New York is not nice. New York, you have to want to be here, like despite all of the things. Like if you don't really want to be in New York, you will not make it in New York.
Agreed.
Nope, not at all. It's
Now I'm thinking about Empire State of Mind.
I mean, that's
like when they're like, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
Yeah. It's so true.
Yeah, agreed.
The only other thing I had written for the song were that Taylor donated a portion of the proceeds from the single to New York City Public Schools.
Gorgeous. Yep.
And she said that New York has been an important landscape and location for the story of her life in the past couple of years. So she wanted to start the album with this song. And she approached moving to New York with wide-eyed optimism and saw it as a place of endless potential and possibilities. And also people see this song as the end of a trilogy with A Place in This World and Mean.
Oh yeah.
Which I like that narrative arc.
Oh my God. No, thank you for reminding me about that, because when I heard this song, I'd played Mean like 600 million times. Like
me too.
I actually shed a few tears for
I'm like,
oh my God. Like I'm trying now, because again, you follow the main character. Where are we in this? Like this is the 1980. Can you imagine like a novel series?
Oh please, I want her to.
Can you imagine the spines are every era? Right?
Stop.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Kristin and I have actually talked about this.
We've actually discussed this.
Oh my God.
And what kind of story each one would be?
No, because
we were like each one could be a different genre too.
100%. And there's a thread that pulls all the way through. And the ending of that girl singing Mean was she moves to the big city and kind of makes it. And that's beautiful.
I love it.
Do any of you have anything else to add, or we can move on to?
No, this is not my therapy session, though it's sort of looking like it is. But we can move on.
So moving on to my second favorite song on the album, Blank Space.
It's my real first track on the album because it's the one I start with most of the time.
God, it's just so good. It's so good. Most of the backing music is dropped at the end of each verse, and it like really intensifies the chorus of the song, which also takes up over half of the song, which is interesting. And then we talked about like how she kind of started really experimenting with sounds. And in this one, I just love that pen click.
The pen click is great.
It's so good. It's quite possibly one of the best songs ever written. And it's so funny because it just started as a joke. I watched an interview of Taylor talking about it and saying that like she just had to take everything that people were saying and like feed into it and play it up as a joke, because she was like, the life that I'm living, she was like, it's not hard. Like what I'm doing, it's not hard. She was like, people don't want to hear me complain about the things that bother me, so I need to turn it into a joke.
Yep. I love how in
satire.
No, because in people's attempt to dehumanize like her in that sense, like you're not allowed to be human in these following ways because X, Y, and Z. She's like, fine, I hear you, but let me do something with that. Because by the way, assuming it wasn't me, that's a hilarious character that you were painting me to be.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Like, it's amazing how she can be like, take a step back and look at an idea, even if it's directed at her as a sort of like an attack. And she goes, that is not me, but wow, what a wild character. Let me write about that.
In a way, it kind of points at it being so ridiculous, right? Because it's so over the top, and like just the song itself is already like that. And the things that accompany it later on, like the performances, the video, they just feed into it also, which I think is hilarious.
Isn't that a trope? Like, isn't that a trope where one of the main characters are like notorious for being incredibly standoffish and nobody wants them, and they're notorious for turning away suitors or lovers or betrothals, but they're doing it on purpose. Mean about it and whatever. And then our main character sort of like breaks through that facade. Very taming of the shrew.
It's interesting. It ties into the hidden message so well.
What is?
Oh my gosh, so well.
It is. There was once a girl known by everyone and no one. Right.
Yeah.
The entire theme of the song and the way it's written and just the angle she chose to take with it fits in so well with that hidden message. We have to talk though about, speaking of messages, we have to talk about the infamous lyric thing.
Yes.
Because I'm sorry, that was the funniest era, because the majority of people really heard Starbucks lovers.
I don't know how.
I do.
I honestly don't know how either. It took me a while to parse the lyrics, but it didn't, like at the beginning I could sort of hear it, and then I was like, okay. But then the more people said it to me, the more I started hearing it, which I was like,
it's okay. It's the alliteration, right? Got a long list of, right? So Starbucks,
It's so funny because everyone just ran with it.
Because Stuv and X is Starbucks.
Yeah.
So between the ST and the X, right?
Yeah.
Your brain will fill my brain, and apparently the brains of 60 million other people.
So many people
fill
really
the middle part in with bucks.
I thought that was so funny because at this point, as I said, this was the first Taylor album that I bought on release day. I was listening to it nonstop, but I was not at all in the fandom. I knew nothing that was going on about Taylor outside of me loving this album. So I didn't even know that was a misheard lyric until a couple of years ago. And I was like, what?
I didn't know that wasn't the lyric until 3 months later.
I also love Taylor said that Taylor called this a delightful misunderstanding because this song was written about misunderstanding. So she appreciated that people misheard that.
So meta. Are you
I know.
kidding?
I love that she was just
hilarious.
also just ran with it too.
Yeah.
This is I honestly, that is the most memorable random media thing that happened surrounding this song. It was already enough to draw attention to how the media had been portraying her and her romantic relationships, but just to add this extra random thing that makes it even funnier, especially since the song is intended to be sort of tongue-in-cheek and a joke. It just makes it funnier.
It really does.
I do have to mention the vocal the last line of the bridge, "Say I didn't warn you." That long,
Yes.
sort of like belty.
Yes.
This was the beginning for me of just loving Taylor's voice. Not that I didn't love her voice moving forward, but I understood the criticisms. I didn't necessarily agree with them about her voice growth. I'm like, that's a young lady. Just figure, hey, just you don't have to be mean about, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
She kept saying, you know, like the shade Aretha Franklin, you know, was kind of half throwing back and forth. And I'm just like, what a sad missed opportunity, because she isn't just pretty gowns. You know what I mean? Unless you define pretty gowns as, are you a vocal like master or not? Which again, like to condense an artist to, oh, you're not valid if you or to just judge them based on their ability to like sing compared to the greats. A little what is it called? Reductive. However, on a personal level, when she nailed that note, I'm like, who are you? What did you do to my little country? Like, girl, who is this? Okay, it is not like I felt like it was an assault on my entire like being, because I'm already like dying from the music. I'm like, first of all,
I like how Welcome to New York was an assault already.
Yeah,
and then
that was a lot of the same. Like, it's like, okay, it's Taylor. And then I hear this and I'm just like, okay, I'm not crazy about this persona. I don't read romance like this. Okay, I am not that romance reader.
Toxic
and by the way, oh my god, like I am not that romance reader. I am not into I can change them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not into that, because you can't.
It's okay. She realizes this way later.
So I'm tuning most of this now. I am like hearing this I'm surviving this sonic assault, and then she nails that note. I'm like, how dare you? I was having a good day until this, and now I have to deal with falling in love with your voice. And then, because it's true, like if you track any number of artists, their voices sort of get a little wear and tear, and there's a little rasp that happens.
Oh, yes.
Sometimes the entire, not necessarily range, but just the quality sort of like thickens and maybe even goes down a couple of whatever pitches. And to hear Taylor belt that last one, I'm like, oh my god, is going to bring all of her to this, and I am on the floor. Just that. Can't to this day. I get what I feel listening to that last note of that bridge, the way I would hear any of the great singers that I love listening to nail the parts of the songs that we like. So it's giving, like, you know, the Let It Go thing. It's giving Show Yourself. It's giving all of those things. Anything Cynthia Erivo sings, the high notes.
That's fair. I think the other thing about, so in general, this applies to 1989, but it really applies to me with Blank Space. This whole album is very easy to sing along to.
Yeah.
And I enjoy it tremendously. But Blank Space is one of those songs that I just have such a fun time singing it because of the persona. I think it's just funny to me because I know it's ridiculous, but it's so fun.
It's like a caricature.
It's so fun. Like, I'm sorry, my favorite lyric, because this is going to tie into the karaoke thing. My favorite lyric is, "Darling, I'm a nightmare dressed like a daydream." Yeah, I love that lyric so much. And the thing is, when I sing along to the song, I like to put a little stank on it because it's just so fun to do it. Like, I would never be this person in this song, but I also just find it very funny to like wear the persona when I'm singing it.
I swear to God,
so fun.
This is such a fun take. Hearing you girls feel so like empowered, like
it's
with
so
these
fun.
lyrics in a weird twisted way. It is empowering, right? My experience with this is like this one of them girls my mama warned me about. Mama said, not watch out for them girls who do this.
It feels very much like, you know, when like somebody tells you something about yourself that you like disagree with, and you're like, all right, if that's what you think, that's what we're gonna do. And like, I'm just going to play into that. And like the joke is on you.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's so
amazing. Yeah, it's glorious.
Wait, what's your favorite lyric, Kristin?
So same thing, but also like starting from I get drunk on jealousy, but you'll come back each time you leave because darling, I'm nightmare dressed like a daydream. I think I get drunk on jealousy is such a great line.
Yes.
It's so raw as well.
And just the whole chorus also. The whole chorus is also my favorite.
Yeah, the chorus in itself, right? Which leads me to what an incredible amount of self-awareness.
Yes.
For such a terrible human being. Unless, And again, it depends on how you want to. You either want to take those words literally, or in my initial trope kind of thing, unless it's intentional. Like I am intentionally being like this because, like you said, Kristin, you think this is what I am. I will lean into it and give you the monster.
It's so
you
entertaining.
all think I am, which is was it? Oh my God, is that Cardin? Isn't that Cardin?
Sorry.
With all due respect, I'm never gonna unsee it. Blank space is Cardin.
Yeah.
He wrote it.
Oh, I know, but he's like, I'm the monster you all think me to be. I'm like,
Yes.
okay.
Oh, Cardin.
And Jude's like, all right. Sure. But anyway.
Okay.
The only other notable things that I have were this song was written with Max Martin and Shellback.
Brilliant.
And Taylor said that she put this song together like a crossword puzzle, placing lines she collected over the years where they fit. And Blank Space beat Shake It Off for the #1 spot on the Billboard Hot 100 list, making Taylor the first ever female artist to succeed herself at #1, which is so cool.
Yeah.
And it's also one of the few songs on 1989 with some acoustic guitar. And it won Best Female Video and Best Pop Video at the 2015 MTV Video Music Awards. And it won Song of the Year at the American Music Awards. And also won Best Lyrics Honors for the song at the 2015 iHeartRadio Awards. And when Taylor announced 1989 TV, Blank Space went on the Billboard Hot 100 list at number 49. And it was the second single on the album. But we got to talk about the music video.
That's why I'm laughing.
Wait. So you know how we all know how manic Taylor gets when she's got a really good idea and she loves it, right? So imagine her just the words coming out of her mouth to the effect of, "I want my mascara just like all the way. Can we get mascara that just goes, yeah, no, and have the camera like right here on my face."
And she looks so crazy. It's amazing.
It's literally the most unhinged thing.
Yeah.
And I look for it because she's just really, again, leaning into the whole thing with this song. I like the whole.
I like her beating the car too.
I like to read books where like there are terrible people doing terrible things.
Sure,
and generally these people tend to be like rich and young and like and this video is the embodiment of this, right? It's the embodiment of these books. It's literally like this very good looking young couple drives to an estate and they like have all these fancy things together, but then like the girl finds out that the guy's texting someone else and so she gets mad and then she does all of these over the top soap opera level things, and I'm just like, I am just here for the entertainment factor of this video.
Yeah,
I am.
But the data nerd in me wants a Venn diagram of analytics of like romance readers that love this kind of stuff, right? People who adore Taylor Swift, and the subgenre of people who love romance stuff of this exact and just I feel like that's a circle. Like I feel like
it's such a very
or
specific
almost
thing.
Because how can you not see the trope in film, like in just it's there. Literally everything is there.
It's really like all the unhinged moments in this video.
Oh my God. So this video was filmed at Oheka Castle, which is on Long Island, not too far away from me. Which,
I'm like, we should go
that's
visit.
what we're doing when we visit.
I was going to suggest that. Also funny though is like, so the exterior is all of Oheka Castle, but some of the interior shots were shot at Winfield Mansion, which is in Glen Cove, and that mansion incurred a mysterious fire in February 2015, which is wild since Taylor sings about it going down in flames in the song.
That's wild.
Isn't that crazy?
Can't beat the witchcraft allegations now. That's wild.
It's so like I find this video so funny.
Me too.
So obviously the mascara running with the leopard is like iconic, but I also enjoy the stabbing of the cake because like let's be real, that's also
my gosh, so good.
And like the random shot of her like standing on the horse.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah. And also when she is cutting the t-shirt, it was like a Mean Girl reference with Regina George.
It's so funny. Like it's just like I find it so funny because it's so ridiculous. And I mean
so
obviously
ridiculous.
Right?
Yeah.
I say this is prehistoric. Look what you made me do, because the unhingedness just, like if I could do this, I can do more.
Yeah.
Like
Basically.
she broke through to a new level of Unhinged doing this video, I feel, in terms of her creativity and her ability to like execute something that is just so insane.
Yeah.
And she does it so well.
She really
Yeah.
does. The only other thing I know about this video, and I don't know if this is in your notes, Kristin, is the note about like when she's destroying the car with the golf club.
Oh no, I don't know about that.
It's an allusion,
Yeah, it's an
apparently,
allusion,
to the cheating scandal that Tiger Woods had.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
Supposedly an allusion to that.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, we should
Seems
talk
random.
about. Yeah, I know. We should talk about the guy in the video too. By the way,
Yes.
he's very pretty.
Yes.
His name is Sean O'Pryor, right? O'Pryor.
Yeah.
I can't remember his actual name, but he's very pretty.
Yeah. He
And I
is.
like that this video ends in the same way, sort of like we were just talking about that performance where like another guy's at the door. It's the same thing where another guy drives up to the mansion.
No, but that's the
Yeah.
hallmark.
Like, exactly.
Yeah. Without that bookend, the story
Makes
kind of
no
just
sense.
falls
Yep.
flat, right?
Mhm.
But no, the story continues. It's like a horror movie
Yeah.
where it's like you killed the thing, but then the
Yeah.
thing's still there and gonna come
Right.
back or whatever. So,
Yeah. And then the other thing, I don't know, Kristin, if you were, well, you weren't really in the fandom, so you probably didn't, but Amex partnered
Oh,
with her.
yeah.
And
I
you
do
could
know about
do like
that.
a virtual, it was like a, how do I describe it? It was like an interactive experience where you could basically follow her and Sean O'Brien around in the story.
Wow.
And then you could also just like go to the other rooms and find other things there. Like it
There
was
were like hidden clues or something.
yeah, I remember this so vividly because it's really just one of those random things that Taylor was like, I'm gonna do this for the fans.
I think it won an award too.
Wow.
That I don't remember, but I just remember that experience because it was one of those things they advertised a lot with like different
Yeah.
flavor. And I'm like, oh yeah, that was a time.
One
This
of
is-
my favorite things too was Taylor's response like to this. She said half of the people got the joke and half thought I was really just owning the fact that I'm a psychopath. And then she said either one's fine. It was number one, so I have no complaints.
Each one serves her purposes,
I mean, it is what it is, right?
and both prove a point.
Yeah.
This-
So
This was also one of the videos that it was supposed to premiere, but it got leaked.
Yes.
It got leaked like the day before it was supposed to
Right.
come out, which has happened to her pretty
Couple times.
surprisingly frequently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Both albums just being released and videos. So I was like, doesn't matter though, because the video still did incredibly well.
Yeah.
And it's just so good. And Joseph Kahn is the person, I
Lovely.
think, right?
The
Who
director, yeah.
directed it. Yeah.
And he said that she actually asked for that actor by name to like be the one in the video.
oh,
Okay, this is like the first video we're talking about, but I swear to God, I was telling Macky when I was reviewing 1989, I'm like, wow, we have a lot of celebrities in these
Very much,
videos.
yeah.
Like, I think almost every single video has a celebrity in it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, girl, we know what era you're in. It's very obvious,
power, how shall we wield it?
right?
Yeah.
Oh boy, but yeah, Blank Space, definitely one of my favorite 1989 tracks.
Agreed.
Actually, to be fair, this is the beginning of like a triad of tracks that I love on 1989. So Blank Space is the
Yeah.
first.
I could not agree more.
We have to talk about the next one then, because I feel
Mhm.
like that. Well, Macky already preemptively said this. He could talk about this one forever.
So I'm gonna let you girls like have your thing, and I'll add like maybe one or two things, just so that we don't
I
like, have a
think
7-hour.
Just to get it out of the way, the hidden message in this one is her heart belonged to someone who couldn't stay. But anyway, Kristin probably has more fun facts about this song before I say anything else about it.
Take it away.
Okay, so fun facts. It was the third single from the album. It's very obviously about Harry Styles. Harry was spotted with a model while he was dating Taylor. So it was written with Max Martin, Shellback, and Ali Paymani. And it was first previewed during a Target commercial. And in response, Harry told Howard Stern that I think about what it means to write a song about someone else, and for someone else to do that, I think it's flattering. Even if the song isn't flattering, you still spend time on it. And ultimately, using Taylor as an example, she's a great songwriter, which is like a really nice,
Can't wait to say. it's not flattering, but it's also flattering.
It is.
I don't know how to explain this. It's like both things for this song.
Both things can be true.
Right?
Sorry, I keep thinking of like the what is it? I keep thinking of like the terrible character in Blank Space, and then someone's like, we wrote like volumes of how terrible like your reign has been on this land, and she's like, you've been thinking about me. That's what you took from that.
Yeah.
We hate you. History is filled with your terrible exploits.
See, that's why it worked so well, and like it never ended up becoming like a real like they never ended up becoming like real
enemy.
Real enemies
there was no
of any
real
sort. Like sure they did terrible things to each other, which obviously is, this album covers. But like
we're gonna get to that.
But like the fact of the matter is, there's also this respect that they have for each other, which I think is nice, given that they were both actually quite young.
Yeah,
like they weren't. I love the song Style. It is one of my all-time favorite Taylor Swift songs. Like I
try not to cry thinking about it.
Like I just it's very iconic to me. Both the original version and the new version I love. Obviously, one of my favorite things about it is how clever it is just to use the phrase "never go out of style."
Yeah,
about a relationship. Girl. Like I'm like, okay, you'll never go out of style.
Don't get me started on that.
Yeah.
In my mind,
swear to God,
you'll never go out of style. I love this song so much, I can't even talk about it.
Okay,
because I'm like, so you know how like we were like, oh, here's a favorite lyric, here's a favorite. I'm like, so how am I supposed to pick a favorite lyric when the whole thing?
So yeah, no. In which case, it highlights, right? Like if everything's good, then for me, I'm gonna kick it off. See if I cannot ramble through this. So I mean. So I obviously come from a sort of like a rock music kind of like background. I absolutely love like rock music. So to hear for the first time, I think a wah pedal, that opening guitar riff, and I know that it's sort of like it was distorted. So from just that riff, I'm like, what is happening? Can you imagine? It's 2014. Picture this: New York City. We were living in the Bronx at the time. We're playing this thing, and that guitar riff comes on, and I'm like, it's not country. What a refreshing thing. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, this bass starts to thrum.
Yes.
And it's both like synth and not. And this thrum, and I love me a thrummy kind of just sort of like steady sort of like beat. And then it's just moving through the progression, and I'm just holding. I swear to God, I'm holding on to the same like comforter that we have right now on our bed was the comforter we had like sort of back then because we sort of like rotated. Got it out of story. So it's kind of like time. So that was it. So I remember sort of like gripping that ever so slightly because I'm like, what is this sound? And then the first word, midnight. She sings it, and like, arguably the first.
Okay. Can we also talk about the fact that thrumming bass line, that sound mimics the sound of a car?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. So it just lyrically and sonically, it all cohesively goes together. When she's like, midnight, you pick me up, no headlights. I'm like, long drive. I'm like,
midnight, you pick me up, no headlights. Like instantly, you're like, oh, they're not supposed to be seen together. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Interpret it however you want. Something is hidden about this entire thing. So setting the mood that way, just the open, you know what I mean? Just the mood of it. Already you're like, oh, we're in for a ride.
Yeah, and like the entire. Okay, we could literally break down every single lyric in the song.
And like, we are coming from nothing. Nothing great is worth the drive. We are coming from.
That's what I was. Yeah.
Of the many lyrics in our head.
No, and then there's still the acknowledgement of like, she doesn't know if this is a good choice because it says could end in burning flames or paradise. So
and that also like ties into the last song too. Like, is it going to be forever, or is it going to go down in flames?
And so oh my God.
Because actually this song is a really, now that you mention it, it is a really good parallel to Treacherous.
Yeah.
Because like, like obviously there's a part like we'll fast forward a little bit in the song lyrics.
Sometimes you learn.
We're talking about like taking someone home, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's something else that happens in the lyrics, and I'm like,
see, in Treacherous, she wants to follow him home. Here, he picks her up. Girl, I can't even begin to like tell you how when and here's the thing, right? Even from so it drops, right? I guess what they say is true, and she's like, when the chorus hits, not only does that thrumming bass line sort of get kicked up a notch, like in the mix, they really put it to the forefront. So that drives the entire thing. And then the line, you've got that James Dean daydream.
Look in your
eye. And I'm just like, so I can only
so treacherous, now that you mention it, is like the precipice of it, right? Like you're deciding if you want to do it.
Yeah.
And you're still like not sure. Meanwhile, in style, like you've already done it a few times. Like this is not
I know what treacherous
occurrence.
I know
and
what
you're
treacherous
making that
tastes
choice willingly. Right?
I know what treacherous tastes like, and you know what? I'm
I
coming
like
back
it.
for more. Oh, it's like tequila. Anyway, so
I mean, because like the song itself, again, it's as Harry said, it's not very flattering because it's like, and when we come crashing
girl,
down,
if anybody wrote
you know what I mean?
style for me,
And,
I'd
like,
be flattered as all
and
hell.
it's also like, oh, you were with some other girl, like, and we're still doing this weird whatever on and off again thing we're doing.
It may be a moral failing to some extent.
Again, another like romance where it's a little messy.
Again, and it may be a moral failing to some extent, but I will not care what I did if somebody wrote that about me.
Listen, my ideal version of style, like collab version, would be the two of them singing fucking
Okay,
style.
so Kristin, you have
that
to
would be amazing.
Sorry,
so
didn't mean to swear, but I have very strong.
when we were clowning hard for like
1989.
not just 1989
and the
during
Eras
the
tour.
Eras tour,
And the
right?
Eras tour.
We were clowning so hard that at Wembley, Harry was going to walk out and they were going to do style, and like, oh my god, like I can't, just the amount of like, I don't think we ever got to talk about this because I think we were saving it for this moment.
The amount of planning around that I have done regarding like him showing up at the Eras tour, him being on the 1989
and there is a generation and a small group of Swifties right now who are like, mother and father have returned. You know, that's wrong. Like we're probably
so
never
funny.
really good for each other, but just the idea of who Harry Styles is now and the quality of his voice. I'm obviously have a tiny Harry Styles fan because I have clips of him saved of what his voice sounded like in the first couple of years of One Direction, singing one song, and then what his voice sounded like singing the same song like towards the latter couple of years of One Direction before they broke up. And there is a line, and it's almost kind of like a puberty line because the rock star comes out of the, and I'm just like, how much cooler can this dude sound? And so to have that vocal quality on top of Taylor's vocal quality for the song, the clowning in this house is just insane. To this day, I'm like, that's like,
I could pull out the clown paint anytime.
That is my Roman Empire secretly, one of the many
me
empires.
too. Like I don't expect it, but if it ever happened, I would literally be like, goodbye.
And if they turned that into like a back and forth, because it is a conversation.
Oh, if they did a version like that, oh, that's gonna hurt me. And you basically you're saying they'll do it the way that she and Shawn Mendes did Lover.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh God. Okay. Anyway.
We got Lover instead, which is fine. Love to all the Shawn Mendes fans.
It's fine.
But at the same time, I'm like, I would drop kick that version for the version.
Loki,
and I apologize for it.
Loki, that was the first time I had ever seen Shawn Mendes sing, by the way, because he was our opening act for the 1989 World Tour.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow.
That was a cute little...
I was so funny because I didn't really know who he was.
Yeah, I'm like, who is this? Yeah, but then
and then he sings the song Mercy, his song Mercy. That's like and have mercy on me, and I'm like, oh,
right,
a baby.
And so there were so many like screaming children for Shawn Mendes, and I'm like, the quintessential Taylor Swift experience: 60,000 children singing of all ages, right? For this cute boy, like with his sleeves like cut and his arms, like,
and like I'm like, okay,
you know, this is baby Shawn Mendes with his lovely arms that everybody loves, and he's just like singing, like, you know, all of this stuff. So yeah, part of the course.
Speaking of rock star sounding voices, and you know, that sort of feels more adult to me sometimes, and I have to mention that Style is also like one of the songs where you clearly see a very tasteful allusion to sex. Like it is there, it is very obvious.
Girl, that's the only reason they drive in.
Yeah, I know, but
they're not gonna see a monument,
but you see
somewhere.
how it's still very much like
it's not his treehouse in the woods.
We'll get to this later too, but it's implied at this point, like it's not Taylor hasn't been very explicit about. Oh, we'll get to that in a moment.
You know, as opposed to some people who are like, you know, we mentioned sort of like Teenage Dream is literally just like feeling each other up. So, but this is like Taylor's sort of like foray into, okay, this relationship is 100% sexual. I want to be tasteful about it because maybe she was just, I don't know how to talk about it. She doesn't know how to talk about it. I will feel everyone's going to be comfortable about it, and I feel that was where she was at the time, which obviously changed the next album over
because of it.
Oh my God. And so you have that. So if anything, that's not just a car, that is sexual tension.
Oh yeah, 100%.
and but romanticized, so
it's
it
so
works
good.
for
It's
those
so
people who
good.
don't
It's
necessarily
so
read
good.
smut,
It's
but
so
and
good.
for those that do.
It's so good. It's so good. I love style so much.
Agreed.
It's like one of the, I never skip it. Ever.
No, never. That would be like sacrilegious.
Exactly. Like we're like sacrilegious.
No, that is 100. No, in this house, we never skip.
Isn't
style.
this one of your
It's number
favorite
2
strut songs?
Yeah, it's literally my number 2 Taylor Swift song of all time, and only because I Long Live is like my DNA.
Oh, Long Live is so good.
Post puberty, it's style. So just when you're like, oh, partners, yes, and so style. But yeah, forever number 2. What was so? Let's talk about the bridge. Unless Kristin, you have anything else to add, verse chorus leading up.
The only other thing that I like wanted, because I've been, anytime that I'm listening, I just am thinking like about what other lyrics it relates to. So, he can't keep his wild eyes on the road reminds me of you almost ran the red because you were looking over at me.
Yeah, which is so what
I
is
would not want to be driving around anyone who's interested in Taylor Swift.
Nope. They can't be driving. They can be in the car.
Yeah.
Like I get it. It's kind of like how people mess with that what is it, that Steven Speaks song of I can't keep my eyes on the road. Some people have like untastefully or tastefully replaced the lyric with I can't keep my hands on the wheel. So that's the same energy.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't do, like, it's a little unsafe. Like of course we're all adults like at this conversation.
Well, this entire relationship was a little unsafe.
Yeah.
And nothing safe is
worth the drive.
Yeah.
Same woman.
I love this circling back around. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
No, what else you got, Kristin, before we sort of like go to the bridge?
That was mostly it. And then just to point out too that we have more like references to Midnight and Headlights, which have been themes throughout our past shows as well.
Gorgeous. Love that. Because so here I am dying from blank space and going, girl, second, oh my god, she's belting, never won, yeah. And her ad libs have become so good. So I thought, wow. And then she nails us with take me out, take me home. It's take me home, right? Take me home, take me home. And I'm like, okay. And she keeps doubling down on that pitch. And I thought, wow, what an amazing thing. And it explodes to a new level. And then she re-sings, you've got that James Dean daydream look in her eyes, in just that one note, or those 2 notes. Dean daydream look in your eyes. And it's not the most innocuous. It's one of the most innocuous of note choices, I want to say. But in the context of the whole thing, I just about like died when she did that. To this day, I harmonize over that. I don't care where I am, in the shower, I'm in the thing, because we never skip it. I will harmonize with that 100%. Particular like James Dean look at for like, and that's why in my head I'm like, oh my god, if Harry Styles hit those
cries.
Yeah.
Because I know he can hit those notes. His voice is higher than mine. And I know this is not like the harmony that I do. It's not necessarily like a low harmony. It's a very tenor harmony. So imagine that raspy kind of rock star voice to it.
Stop feeding my delusions.
Need that ad lib alone is one of the ad libs that lives rent free in my head to the day I die. I can't think of too many songs.
I can't be delusional about this.
Since you like said this, all I can picture is Harry saying, what you said was true, but I can't stop thinking about you and I like need that to exist.
Same. I need now you can join us in the delusion.
Welcome. This is like, what was that train? Like, what was that one show or like one store? Snowpiercer. This is the Snowpiercer train. Like, it's the only train in the world, and it is like a nuclear winter, and this is the only thing keeping us alive.
Yeah.
So welcome. That's what this is.
Okay, but so to calm myself down, although I don't think it's going to help, let's talk a little about the music video, because I have to say, like, aesthetic wise, I love this, because it's the one where I don't know how well you remember, it's the one with the silhouettes. And they sort of,
that's exactly what I love how it starts.
It's so, I don't know, it just looks so iconic.
Yeah.
It's so classic. But I also just think it's very artistic. Like, there's clearly a very nostalgic vibe to it, which I love, but there's also this very like artsy forward vibe to it, which I also appreciated. when she was posting teasers for this on Instagram, she would just do the silhouettes, and I'm like,
Yeah.
girl, it's
doesn't it sort of like lay roots for Midnights?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It kind of gives me that vibe. I loved it. And it's not a storytelling video. It's just a very vibey video because you sort of get the idea of the story because it's like, she obviously has a boyfriend played by the way, Dominic Stewart.
There you go.
Was Jason in the TV show.
Oh, that's right. This is pre-Jace.
I don't know. Was he already on Shadowhunters then? I
don't
know.
think he was on there.
I did not think about that at all. I was like, Kristin from Vampire Academy.
Oh, that's right.
That's what he was on.
No. He was about to be in Shadowhunters before.
Okay, so this was literally Style first, then Shadowhunters. Then was it when would Vampire Academy come out?
I don't remember.
I think Vampire Academy was first.
Right, there you go. So it was Vampire Academy. So yeah, that's exactly what Kristin was.
I'm like one of the few people that really loves that movie. So I was very excited when he was in this video.
It's like,
I'm
I'm
also more of like a Kristin Lissa chipper than a Rose. And so this was like a lot for me.
Oh, great. No, 100 lovely.
He apparently the way it happened, right, was that she just texted him, like, because he's a friend of a friend. And
yeah.
Would you do a music video? And he's like, for who? And she's like, for me. You're like, okay.
For who?
Right? Like, I think it was like, it would depend on for who. I'm like, okay. Right. But I the other thing I like about the video is that it gives like a very, I guess, smoke and mirrors sort of almost true crime, but not vibe. I don't know how to explain it. It's
as nebulous as how defined the relationship is.
It was very like dark fantasy feeling, weirdly enough, to me.
Also, like, I just love how she uses the visuals to tell the story. Like in the beginning, when we're coming out of that cave, we have the waves crashing, and we know like we come crashing down every time. And then also like with the broken mirror, we know that like broken mirrors are 7 years of bad luck.
Yeah.
So it just like there's just so much to it that was so like well thought out.
And I like that they also went there when it came to depicting like the relationship in it, because like from what I remember back in the day, they weren't actually supposed to do it. You know how like there's a lot of parts in it that are a little bit more sensual than usual, like there's a lot of very close proximity and the kissing and the like, none of that was actually originally planned. Like it was really just going to be like the, you know, artsy style of it, but like it just makes sense because like, you know, without that it feels like it would have been a missing piece, really. And yeah, aside from the waves, there's also the wood stuff.
I have that too. I was gonna say that. Yeah,
I'm like, wow, we're alluding to every single thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, cool.
7 years bad luck. When did she break up with Joe?
Oh,
that was a while ago.
Because 2022 would have been 7 years.
Oh.
Or 2021. And then 2023, give it a year later.
Aw.
Bad luck's broken, maybe?
Maybe.
We don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's just me clowning. That's the kind of speculation that I don't subscribe to, but my brain's programmed for it now. Thank you, Internet Swifties. That's how I think now.
I mean, what can you do, right?
Moving forward. My apologies for the interruption.
Yeah, that's not it.
Any other things that we want to say about the music video?
No.
All right.
Self-explanatory. It's a great song, great video.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Right.
Oh, look, the triads are complete.
Yes, we must. The Triforce of.
This is the Triforce.
The Triforce of 1989.
Okay, 3 tracks, because Out of the Woods is also equally iconic.
Oh my god!
And the hidden message in that one really gets me because it's like they loved each other recklessly.
Yeah.
Sends me so far.
I used to love me a reckless love.
Well, this is also an Antonov collaboration.
Oh, hell yeah! Oh my god!
Isn't this the one of the ones she wrote from the music, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Because I think he send her something like a sample, and then she's like, hold that thought.
Yeah.
She wrote the song. I don't even remember. I think this is one of the short ones. I don't remember how long, but like I remember this is one of the ones like he sent it to her, and then she's like, hold that thought, writes the lyrics.
Right.
This girl.
I feel like there's something about songwriting that I personally struggle with, where where there's an adhesion, like some people are just sort of like adhering to form a little too much, I think, in the earlier part of their like artistic sort of like struggles. What I love about the freedom of this song particularly, and you can spot that in so many other songs, is that some of us who love poetry stick to the whole verse chorus thing. Things have to rhyme, things have to think.
Oh yeah.
Are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of it's like 16 times? Are we in the clear yet? In the clear? It's really just those words. So there's not, like, from a paper perspective, from a musical theater perspective, this is insane, because it's got to be a different, like, meaning each time you sing something. All of those rules creep into your head, and those who sometimes write some of the greatest art don't adhere or aren't too burdened by those rules. Yeah. So the vibe of this thing creates something so freeing, I want to say, about the process, that I'm just like, oh, you can do that? Yeah, you can.
I like that it mirrors the way you can actually be that fixated and sort of circular in your thoughts about things like this, right? Like, if it's something that matters a lot to you, if it's something you invested your time and heart into, like, of course you would fixate on it. Of course these thoughts.
I feel like this song, like, is anxiety. Where like you just get focused on one thing, and you're just in your mind, you're just thinking the same thing over and over, and no matter how much you want to do something else, you just can't, because that's like on loop.
Yeah.
And it's hopeful anxiety too, because there's something uplifting about like, even sonically, there's something uplifting about this song that is driving and insane. And again, with my driving bass lines and the synth and whatever.
I mean, the song also has driving.
But at the same time, there's something so heavy about it.
Well, because, like, what it's about, essentially, which I'm sure Kristin has the details on, it's already pretty heavy.
Yeah.
If you think about it, like, the actual thing that inspired it.
Yeah.
Which, if you want to tell them, Kristin, you feel free, because I'm pretty sure you probably have that in your notes.
Well, so one of the things that I have is, like, when she says, remember when you hit the brakes too soon.
It's my life.
It's like double meaning. Like, it's the infamous snowmobile accident, but it's also like pausing the relationship too soon.
Yep.
So the context of the song being that time that they got into an accident.
Yeah.
And that he needed to go to the hospital to get stitches.
Yep.
I'm like, are we trying to comment about how reckless this is? Because it is. Again,
it's dangerous and treacherous.
Yeah, it just continues the story.
Maybe
it just
keep your eyes on the road a little more.
It is pretty telling that it does end with "in the clear yet good."
Yeah.
Versus, like, are we out of the woods, right? Because, like,
no, but, like, for me, because I tend to skew cynical, are we clear yet? Good. You know what I mean? Like, for me, I interpret that as, okay, good. We're still where we are. We're on course. It's not, we're done. It's like, we're still on course. And I feel that's open-ended and terrible. Although you can interpret it as, are we clear yet? Good. And there's a finality to it. And so I feel like either interpretation sort of, like, absolutely works. I just subscribe to the whole, you're still there. Like, you're still asking, but you are on your way out. And it's hopeful. There's a clearing. So.
Lyrically, my favorite part is very early on. It's you took a Polaroid of us, then discovered the rest of the world was black and white, but we were in screaming color. And I'm like, the way that just evokes how intense the feelings were and how much the relationship meant. Like,
and like the feeling that she puts into singing that line. Amazing. And also, like, part of why I love the song so much too is because it's one of those songs where, like, she's just giving us everything. Like the lyrics, when she says, your necklace hanging around my neck the night we couldn't quite forget, when we decided to move the furniture so we could dance, 2 paper airplanes flying, and Taylor and Harry both wore matching paper airplane necklaces while they dated. It's like,
side note, I wish that had been the design of the freaking cardigan.
Oh, that would have been really
all cute. Like a little paper. Oh,
I would have loved that.
Yeah, we got skulls instead.
It's fine.
It's called moving on.
Exactly. It's fine.
Yeah. Missed opportunity.
Yeah. Oh, that.
Moving on my foot. Isn't there like a red scarf somewhere? Anyway.
Yeah. This song is just amazing. This one was written with Jack and produced by Max Martin. And so you said it, but it's actually the first song that she ever wrote to an existing track.
Okay, there you go.
Lovely.
Yeah, I knew it was one of the two. I just couldn't remember.
Yeah, Jack sent it to her, and she added the lyrics in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
30
minutes? Jeez.
30 minutes.
Yeah. That is a songwriting phenomenon that a lot of songwriters like can tell you about, where some songs will come to you full in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. There's just
Wild.
that kind of magic in songwriting where you can work on something for like weeks and finally it comes together. And then there's just like, I sat down for 20 minutes and then boom,
it just came out.
The whole thing just came out.
That's wild.
Because for fun fact, it's different for everybody, but if you have the melody of a verse and the melody of a chorus and the melody of a chorus, even if you don't have the bridge, you have most of the song already, because now you just have to put lyrics you can just double the lyrics for each, and now you have 4 parts. Have the melody of the bridge, that's the whole song. Now it's up to like the most talented sort of like, you know, arrangers and what have you to sort of like produce the actual thing. But the core of it that you can sing with just your guitar, you just need 3 types of melodies and then 4 kinds of lyrics, and then that's it.
Amazing though. Still amazing.
So yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
So what happens?
Anything else before we talk about the music video?
This one debuted at number 18 on the Billboard Hot 100, and it debuted at number 1 on the Hot Digital Songs chart, selling 195,000 copies and displacing Shake It Off from number 1, which made her the first female lead artist to simultaneously occupy spots number 1 and number 2 since 2012, when she held the top 2 spots for Ronan and We Are Never Getting Back Together.
I love that.
And this song was also featured in the movie Migration, which I've never seen. So I don't really know much
it's the one that
The
Mela and Rach
ducks.
wants us to watch. Yeah. Apparently it's a very good movie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've heard.
I like how I say ducks. Like this is,
I know.
See my elephant? 2 wings flying.
Okay,
flying.
then we can talk about the music video, because remember how I was like, oh, it has a dark fantasy feel with style. It continues with this video.
I actually also have, one other thing.
Go for it.
In addition, my favorite lyric, I totally agree with you, is the Polaroid Scream and Color one, like without a doubt. But also just like a quieter lyric that I really like in the song is, but the monsters turned out.
Yes, that's such a good line. That is such a good line.
Yeah.
And even that, and even the monsters turned to be just trees. It's sort of like it ends with, when the sun came up, you were looking at
me,
which is a direct contrast to when the sun came up, I was looking at you.
Yeah.
And to find that they are finally eye to eye with each other is the clearing
screams
that they're heading towards as they try to get out of these frickin' woods.
Yeah.
And God, but I love that so much.
Screams.
Yep, still screaming. Yep.
Back to the video. It does have a very fantasy feel to it, and she's the only person in the video because she's basically, the whole concept is her basically escaping wolves.
Yeah.
In all these different settings, right? I think there's a forest, there's a snowy setting, there's there's a one that looks sort of like a swamp, and then there's one where the trees are on fire, and then she eventually makes it to the beach, which is again, we're back to that symbolism. It's a really simple video. It's not my favorite of the ones for this album, but I do like the imagery of it. I particularly like how it ends.
Yeah, me too.
I like how it ends.
It screams YA fantasy.
It ends with, basically, like I said, ends on the beach, right? She's literally in like her torn, dirty, tattered, and she did all of the crawling.
Oh yeah,
like,
100%.
Typical Taylor. She didn't body double. She's like, I'm gonna do it, and she did. So she ends up on the beach, and she sees another version of herself. And there's a text that comes out at the end, which I'm not gonna say what it is.
So dramatic.
Oh, I'm not gonna say what it is because it's one of the.
It's actually one of those. Yeah.
And she also has it in the Eras tour, I think.
Yeah,
it gets featured on the Eras.
Yeah, it does because it's one of the shots and it tells the story.
So I like it because it's almost just an internalized, like, let me reflect on this and let me try to escape it. Let me get out of this train of thought. So like if we're thinking about what you said, Kristin, which is like Out of the Wood is technically also a song that you could apply to anxiety because it really is. It feels that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like the video itself kind of lends a little more credence to that because you're battling your own demons.
Yeah,
you're in these unhospitable places where you're like, I can't escape it. Everything's falling apart. Everything's a natural disaster all around me. And then eventually at some point she finds that relief because she's out in the clear. On the beach. Like, and she sees herself there. And I'm like, oh, I do like the symbolism. I don't particularly love how the wolves look in this video, which is a weird thing to say, but I just don't. I don't know what it is. It was not my thing.
Really?
But
You know how I feel about wolves, but
yeah, I know. It's
we know.
Okay, no. I know
You're
how you
fine.
feel
Like,
about
we
wolves.
get that
Basically,
you're not
Kristen's feelings about wolves are your feelings about elves.
pretty much.
yeah. But I will say I did like well, I didn't love the visual of the wolves. I did appreciate the metaphor that like her and Harry had to keep things very under wraps, and they were constantly being chased by paparazzis and their fans. So like those wolves that are hunting them are essentially the public eye.
Yes.
So I thought that was a good parallel.
Listen, I think I just was not into the wolves then. So
I feel like if they used actual like full CGI and made the wolves a little bit more, if they leaned more to like if they fully leaned into the whole fantasy, because you've already got Taylor like frosting over with like ice magic, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which I thought was, when I was watching this, I'm like, damn, I need to watch this show. What is this? You know what I mean? But then you've got and wolves from Earth, like wolves from
they
the
just
New
like
York,
they could have turned them into giant wolves, like
they could have
Twilight,
like
know?
even like I don't, what was that M. Night Shyamalan movie, Lady in the Water, I think, where there was this like
is that
like hybrid elemental sort of like wood wolf like creature. Like even that would have been sort of like,
you could give me a TVD wolf, you know?
Yeah.
Just
saying.
Like just to get yeah, go ahead.
One of the only things I didn't like in the video too is the part where the trees spell out of the woods. Like I felt like that was kind of cheesy. Like it just didn't really fit with the rest of the video.
No, I agree.
Although I feel like if they animated that differently, it like I get what they were trying to do with costume. It's just maybe the execution was just sort of like,
it was very experimental. It felt very experimental.
Well, to be fair, nobody had done anything like that.
Yeah.
I can't think of any. Can anyone think of any fantasy sequence that involved the trees sort of just like dissipating in that particular context? There was no template to sort of like draw from. So that was arguably the first stab at it from a visual perspective.
Makes sense.
Not to defend it, but that is the context. It didn't land with me too well either. But
that song is still such a sorry.
So
still
good.
understand about the song.
It was more like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh.
It's another one.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
It's another one where you kind of like scream the lyrics when you sing it sometimes.
You
you're
have
really
to.
feeling it, Because
she is screaming towards the end.
Yeah.
Like, that is at the top
like,
of Taylor's range.
Oh my gosh, I can't.
At the time. Her voice is obviously higher now so re-recording is amazing.
Yeah, it really is.
But that was like highest level sort of like her stuff. You were looking at me.
I also like the metaphor of her like toward the end when she jumps off of the cliff, because it's like, okay, she's like fully in this relationship.
Yep.
No matter what no matter where she might land.
That's called
ironic considering the song that comes next.
That's called commitment.
Again,
ironic considering the song that comes next.
And the video was shot in New Zealand when she was in Auckland for the 1989 World Tour.
Beautiful. How hard do you work that on your day off?
She's like, I'm going to go to New Zealand. I'm going to go I'm going to go and film my video there while I'm on tour.
Yeah.
She loves what she does.
Does anyone have anything else or?
Nah.
So next we have all you had to do was stay, and the liner note for this one is they paid the price.
Again, ironic considering like she was all in and then this happened.
Yep. This one is our track 5. I would say personally, I feel like this one is one of the more mild track 5s, especially coming off of All Too Well. It's definitely a different vibe for the follow-up, but
agreed.
It's also like the sound is upbeat.
Yeah.
Which is unusual for a track 5.
I was gonna say.
And it's like a different kind of sadness. Like it's sad because you can tell that she's totally invested in the relationship and he's not. But it's not like that tradition. It doesn't sound sad.
That's what I was trying to getting at, exactly that, because it feels triumphant even if it's a clear loss.
Yeah.
It almost feels like I know where I stand with this, and that's more important than compromising myself for the thing that you can't even stay for.
Yeah.
Which is nice. It's a level of maturity that she finally breached, I guess, at this point.
And I feel is arguably the most telling of her personal growth and her true personality.
Yeah.
Like in real life. I feel like that mirrors her actual real life. You know what? I'm not gonna stay in something or hold a torch for something that the other person clearly can't commit to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
glorious.
Not my favorite track 5 though, I will say.
Oh no, me neither. If like I had to get rid of a track 5, this might be the one
this probably would be one of the ones up for that.
Which, by the way, remind me, what are the other track 5s by comparison?
I had to think of this. All Too Well.
All Too Well. Dear John, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm keeping that.
But you see what I mean? Like, it's kind of
White Horse, maybe.
I think White Horse is also
that I can ditch for this.
I'm trying to remember what it is from debut.
Honestly, I can't remember, but
fair. Of the track 5 so far,
Drops in My Guitar, maybe.
That I can get rid of.
I see that you're trying to get rid of all the
with the exception of All Too Well and Dear John. I gotta say, because there's something about how this thing even opened. So again, me with my Sonic, like already I'm dead. So I'm practically like it's that Simpsons meme where they're like, stop it, he's already dead. This comes out and it's sort of like the stay, and then it's sort of like fades in, and then suddenly it's like this guitar riff, and then it's this skittery and then syncopated sort of da 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 da. I'm like, what? What is happening? Like that was sort of like the assault for me. So I sonically, and even from and I love me some self-awareness. So
I like. Speaking of lyrics, then self-aware lyrics. One of the parts I like best is where she's like, "The more I think about it now, the less I know." And then all I know is that you drove us off the road. And I'm like, "Ooh, are we self-aware about this relationship?" Like I know she knew where she was.
Also, quick correction: the debut track 5 is "Cold as You."
Then even more so. Like this is never gonna beat like All Too Well for sure.
No, this is not for me. This is not one of the ones that I would be like a track 5. Yes.
Yeah, for me personally, never gonna be Dear John, but it's close. It's close because Dear John is petty and I love it. But Shining Like Fireworks Over Your Empty Town is my favorite line, one of my favorite lines of all time. But there's something about the self-awareness of the song and the strength of it and the certainty of it. I'm like, yes, this is exactly where everybody needs to be. Yeah. And sonically as well.
This makes me feel like we should at some point at the end when we like wrap things up, we should just rank the track 5s. Because I have a feeling that would be a very interesting conversation given the track 5s that are coming.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because one of them is my favorite.
Listen, track 5 on Rep, one of my favorite songs of all time also. Track 5 Lover.
My Tears Ricochet.
Yeah.
Come on.
Tolerate It? Are you kidding
Tolerate
me?
It. Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Like okay, I'm gonna create
the only other one that I'm kind of like okay with is So Long London.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I
actually don't feel like that should have been the track 5. I feel like it should have been LOML.
Yes. But anyway, we're getting distracted. But we should definitely do that.
So we're gonna do track 5 Thunderdome.
I think we should do that.
The end. It's gonna be like Dragon Ball Z. We're gonna like pit everyone against each other, and it's gonna be like
we'll do a bracket.
In the spirit of the Super Bowl, we're gonna pit the teams up against each other, and then we'll see. All right.
Actually, just because I feel compelled to say it, I feel like the only reason that So Long London was track 5 instead of LOML is because it was about Joe, and Joe was a longer relationship than Maddie, and Maddie was LOML.
Absolutely fair. No, that's great. No, but yeah, we definitely should do track 5
Can't wait
Thunderdome
to do that.
because and start with this is the significance of a track 5. This is how everybody is.
It'll be so fun.
Get ready to rumble.
That'll be a sad research.
We can just be like.
No, but and we can do it like it's Drag Race as well. It's like start your engines, ladies. It's both Drag Race and an actual Drag Race. We'll see who gets ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Anyway, back to all you had to do was stay. Is there any other fun facts about that song that you have, Kristin?
Let's see what I have. Taylor said that it was inspired by a dream that she had. She said, I was having this dream that was actually one of those embarrassing dreams where you're mortified and you're like humiliated. And she said, in the dream, my ex had come to the door to beg me to talk to him or whatever. And I opened the door and I went to say like, hi, or what are you doing here or something, like something normal. But all that came out was a high-pitched singing that sounded like stay. And she said it was almost like operatic.
This does sound like a very
no, but see, even and again, this is my musical theater background coming in because I love the art form. Stay, the way she sings it, the backing vocals, right? It's both. It's like all you had to do was stay, but then there's still that part of her screaming stay, as which is the mortifying part, right? Because again, the amount of self-awareness in this song is so
that's
yummy.
True. You know what? You're just making me appreciate it even more, because I do appreciate that now that you mentioned it.
Yeah, because it's both.
So
like two things can be true at the same time in certain contexts, and here it is. Yes, I did want you to stay. Otherwise, I wouldn't be screaming it in the back of my head. But also, all you had to do was stay, but you didn't, because people like you fill in the lyric. Here you are now, right? Like,
calling me up.
It is cool. Like, she said that she wrote the song specifically to use that sound.
Yeah.
I love that.
And like the second that she woke up from that dream, she recorded it into her phone and then wrote like around that sound.
I love that so much because again, that's like, for any psychology fans out there, that's your id, just screaming, stay. That's the point of this whole thing.
She's so in
you
touch
didn't,
with hers.
I wanted you didn't, so I can't, I didn't want to. It's all about the word stay.
Yeah.
And that's the id. The rest of the song is just your ego and super ego. Just like,
I
these are my
admire how in
organized
touch
thoughts.
she is with that. Because like that's why it comes across so honest in her songs, because she's so in touch with
I'm
that.
gonna write writing from subconscious as one of Taylor's like skills. Like on her resume, she's like, I write for my subconscious.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I have the ability to make my subconscious make so much sense for the whole world. What a talent. If that's not magic,
Lord.
I don't know what is.
My favorite lyric in this one, I have two. Like the first one is, people like you always want back the love they pushed aside, but people like me are gone forever when you say goodbye.
Yeah. And that's true. There are some people who are like, you have no second chances. I'm not a second chances kind of person. And I respect that. I'm clearly not one of those people. But but I respect it.
Yeah.
I respect that there is but we've closed that door and that door stays shut.
Right.
Like if we block somebody, they are blocked.
And that actually ties in very well to my second favorite lyric, which is, why'd you have to go and lock me out when I let you in?
I love that lyric so much.
Oh my God. So go figure, at Thunderdome, I'm going to have a hard time pitting this thing against Dear John because while Dear John is petty and beautiful, there is so much more self-awareness here, which weighs heavier for me.
I was gonna say it depends on what you personally find weighs heavier for you.
Yeah, and more importantly, while All Too Well will forever be magnificent in terms of what do I All Too Well is very raw and young. This is like, you know what? I know what I'm worth, and I tend to prize that. So while I love All Too Well as a song, who shall I give the crown to by my standards? This is going to be so hard.
It's going to be really hard, especially, I'm telling you again, especially given the track 5s that are coming. Oh,
so
no.
yeah,
right. I feel like
like
it's going to be emotional turmoil trying.
Yes, basically.
Number one.
And as readers, isn't that what we live for? Like,
pretty much. You got to have feelings, or it's not fun.
Why? Yeah, this is all for the feelings. Other favorite lines, Kristin, because I have one as well.
Kristin
Those were my two. Yeah.
Because I'm petty, and because Dear John is
because I'm petty.
Because this is the only line that is, I feel like, smacks of petty, but also I am standing for my morals and my standards and my personal beliefs.
All right.
Let me remind you. This is what you wanted. Too much?
Yeah.
Did I share how I truly felt? Okay. So I live by those lines because I am exactly that kind of petty. It's kind of like, ooh, let's not forget. Nobody gets to play victim here because you wanted this. So if you're sad, it's on you. And I love that line. I want that tattooed on the shirt.
You don't get to tell me you feel sad.
Yeah, 100%. Like I feel like that's the pettiest line of this whole thing because everything else is just facts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one and this is where that's why and then even the lyric, even melodically, let me remind you this. Like that wasn't just like me just like enunciating. No, that's like in the time.
Yeah.
That's a time signature. Those are the notes. That's how long you hold the note. So if you make that spoken,
yeah.
Oh, I love that so much. More than any breakfast I've ever cooked or eaten globally.
I like that there are certain words that Taylor revisits and how she can create something different, like a different meaning for it, because All You Had to Do Was Stay is such a different vibe than Stay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, how cute. Stay is cute, and we're gonna be together forever. This is like,
Although that song cracks me up now in the context of her and Travis.
I mean,
oh, absolutely, yeah.
Like, I'm literally like, can we just revisit that for like 2 seconds?
She just like, she's Cassandra.
Yep, basically.
Saw it first.
Again, not escaping the witchcraft allegations at this point.
I mean, she's 89 and he's 87. Like,
please don't hurt me.
Can we?
Anyway,
all right.
Anyway, moving on. You know what? Appropriately, the next song is exactly what we should do.
Shake it off, guys.
Oh my god. So
this song is like essentially the antithesis of Mean.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because Mean sort of like pontificates on just like, oh, this is so unfair, this is terrible, I'm gonna do something with my life because of this, and you're just here. It's just like, nah, I don't care.
Yeah, it's like, you don't matter enough to me.
But the best part, but it's not even sort of like an angry. It's more just like, oh, because we got other things to do.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get right into it.
Do the hidden message first, Kristin, I think.
Okay, so the hidden message is she danced to forget him.
Oh, did we do the hidden message of all you had to do?
Was there hidden message? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it was They Paid the Price. I think so.
Yeah, we did. We 100% did.
Yeah, but I do love that this one is she danced to forget him.
She danced. Oh, girl.
And literally took that seriously with the music video too, but we'll get to that later.
This one is the first single from 1989.
This is the one.
Makes complete sense.
This is how she announced the album, isn't it? Isn't it the one where she had like a live show or something in August, like you mentioned earlier? And then because you know why I remember this? I was on my phone because I was at the office and I knew she was announcing something. So I was on my phone, had my earphones in, and I remember hearing Shake It Off for the first time. I was like, oh my God, this direction she's going in is literally my bread and butter.
Yes.
As a pop girl, obviously. So I was like, I so vividly, my office is exactly the same. I sit in exactly the same spot. So it's kind of funny to me just thinking about this now, because I'm like, I know where I was. And it was, you know what it was too? It felt like a birthday present because it was in August.
Oh, there you go.
So I was like, yes, it was a perfect way. Shake It Off. Let's talk about the song, shall we?
Yeah.
So, Kristin, any initial thoughts?
This song is just so, like, it's such a good song to listen to if you're feeling annoyed at other people. This one is like on my, exercise motivation workout playlist. And despite like how many times I've heard it, how definitely overplayed it is, it's not a skip for me. I still love it.
Same. I never skip this one either. Unlike Welcome to New York.
Yeah.
This one I don't actually skip that often.
This song has 3 choruses, which account for half of the song's runtime. And the first chorus is 24 seconds. The second is 36 seconds. And the final one is 48 seconds.
That's amazing.
Shake It Off is said 36 times in this, Shake It Off is said 36 times in the song, and Shake is said 70 times. And the song goes completely silent at 2 minutes and 42 seconds for a second before going into that last chorus. So it was just a really interesting way. And then also, like, we talked about how Out of the Woods is very repetitive, and like with that anxiety, and like this one is it's also very repetitive, but it's like dismissive. So it's again like a different way to interpret, I feel like, anxiety, which is what the song is born from.
Agreed.
And it sort of like being able to deflect is such a powerful like tool, even in a toolbox, right? Where you just want to ground yourself and like, no, let's not, like there's like dwelling is one thing, and you can, but if you've analyzed everything and you've walked through it and you've felt your feelings and stuff, now it's just time to sort of like get with the rest of your day. And there are some things that you should shake off.
Agreed.
What my experience of Shake It Off, and I never can internalize Shake It Off for myself. Like it's never like which is interesting to me that, people will identify with Shake It Off for themselves, because my experience of Shake It Off has perpetually been, that's Taylor's life. He's shaking it off.
I mean, valid.
And inviting people to the dance party.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have that relationship with Taylor's music in that a lot of the times I feel like if she's writing meta for like, we know she's never going to tell them, because that's her, like, I'm going to shake it off. I'm going to, because I think in some interviews she would say people have commented about how awkward she is when she dances and all that kind of whatever thing. And she's like, but I want to have, and I love this about what she said, but I'm having more fun than everybody.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And and that is something that is hard to fake. We saw that at the Grammys again, where she is just having a great time.
I love her at award shows. Okay. I live for her being at award shows, especially
she's
music.
having the time of her life.
What's lovely is that the people who have called her fake for being like, joyful and jubilant for other people are quiet because she's still doing it. And it's the exact face. That is hard. She has got to be some kind of crazy sociopath to be able to pull off that level of, because that's what like serial killers do to like mask themselves.
I'm sorry, the serial killer.
And those guys slip because they kill people and they go and they meet their end. But with somebody like Taylor, no, that's really who she is. And you can see like she was dancing with Jay-Z's like champagne bottle.
Oh my god, I love that. So iconic.
She just took it. I just like, do it. That is
having a good time.
In my head, I'm like, girl, that was not on your table when this thing started. And then I'm like, Jay-Z. You know what I mean? So to me, Shake It Off is Taylor singing about her life, and I'm just invited to the party.
I like it too because like Shake It Off as a track, sort of like in line with what Kristin said. For me, it's like an encouraging track.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely motivating, but it's also like so fun to just dance and sing along to. And this applies to whether you are listening to it at home on your own, or you're listening to it at a party with other people, or you're at her show and she's singing the song. It's just like the instant you hear it, you just can't help feeling like you're swept up in that. And this is more in line with what Macky was saying. It's like you're so swept up in how much fun she's having. You're like, I'm going to go and have fun too.
Yeah.
It is the one song that I have seen literally every single person at a Taylor Swift show know. Like,
oh yeah,
from the parents to like the little kids. I'm like, this is the one song everybody is guaranteed to actually know.
Yep.
Like without question. And I love it because it's such a universal feeling when you're surrounded by people who are like, yes, let's shake it off. Let's all shake it off. It's such a vibe. Like it's a solidly positive vibe, despite the fact that the song is a big, like pretty much F you to like anyone trying to bring you down. But like the vibe itself when you're in that song or you're listening to that song is so positive. It's so fun.
Agreed.
It's the horns section for me. There's like a thing.
Yeah. Which didn't she say like she did not like horns and she was like, I do not want horns. And then when they were writing it, she's like, and there was a horn and I was like, there's a horn, but it ended up being perfect.
It worked so well.
Honestly, without the horn section, I think is where she kept it because she's smart enough to like understand when something works, regardless of her personal tastes.
Yep.
I'm glad she kept
and
it.
And it really
that's what honestly, that's what differentiated this from any other pop beat that I feel was out there at the time, and even to this day, where you can marry her pop sensibilities with this particular musical treatment and instrument.
Yeah.
It set it apart, and
Absolutely.
I think gave it its personality now.
So true.
Any other thoughts? Because I do have a hot take
on this song.
Yeah.
Interesting. I have like a couple more fun fact things.
Okay, go for it.
So the song was inspired by a piece of gossip that Taylor read about herself, and she was quoted as saying that like it came from a place of like, you're irritated that I'm being myself, so I'm just gonna be even more of myself. Which is like the same spirit as Blank Space, I feel like.
100% the same spirit of Blank Space. Only a little closer to home because she danced the entire, which is a good segue to the thing. But yeah, because she's just like, you know what? You hate this part of me? Well, guess what?
Yes. And then this one had like, I mean, this one was so popular, so iconic. It won Billboard Music's top streaming song, and it won iHeartRadio's Music Award for Song of the Year. Won the People's Choice Award for Favorite Song. It debuted at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. And it was Max Martin's 18th #1, placing him as the 3rd ranked songwriter with the most chart toppers on the Hot 100, just behind Paul McCartney and John Lennon, which is crazy.
That's wild.
And then I remember this, like this was fun, but the song was used in a 2015 episode of The Big Bang Theory, where Sheldon listens to music to bring his anxiety level up. And he tells his roommate, Leonard, that he had Taylor Swift in there too, but like because of that, but it turns out that he loves her. And then when Leonard like walks away in disgust, Sheldon says, Taylor was right. Haters gonna hate.
I love that pop culture illusion.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
And then several artists have actually tried to sue Taylor over having like similar lyrics in the song, but judges have ruled that player is going to play and hater is going to hate are too commonplace of phrases to be copywritten.
Yep.
Oh.
So what's your hot take before we talk about the music video?
So who here loves the Spice Girls?
Oh, I love the Spice Girls.
My hot take is that the bridge of Shake It Off is this generation's bridge of Stop. In that, every Spice Girls fan, and even people who aren't Spice Girls fans of that generation, know you got to keep it down, honey, lay it back on the line, because I don't care about the money to go. That entire thing, everybody can do in their sleep.
Yeah.
I'm already singing the rest of it in my
ex got his new girlfriend.
She's like, oh,
it's this generation's Stop.
Yes.
Because everyone knows knows that line.
That's what I'm saying.
And I would argue that while Stop has a nice sort of like, benign sort of like, it's a general thing, there's a little more stank on my ex-girlfriend.
She's like, oh,
there's a little more, there's some angst there that makes people just yell it and sing it a little louder.
That's true.
Because and you'll know this at karaoke, to anybody who's ever heard Stop at a karaoke, everyone rallies around the bridge of Stop. It's like, oh my God, here's that part here, and everybody does it. It's that times 700 for the bridge of Shake
That
It
makes
Off.
sense to me.
And I can never take it off without thinking of everybody knows this. That's anybody.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. People who are not Taylor Swift fans know it.
And people bite into it. Like you can't just really lean, and the drunker you are, same multiplier. The more alcohol in your system or anything in your system, the more you're gonna really just fella over there with a hella good it's very important.
I love that.
Very, very
we didn't talk about favorite lyrics too, if anyone has any.
It's
very repetitive, but I mean,
I like that.
Go ahead.
The one I like is I'm dancing on my own. I make the moves up as I go. That's one of my favorite lines in it.
I like
it's like I got this music in my mind saying.
Oh, I like that too.
Right. I like that.
Lovely. Because it's meta Taylor for me, like singing about her life. I'm lightning on my feet. That's what they don't see. Lightning on her. Obviously, she's not alluding to. I mean, she's being sarcastic about her dancing, but she's also alluding to what is it? She's also alluding to how she's quick on her feet. Like she's quick. She's not. She's not slow to get what everybody's saying, and people don't see that I'm actually quick. Warranted, well meant.
No, I love it. I love it.
Yeah. All right.
Music video?
Yeah.
Music video.
I enjoyed this video so much. It has no story, right? It has but it's just so fun.
Very fun.
It's just like watching her be really awkward at all these different kinds of dance. Is the best thing in the entire universe.
And people, again, which is hilarious because everybody who had criticisms about Shake It Off were sort of counterspelled immediately because I can't hear you over me shaking it off.
Yeah.
What criticism did you say about I'm shaking what? It's sort of like its own sort of built-in Uno reverse sort of card.
I love it.
Because people did complain about so many things about the video.
Yeah.
And that obviously lost the point. So serves the purpose again.
Right.
And every genre, Taylor is I'm just going to be as terrible at dancing as I can while having the most fun.
Yeah. And
it's people who can actually do this.
No, and it's sweet too that the way it ends is her dancing with fans. It's her and her fans, people who are just randomly chosen.
Because the point is.
Yeah.
Oh my God, beautiful.
There was actually so as you said, it was fans. There was actually a fan that was uninvited after they leaked the invitation.
Well, because you're not supposed to.
I don't know why you would do that. That's the biggest mistake of that person's life.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Can you imagine?
Yeah, it's trust, right? You understand how these things are supposed to go, and I'm sure there were instructions.
I was gonna say there's probably an NDA in there.
Yeah, and then you break faith and you break trust, and she's the kind of person who closes the door when you say goodbye or whatever.
Ooh, also random. I really like her base outfit, the black one. You know the look she has with like the black, like it very Audrey Hepburn, very classic.
So
Love
perfect.
that look so much.
I feel like that was there to establish dominance.
Yes.
Wouldn't you say?
And then you juxtapose that against all the unseriousness of all the other looks in that video.
She's like, yeah, you all think I'm this, and you're probably right, but guess what? I also am. And then that black Audrey Hepburn thing, I'm like, and that was the one thing. It's a
Never
showstopper.
go out of style.
Yeah.
Red lip classic.
Classic.
That is the red lip classic thing that we all like in various
Yeah.
degrees and ways. So I feel like, yeah, that was Taylor going, by the way, the cocoon is gone.
Yeah.
These be my wings. Do with it what you will.
I feel like that's an outfit that she's performed in many times through many
Yes.
eras.
Yes.
And
it's also a very New York outfit because it's
well,
you know.
that is Taylor's sort of, oh my god, it's her like, you know, debut on the world stage.
Yeah.
Post like cocoon, post like, you know, I'm shedding the trappings of youth and embracing this new thing that is in me, and
So fun.
you know, insert all butterfly lore about liquefying your like entire being, and suddenly just this new thing emerges, and that's what this entire sounds, you know.
I mean, I
is.
like too that you can read into the and I think Kristin might have this on her list. It's like all of the different dance styles she chose, they reference something in pop culture.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like very clearly. Like it's really obvious. Like my favorite
Swan
obviously
Lake?
is Black Swan specifically.
Black Swan.
Is the ballerina because I think it's so funny. But I like you know the breakdancing for Step Up, the sort of like electronic stuff for Daft Punk.
Daft Punk.
Yeah.
You know, like she had the cheerleading for like, you know, the song Mickey. Like,
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah.
That I just love that there's like all of these little random things that you could sort of see as pop culture ever. The breakdancing for Step Up, the movie.
That is
Yeah.
The twerking for Miley Cyrus.
Yes. The thing about like the cheerleader too, I feel like it's another, like we talked about before, how some people found this to be alienating because of who she was becoming. And earlier on, we have her, she's not the cheerleader, she's in the bleachers, and now she's the cheerleader.
Yeah, no, agreed. And you know, that's again very meta. And that is the fantasy main character's journey of, you know.
Yeah.
She's too busy having a good time.
Right.
I also I love her cat sweater in the beginning.
Oh.
Yes.
That's like so unapologetically her.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
That's her brand, Cats.
Yeah.
Cats is her brand. Don't you think?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean, the cats will come into play a little bit later too, because we'll talk more about them at some other point. But like, let's be real, cats are part of a brand.
100%.
Oh God, am I gonna have to watch the movie Cats?
No,
you don't. That's okay. You don't have to. Like,
I was like, we didn't even watch the movie Cats.
Like,
if you really want to, I'm pretty sure someone just cut her part, like the main thing that she.
And that she.
did.
So the only.
Oh,
thing
good. I'll watch that.
Because you can watch that, because the only thing good about Cats, for me personally, nothing but respect for Andrew Lloyd Webber. And some of my favorite songs of musical songs of all time were penned by Andrew Lloyd Webber.
I was gonna say, just not necessarily all.
I'm not a big fan of Cats, you know, and that's fine.
The musical, not the animal. To be clear,
but she did write.
Yes, the new song she wrote
with Andrew Lloyd Webber, and I think in terms of like what cool things have you done in your life? That's gotta be
cool.
We have to talk about that one.
So eventually, when
okay. Speaking of shaking it up, I'm gonna shake it off a little. Take a tiny break, and I will be right back.
Okay.
All right. So I think now's a good time to sort of like go on a little break. And
yeah, that sounds good. I'll put up our little break sign. We'll be back, want to say 5 minutes?
Yep.
How does that work? Okay, cool.
Perfect. There we go. Oh, I love this. That's gorgeous.
Thank you.
This is great. Oh my gosh. That was fun. I'm glad that we have not dulled our sensibility. If anything, I think we're a little more on edge.
I think so too. I will be right back. I'm gonna answer a text and actually eat a cookie. I'm pretty hungry.
Alexa and I at least have had some level of breakfast.
That's good.
Are we on break?
Yeah.
Literally, you melt really. I've been holding that for a good 20 minutes.
My turn.
Yeah. And I knew the next one would be long. That's why.
And we are back.
We're back.
We're back.
Huzzah.
Hello.
Lovely.
We're back.
This is incredibly therapeutic for me. So
I'm enjoying myself.
Thank
I
you.
hope everybody else will enjoy it when they watch
tagging.
it.
Like,
I
know,
know. I
I'm-
was like telling family, I was like, "Oh, I'm so excited! We're doing our next like Taylor Swift live show," and they were like, "Is that going to be like 5 hours again?" I was like, "Yes."
Yes. Like no doubt in my mind.
what else? And we're holding back. Like
Like we're
that's
actually,
not even-
I was telling Macky, like, and I'm sure anyone who's watching this who has watched the others, this is actually surprisingly coherent for us. Like all
Mhm.
three of us, I think we're actually doing quite a good job
I think so too.
staying on topic for the most part.
Yeah.
Conveying our thoughts in as brief a form as we can.
Yeah, otherwise it's just gonna be just me screaming. Like that's the only like just how do you
Just insert a meme of you
and
screaming.
if you study the screams long enough, you'll know, oh, that's a midnight scream, or that's a 1989 scream.
That's fair.
That's a red scream. That's an all too well scream. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
barring that noise, literally, this is as organized as we can get because I think there's joy in organization.
Yeah.
I think we're fairly organized.
Yep.
Anyway, okay, next song. I Wish We Would.
Yes.
Ha.
The code is he drove past her street each night.
Back to the car illusion, which is also true of the song, right?
Mhm.
I feel that's so cryptic. Like it's such a heavily layered. Like some message, like some of these secret messages are like bull's eyes, literal, whatever. Here, I feel this is just like, is this an allusion to how he just never could like land, or like he missed her the entire time? Like he just couldn't, just missed it. Is I feel like with this, or intentionally just drove past it, like it was right there.
Yeah. I feel
mean,
like there's also a lot of like on this album in general, just talking about being on someone's street, and like they
Yes.
each kind of had their own turf. They each were pretty popular in pop
Yep.
culture. Like Harry obviously is from London. She's in New York. So it's like, I feel like street is
Yeah.
like a metaphor too.
Yeah,
For just,
no, I think that's a pretty good take also.
Which I feel like that's what I feel immediately grounds every Taylor Swift song for most of us who love her stuff, because I come from like the Lilith Fair sort of like generation where it's like high like poetry set to like croony music
Yes.
and whatever. So there's a lot of just insane allegories and poetic kind of, but with Taylor it's like, well, this is like outside all of this pain, and then she'll hit you with something that is actually poetic by like traditionally of the old style.
Yes.
So that sort of like creates this whole, we're grounded, but then bam, there's that sort of like effect. So
Yeah.
I have never like experienced anything like that coming from that sort of like Sarah McLachlan like Sarah McLachlan has a song, her literally the lyrics are "the world's on fire and it's more than I can handle." I'm like, okay, where else do you go from there?
Where, because the world's on fire.
You know what I mean? Like there's no, and I love that song to death, but then this song opens with "It's 2 a.m.
Mhm.
in your
Your
car."
Mhm.
You're like, oh my God, how many people have had 2 a.m. conversations in a car, right? That's a lot of us.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the song ensues.
I mean, I think the other thing too that makes this album so, like, she was able to write so much for it is because the whole relationship is on and off again, both the actual romance and like this relationship she's having with the paparazzi and her fame. There's
Mhm.
like good things about it, there's bad things about it, and she kind of has come to the point where she's recognizing both. And I
Yeah.
think "I Wish We Would" is another song where it's like, I wish things had gone differently, but I know they won't go differently because we are in the same cycle yet again of like, we have all the good stuff, but then there's this bad stuff, but then there's this good. And I find it so interesting, and I wish you would, because it's like, obviously you never, well, most people anyway, don't go into romantic relationships expecting them to fall apart. Like that's not what you want. You're here for like an actual relationship, right? You're here for the happy ever after, the happy together, not for the, oh, we're gonna fall apart,
Right.
So it's not out of the question to have those feelings of like, I regret some of the stuff I did, I regret some of what happened to us, and to be able to have her write a song where she looks back at that in that way is just so good.
Yes.
That's all I have to say about that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, like the song is very like nostalgic for the past.
Yes, that's how it feels.
And speaking of nostalgic for the past, it is also nostalgic of her past writing styles and themes. This feels like the old Taylor. This feels like Red Taylor,
A little
honestly.
bit, yeah.
This is not the city girl who is like, you know, having like this. This feels as scattered and as, you know, sort of like frenetic as I Knew You Were Trouble in terms of just like the feel of it. So it feels like this is like her pre the growth internally.
Yeah.
So naturally, I sort of tuned out a lot of it, and it would have stayed on the shelf like that I Knew You Were Trouble would have stayed at.
Yeah.
But the sonic vibe to this thing with a skittery. With the skittery lyrics, and the pre-chorus, or was that the chorus?
Which part?
No, it is the chorus. I wish you would go back. That skittery, syncopated like thing is, to me, I'm like, I don't care what you sing. More of this. I will listen to 9 minutes of this just because it's such a vibe, and then it goes up and then it goes down, and then there's an angst to it, which I totally vibe with, and it's their fault. Check. Love it. That's my thing. It's still your fault.
Yeah. One thing that just like popped into my brain right now, like I had written a note and now I've just like made a connection that I don't know if it is, you know, my brain, but she says, headlights past the window pane, I think of you, which I thought was funny because in Style she says, midnight, come and pick me up, no headlights.
No headlights, yeah.
But this one is headlights and it made me think of you. So I was like, that's like an inconsistency, and I don't know if that's on purpose because the relationship was inconsistent.
Ooh.
Or is it maybe a possible, like, I wish we could be more public about this? Like, I wish we had the luxury of like not having to worry about keeping it a secret, because it's also possible to interpret it that way.
No, absolutely. And in either interpretation, I feel, especially it ties to the whole what is it? Headlights, and he passed her street, right?
Yeah.
I feel like this is in keeping with having feelings for real deep feelings for somebody who will just, with the full lights on, announcing his presence, not acknowledge you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And really just drive past you and live their life and like nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like none of the non-headlight moments ever existed.
Yeah.
It was terrible. So I feel like either way works.
Yeah.
And it's in theme because I will think of you when you're living your life and you're out in the open and you're shining.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And I'm just here.
Yeah.
And I wish you anyway. So
lyrics. There's one line that I particularly love in the song, and it's "We're crooked love in a straight line down," which is one of my favorite lines that she has ever written. Just because it's really so evocative. It's just evocative of the exact relationship they have.
Oh
right?
God, I love that line.
I'm just like,
see, that's what I'm talking about. The oomph of, oh, that was insanely poetic, and I like, what? As opposed to, it's 2 a.m. we're in your car. All right, cool. Nothing too overtly.
Groundbreaking.
It evokes a poetic moment of
but
like
2 a.m.
a reality.
is such a common thing for her to say in her song. She's always talking about 2 a.m.
There's something about like it's midnight and past it. There's something.
There's something in the air.
Beautiful and whatever fantastical about that. Yeah. But the fact she goes, "We're at crooked love in a straight
line down."
What?
Yeah,
ma'am, what turn of phrase is this? This is whiplash that I'm experiencing. But
I love that line. That's my favorite.
You gave me everything and nothing.
Yeah, mine is, you always knew how to push my buttons. You give me everything and nothing.
You give me everything and nothing is so unique.
Yeah.
It's so unique because if anyone knows what this is like, it alludes to a kind of love or a kind of relationship where somebody seems to have like given like almost all of them, but are completely unavailable.
Yeah.
And you effectively have everything and nothing. So that's such a like only so I feel like there is enough of us, again, it's a Venn diagram, this is not a circle, but there is a subcategory of Swifties and humans on this planet who know exactly what that's like.
Yeah.
And I am living for it. Like, I'm like, girl, you did not just call all of us out. What are you doing? Stop it. We're naked here. Just cover us up. You kidding? Don't shine.
She acknowledges it's crazy. The next line is, "This mad, mad love has you come running."
Yeah.
Well, but that's what anyway. But that's the component of it, right? Because it's different things. It's not just there's a madness to it, sure, but just that human reality of being completely unavailable and net I have nothing, even if I know you've given me everything. It is. That's just me.
You have fun. I have a feeling Kristin has some fun facts about this song.
I do. This one was written and produced by Taylor with Jack Antonoff.
Yeah.
Of course. It came about after the two of them bonded over loving the Fine Young Cannibal song, She Drives Me Crazy.
Okay.
Taylor loved the snare drum, and Jack said that he had just sampled a snare drum in a track. So Taylor asked him to send it to her, and she turned it into I Wish You Would. It was another song written to a track. Taylor told Rolling Stone that this song is about an ex who bought a house 2 blocks from hers, whom she implies is Harry Styles. And this is her 4th mention of 2 a.m., with the others being Breathe, The Way You Loved Me, Mary's Song, and of course, Enchanted.
2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. It's always 2 a.m.
2 a.m. is like Taylor's magic hour.
Yeah, pretty much. With lots of things.
I'm more of a 3 a.m. Matchbox 20 kind of guy.
Fair.
But 2 a.m. is awesome.
Yeah. I enjoyed the song too.
Yep.
Same.
Overall, go ahead, Kristin.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I feel like this one, like, it's a good song, but there's not too much to say about it. And the next song, I feel like we're going to have a lot to discuss.
That's what I said.
A lot to unpack.
Right, yeah, because I feel like the song is really just a roller coaster. Like, and it's the small kind where you're like, that was fun, we can do it again. Like, it's brainless enough that you can't really latch onto it so hard.
Yeah.
But there's enough twists and turns that you're like, ooh, that was nice, we can do that again. So I feel like that's sort of like the level.
Yeah, that's true.
And even then, this
enjoyable
is,
song.
yeah, it is a brief musing. So, all right.
Yeah.
I guess that means we can talk about the next song, which I'm sure we'll spend a little bit of time on.
It's going to be a little bit of
A
time.
lot of bit of time.
Yep. All right.
All right, it's time for Bad Blood.
Yeah.
Because baby, now we've got Bad Blood. Okay. Again, this is Taylor singing about her life for me, so I can't not.
I mean, it really is.
Yeah, but there's some songs where it's like, like there's some songs where she's tongue in cheek about like things. This is a little less tongue in cheek, I feel.
Yes, this is the precursor to, for me, Look What You Made Me Do, because let's be real.
And again, it's a little bit more. What's the word? No, it's definitely infinitely more public now than it was then. That this was about the Katy Perry feud.
Yeah.
That they have the beef.
That they have since.
The beef has been squashed. We're both people,
yes.
whatever. So I don't even want to necessarily get into too much of that detail, Kristin, unless you have some like juicier bits that were it wasn't known then, but it's now known now. But I think it started out with
a Rolling Stone interview.
Yeah, Rolling Stone interview. There you go.
Yeah, you can. Let's give the context,
yeah, you can.
Shall we?
If you could kindly.
So we can discuss
what notes do you have on this, Kristin?
So, like, after Taylor learned her lesson with the Jonas Brothers, she became more coy about telling people blatantly who songs are about. She obviously leaves us clues so people are able to figure it out. But for this, she was also adamant about saying, like, I never said who the song is about, but she greatly reduced the number of possibilities when she said in a Rolling Stone interview that this song was about someone else in the music industry and somebody who tried to hire out dancers from her world tour to their world tour, which there were only so many pop stars that were having a world tour at that point. And then we also got the infamous tweet from Katy Perry the next day saying, everyone beware of the sheep,
real,
or the Regina George in sheep's clothing. So that was very clear. Taylor had said that they had, been at events together, and throughout the course of their relationship, she was never really sure if they were friends or not. And like things would be like kind of awkward. And she said, but now that she did this, like, I just have to avoid her. I don't like confrontation. And like, that's it. We're done, essentially. But it was a feud.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. But I think we can talk about how the feud resolved better when that era comes.
Yeah, 2 eras from now.
But it is nice to at least say that 2 eras from now. But it's like, even if the feud did last 2 eras, 2 whole ass eras, it at least sort of like ended
resolved
pretty well.
itself eventually.
Yeah, very nicely.
You got this little banger and gem.
The hidden message is she made friends and enemies.
She made friends and enemies.
Which
perfect.
A perfect one, and it's also perfect when you think of the music video, which we'll talk about a little later, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I love Bad Blood. it's one of those songs. It's one of those cathartic singing experiences. I've already said, like, this entire album, you could pretty much like blast it and sing along a lot.
Yeah.
But Bad Blood is just one of those songs. Like, if you are feeling particularly angry
Yes.
or resentful, like it is one of those songs where you can literally just scream the lyrics and it'll just make you feel better.
I feel on my angry workout playlist as well.
Exactly.
I feel like so much of Bad Blood is reputation coded. Like
it's so reputation.
You know,
coded.
like I almost feel like if we can
and
rearrange.
We can say that in hindsight,
100%. I feel like we can rearrange all of Taylor's songs according to like era in terms of energy, not necessarily with the timestamp when it was released. And this is 100% in the like reputation for me.
Yeah, me too.
It gets better in reputation because there aren't that many. I don't remember any synths that I loved about there was no like synths that I'm like, oh my god, the thrumming bass lines, the 1980s thing. This is like like just drum beat, and I'm just like, what is this is who are you, like, who hurt you?
It also has the same sort of, you know, the other album, it could technically also have a similar vibe to Midnight's. If you produce it a different way, you could also fit it into it.
Yeah, because even the lyric,
the way you just did it with the melody, it sounds like Antihero.
The melodic, yeah, exactly. There's the melodic, the melody sort of like leans that, but
it is baby rap. Let's be real.
It is baby reputation, but no. And so for me, the biggest draw to this, the novelty would be just the actual, like, we're jumping the gun here with the music video, but that was for me the biggest sort of like draw.
Okay, I really low-key love this music video.
I do too.
Because I don't have,
it's a lot, but it's great.
So yeah, in which case I
guess maybe let's quickly do lyrics because I have a feeling that'll go much faster for us.
Yeah, and I'll do my 2 cents because I don't have that many anyway. Again, I tend to shelve songs that have very little sort of like, that sort of dwell on like the things that I don't want to dwell on. In this case, it's like the beef, and we were friends. But I have no, like, unfortunately, I have no like patience for like friendships where I like the minute you do something, my boundaries are up, and I'm just like, I just don't think about you again ever.
Yeah.
So for her to like write a whole song about it, I'm like, ooh, we're really reliving this. All right, I guess. Did you have to? I'm like, yeah, she did. Like, I guess, and now of course, I just would never think about it. So for me, I don't have any lyrics that stand out, though I'm sure there are some that are good. Go ahead. So the floor to the both of you.
So one of my favorite lyrics is obviously Band-Aids don't fix bullet holes. Because I just think that, and the continuation of it too, where it's like, you say sorry just for show. If you live like that, you live
yeah.
Which is another thing that she does reference in other songs, the whole ghost thing. They're like, but actually another lyric I really like, and I think it's partly because I've experienced it with other people, but in the remix with Kendrick Lamar, there's a part where there's a response where she goes, you forgive, you forget, but you never let it go. That is my favorite thing to scream shout.
Yeah.
It's so satisfying.
When the Kendrick Lamar like thing dropped, like the first thing I thought was, you're like, in hindsight, was you're an era early, dude.
Actually,
this is not the era. This is fun in the city. This is not fun.
It's so good.
Yeah.
You need leather for this time. By the way,
the video, which you'll get to.
I actually prefer the original song to the remix.
That's fair. I think when listening to it, I prefer the original song, and then I'll be the one to say that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with the remix too, but it's not necessarily my favorite thing to listen to. But yeah, that one line from the remix is literally my favorite thing to just screenshot.
But for me, I think when the Kendrick Lamar remix sort of like came out, I feel like that was, I think Taylor, the backlash had already begun, right? Like,
yeah,
because the backlash happened pretty quickly, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So for Kendrick to put all 10 toes down and go, yeah, I did that with Taylor. Bless, like, what an amazing.
That's true.
Because he could have copped out and just.
He could have just been like, I'm not going to do it.
You know, but no, for him to just sort of, and of course Kendrick today, right, and tomorrow. And tomorrow.
God,
so,
please.
Oh my God. Anyway,
we were just talking about how this song is rep baby, like baby.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Anyway.
We're getting back to the clown car.
Yeah. So for Kendrick, for me, that was the biggest thing for me. It's just like, okay, amazing that there's enough of a respect, like that the respect goes both ways. Because Taylor would never put somebody who she didn't like love and respect and enjoy.
Yeah.
But for it to be reciprocated with someone like Kendrick. That's it. That's all we need. Any lyrics, Kristin, for you that stand out before we go to the video?
Alexa said the one that is like my favorite with the Band-Aids don't fix bullet holes. And I also feel like the you say sorry just for show if you
Live like that, you live with ghosts.
That like I like it from so many angles because to me, like I feel like I also take it as a cautionary tale.
Yeah.
Yes.
There are a lot of situations, like even just like things that come up with like family or whatever, and like you want to keep the peace. So like saying sorry if you don't really mean it, like is that the best way to go about things?
Absolutely.
So yeah, I don't know. That line always really hits hard to me.
Yes.
No, for sure. And again, while I don't sort of like, because again, I try to steer away from haunted places, and I don't think of band-aids in a gunfight. So so I'm like, duh, Taylor. Yeah. Why are we singing about this? That's just facts. So that's sort of like my approach to it, because I am like conflict averse, not even adjacent, just like I'm not even gonna be so just run far away. So for her to sort of like stay in the scene, it's like, you didn't see that coming. They're terrible. Like, what? So hence I can't connect to it, and that's why the video I feel is just like, oh my god, this is candy.
Yeah,
and I need to see this movie or the series right now.
I guess we're going to talk about the video now. I love this music video. I think it's great.
agreed.
I love the whole theme of like they were partners and then one betrayed them, and now we've got the squad lining up so that they can, you know, face off at the end, although they don't really face off. I think it's very funny that Selena Gomez is the villain in it.
That is,
it was just so ironic, just given how close those two are. So much. I like when it first premiered, I remember being like, oh my god, this is such a great concept. And like not really knowing then who was going to be in it, and just having them all suddenly like pop up and be in these different roles, and I like the sci-fi spy feel too. That was such a good vibe for that video. I love the direction that they went with that. I think their names are hilarious. Like the names all of them shows for themselves.
Yeah.
Which I think is fun. Which I think is funny.
Oh my god, are we gonna run down all of them today?
Well, first of all, can we just appreciate that Taylor named herself Catastrophe?
Yeah.
And then like Selena Gomez is arson, and she sets things on fire at the end. So you know.
No, but it's not even spelled arson. It's arson, right? Like it's like a play on arson, and then the word sin. It's so over the top cheesy, almost Quentin Tarantino.
Well, almost all of them, right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Kendrick's is the only one that kind of sounds out of place because it's like something Welvin the Great or something like that.
Yeah.
It's literally just a few like limbs like torn off and gore away from a Quentin Tarantino film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love, and by the way, again, as a fan of this particular genre as well of storytelling, all the lore is there. Oh my god, it is a complete universe. The world building is exquisite.
Yeah,
it is. I would argue John Wick levels of lore of world building, because in that one music video, you absolutely know what the entire world is.
Yeah.
That you need to do a compelling sort of like action spy mercenary thriller.
She gives you all the elements. Gives you the situation and the betrayal. Then she gives you the team that she's forming and what they can each do.
Oh, and the fact
and then you have the confrontation.
And the fact that there is a moment there where Mariska Hargitay and
oh yes, we'll get down to that. Do you want to run down the list of characters then?
So we tell the story.
No, just run down the list of characters.
Okay, do you have the list of characters?
I do, but Kristin probably has it
please go.
No, well, I have all of the famous people that are in it, but I don't have their character.
Okay, if you give me the famous person, I will give you the name.
Perfect.
Go. Okay, so Catastrophe and Arson, Taylor Swift, Selena Gomez. Who is next?
Oh, and we already did Kendrick. So
and Kendrick Lamar. Did he have a name?
Yes, Welvin
the Great.
Wow.
So we have Martha Hunt.
She was Home Slice, which I loved because she had the sword.
Yeah.
All right, next.
Lily Aldridge.
Frostbite, which I also loved. Her costume was really cool with the
she was the only one. She was the only one sort of like in white.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Next.
Gigi Hadid.
Oh, Slazy. Please. Of course she was going to use that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, Carly Kloss.
Oh.
Knockout.
What was her knockout? Yes.
Because it was Taylor.
That was actually a good scene. Yeah, the one where they're sparring in the ring. Although kind of ironic, all things considered.
Why I'm on lesbian TikTok is not relevant right now, but on lesbian TikTok, there is no end to the conversations about Carly.
Yeah.
And that Carly's name is Knockout. because she's so gorgeous.
Yeah.
Moving forward.
Cara Delevingne.
Mother Chucker, which is very Cara Delevingne.
Yeah.
Oh my god! So I did not know much about Cara Delevingne at the time. Now that I actually do know who she
Isn't
is,
that funny though?
I cannot get over that. Of course, she would do Mother Chucker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Next.
Cindy Crawford.
Oh my
she was the
god!
headmistress.
So cool.
Okay.
Okay, to be fair, we have to pause for 1 second just to talk about the way she just like is the last person to show up.
Yeah.
And you're just like, it's Cindy Crawford. Oh my god.
Which, and again, in terms of world building, you didn't think that you would get the fact that they sort of like she was the last one to sort of like come in, right? You didn't think that it would get any more, I want to say, deeper into sort of like who are the seniors, the senpais.
Yeah, because you already had two.
Because you have like just tandem, like super meta, Ellen Pompeo and Mariska Hargitay coming through, and then to have Cindy Crawford, all time great, like as the headmistress.
Let's go.
I'm like, what is? So it's like dark spy, evil academia. What do you?
Honestly, someone needs to write it. Someone needs to write it.
I did this so bad.
But since you mentioned them, Mariska Hargitay was Justice, and then Ellen Pompeo was Luna.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love. Okay, so
and we're not even done with the cast.
We're not even done. Yeah, there's more.
Justice, because that makes sense with SVU.
Yeah.
But Luna, I think is so cute because come on, she's Ellen Pompeo is the original pick me girl, the way a pick me girl should have been. These days, that has been appropriated to mean something else. But from the words of Dr. Gray herself, right? She was the original. Yeah, and she was able to portray that in a way that she didn't want to die and kill herself in that sense because she loved how that was such a point of strength. And so for her to be like Luna, I'm the girl. Pick me. So cute.
It's cute. Okay. Go, Kristin. Who's next?
We did mention Selena Gomez.
Yeah, so Arson. Yep.
Haley Williams.
I was about to Crimson Curse.
Sure.
Ellie Goulding.
Destructa X, because she had the big. I remember she's the one with the torpedo.
Yeah, she had the.
not that torpedo. Sorry,
the rocket launcher.
Yes, rocket launcher. Thank you.
That was hilarious.
So random though.
Yeah. Zendaya, which was amazing.
Cutthroat. That was such a good name for her.
Yeah.
Zendaya, she's a.
And I like the way she
like
introduces herself.
I feel like because she's an actress, like she was able to put an extra spin to it. Full commitment to the
role. Oh yeah, it was so
full
good.
commitment.
Jessica Alba.
Oh, Domino, which was also a good.
Look, do not get my Dark Angel started. All right, I watched Dark Angel, loved it. That motorcycle, I'm like, girl, she's back. Anyway,
that was also a real surprise.
Yeah, it was. Haley Steinfeld.
The Trinity, which was also pretty cool.
Steinfeld.
I liked her setup with like obviously the three.
Yeah.
I love Haley Steinfeld so much. All right.
Lena Dunham.
Lucky Fiore. Which I still think is one of the.
You know what? Yeah, with the cigar.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, such a good name
that
for
tracks
that character.
though.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
And then I don't know how to say this, but Saria McNeil.
Oh yes, she was Dilemma. That was her name.
Okay.
She's one of the literally of the whole cast. She's probably the least recognizable. And I don't mean that. And I don't mean that in like a bad way, but like she was in a TV series, Empire. There's a TV series called Empire, and she was in it. She's also like a model. I think.
Yeah.
And she also does music. So she was friends with Taylor.
Sweet.
Fun facts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also, what I also like about the video? It's just so sharp in the way it's edited. Like everything is very sharp. Like from the part where she gets kicked out the window and like falls on top of the car.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, and even when they're all in the training area, like everything is it really is sci-fi spy. Someone write it. It's sci-fi spy academia.
No, but see, here's what's playing out in my head right now. So obviously it's a school because there's a headmistress and it's some weird spy academia thing. And then because of one rogue alumna, right? What's her face? Selena. She tears the whole school apart and creates sort of like this rift. And now it's the school against each other. And nobody's stronger than them globally.
It's so good.
What do you do when the strongest thing in the world is tearing itself apart from the inside?
So good.
Yeah.
Bloody beautiful. So
I love that song so much. I just enjoy that song so much.
I'm calling it right now. The headmistress bites it. Like that's how, because that'll be the point of no return. It's like when the one united everybody goes down, then it's a real, like, we don't know who's going to win. So it's going to be great.
Also, like, as a very big action movie fan, the video has references to Sin City, Tron, The Fifth Element, Lady Snowblood, Kill Bill Volume 1, Hunger Games, and Kingsman Secret Service.
Love this.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Yes. Honestly, I feel like next to style, we could do a style and just the like Bad Blood music video. Like, that'll be its own 3 hours, because if you break it down one by one, I do want to talk about all of those things and how they all made it there.
We should do that at some point. Like, pick some of the music videos and just be like,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Right? It'll be like,
I like how we're just coming up with more things.
It's like the 19. Like, maybe we can put it in the same episode as like the Thunderdome. Track 5 Thunderdome thing.
True.
So
it'll be like the most random things you can think of.
Because it's such a good breakdown.
Yeah, but Bad Blood is excellent. Such a good song.
Yeah.
Maybe we should write that.
Right? The sci-fi spy academia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I would read it.
I want to read it.
We should write it.
Oh, all of us. Okay.
We should just come up with the plot and then work on it together, because I bet you we could do it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We talked about Selena Gomez, but we didn't say that her look in the video does resemble a look that Katy Perry had once worn, which was obviously intentional as well.
Oh, God.
And then Selena went along and put 10 toes down.
Well, they're best.
Yeah.
Is
at
a
that
level.
Point, they had been friends for 10 years. That's like a whole decade.
Look, if you ask me to dress up as somebody who hurt you in a video where you have to kick my ass, I'll do it. So
they've always been, like, I love how they've always been so close. I was watching like a video the other day that I recommended to Alexa because it was really funny. But these people went through like a ranking of all of Taylor Swift's boyfriends, and this was a different video. This was like about all of the times that she's been petty, and it was really funny. But I hadn't realized that, like, at the Grammys, Taylor was like walking down a hallway, and like Justin Bieber was there.
Oh, I love this story.
She's like, real. And I'm like, girl,
you're the best friend.
She was young, right? But at the same time, there are cameras everywhere. That is an inside your face.
But she couldn't hold it in.
That's true. She couldn't.
That was a.
And while much can be said about Justin Bieber's own sort of like journey, who he was at the time and what he and Selena were to each other, obviously did not sit well with Taylor.
Well, yeah.
Or
it didn't sit well with either of them.
Either. So for Taylor to just go, and then I'm like, oh my God, how much have you had tonight? And
I love it.
Why is your outside face showing? She's not wrong. I'm just saying, don't show it where there's cameras.
Boy.
Also, actually, I didn't mention this before, but with the Katy Perry feud, in 2016, Katy Perry released a perfume called Mad Love, which is obviously
used to be Mad Love.
This is also the album that Taylor Swift started copywriting lyrics on.
This girl.
Feuder's gonna feud.
Gonna shake it off.
Yep. All right. I think that's about.
Oh, I also wanted to just mention, because so obviously all of these re-records were happening when Tortured Poets was being written and recorded. And there is a scene in the video where Taylor is laying on a table and she's in all white. And it just reminded me very much of Fortnite, of like the Fortnite video.
Same energy, now that you mention it.
It's amazing, yeah. Okay. No, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Referencing her own self.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Kind of great.
Did I talk about, I don't think I talked about like accolades for this song.
No. We haven't mentioned it yet. No.
Okay. So
you just mentioned the video one, I think.
Oh, did I? Okay, good. So let's see. Oh, well, you guys probably will like this, but Ed Sheeran wanted this to be the first single from 1989.
You know what? That tracks. It tracks.
Because Ed is at heart reputation coded.
Yeah, honestly. Actually, to be fair, I also think he's reputation coded.
Yeah. I mean, for all that he writes such a
Selena is the 1989 code.
Oh, 100%. But no, for all that he writes the most gorgeous, like purest love songs, dude loves rap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's some and dude loves like street like music that is sort of like thrumming, you know, sort of like deep, visceral, you know, whatever.
But it does not surprise me that Bad Blood, he wanted it to be
So
the
of
first.
course he's like, this is the one.
Yeah.
And sure that's it. This is it. You gotta.
I mean, I'm glad it eventually released.
I can't unsee it.
I love their friendship so much. Like
so this was Taylor's 4th #1 on the Hot 100, and it's Kendrick Lamar's first #1 on the chart.
Oh, that's precious.
It won for Video of the Year and Best Collaboration at the 2015 MTV Video Music Awards.
As it should.
Of course. I mean, there was no collaboration that is more like iconic.
Yeah.
It won the Teen Choice Award for Best Breakup Song and Choice Music Collaboration, which
I like how it's a breakup.
It's a friendship breakup. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
you do
could
that.
be all kinds of breakups.
Yeah. It was her second song about losing friendship after her duet with Colby Calais.
Yes.
And Bad Blood also reached #1 in Australia, Canada, Israel, and New Zealand.
Okay.
And it won the Grammy for Best Music Video in 2016. And she performed it with Nicki Minaj at the 2015 VMAs.
She did. And I think that was after they.
That was after they also.
It was a quick like interaction.
Very quick. Yeah, it was like a blip.
Yeah.
And plus there was a thing where
Taylor Twitter misunderstanding.
Oh, agreed. Yeah, and that because I think at that point in time Taylor was under like so much backlash had already been happening. So the smallest thing was, you know, you hit a point of sensitivity where even the smallest thing feels like, oh, now everyone's attacking.
Feels like
And I've seen it happen to people like in like real life and in private when there's just a lot of garbage. So the smallest thing can be misinterpreted by a person who's just dealing with so many things on all fronts. So I get that. But on a good note, Nicki did mention sort of like moving forward that at one point Taylor tweeted about one of her songs. And that song just leapt up, and she's been grateful for that.
That's the power she holds.
Exactly.
We have an entire mini show about the economic power that Taylor Swift actually has.
So for them to have that love for each other still, despite that 8-second blip, lovely. Just
beautiful.
Nice
to see, like, because we're following like Taylor's journey. It's really nice to like know now like where she stands with most of these people, like people that she really did have these feuds with. Like most of them were when she was really like young.
Yeah.
And so to have her come full circle and sort of like acknowledge things, sort of smooth things over, kind of have relationships with some of them, it's nice. It's nice to see.
Yeah, it is.
Just proof that people can change.
Yeah, and grow.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I am excited to talk about the next song too, though, because it's also one of my favorites.
In which case, go ahead, Kristin.
So Wildest Dreams, the code is he only saw her in his dreams.
I love this song so much. I mean, we've talked about nostalgia already.
Yeah.
This song is like the epitome of that. It's one of the two songs that I would say for me feels the most nostalgic on this album, because there's just something very evocative about how she describes this beautiful, passionate love affair, but it's all in hindsight now because she knows it's going to end. She knows this doesn't last forever. She knows it's going to be as nebulous as a dream. And what she wants him, and even herself, maybe as a reminder, to take away from it is the good stuff. It's like all of the times that we shared that really were at that time incredible. And I'm like, I love it so much. Okay. There's something very poetic about it.
But here's why I want to sort of like see this floor to like to the two of you, in that I obviously don't consume romance as much as we would perhaps like. And because of that, and because of just the nature, this entire thing is probably even a 3-book series of just this one torrid, insane love affair that was fated to like not be, or we don't know, is he going to come back for it or not? But that's the whole evocative element. And plus it's set to the, I'm jumping ahead of myself because the music video did not help at all in terms of like
it's
making this a little bit more. Yeah, because
classic.
And even the sound of it, like just that the synth is back and it's sort of like
very
creeping in, and it's like it's like ephemeral, and it's just very, very light. It's almost, the sound is almost gossamer.
Yes.
In its, right. The sound is almost gossamer in its look.
It evokes.
But the minute you put it on, it's heavy, and so that's not what I like listening to per se. But I've only really just started to like it when I understood the story context of it and appreciate it. Because in my head I'm like, oh, I don't consume this stuff, so there's this aversion to it. So I want to, like, as romance readers who actually love this stuff and it's chock full, I'm excited to hear what you guys think about like what are the overlaps with the romance tropes and that you guys immediately like pinged or saw that you're like, oh, this is why we eat this stuff.
Secret relationship, obviously.
Yeah.
Right? God. That's one. It's also like that trope sometimes that you see in romance where like to escape, especially celebrity romances, right? To escape, they go somewhere more secluded. Because the beginning is like, let's get out of this town.
Yeah.
Drive out of the city, away
from the city.
Again, cars and driving. We're back to that. Like it's very evocative of that too, where you're like, I'm gonna keep this part of my life private even though I'm celebrity. So, celebrity romance, there we go again. It's, I don't know, the song for me is just, it just has almost the same magic as style, but in a different, I guess, arena from it, if that makes sense. Because I just find it so poetic.
It is very poetic. I like, it also stays true with like earlier songs. It shows like how she's really become jaded about love and relationships. Like she says, I can see the end as it begins.
Yes.
Wow.
And then also like she says, you know, like, say you'll remember me staring at the sunset, which also makes me think of I'll stare directly at the sun, but never in the mirror. Yeah. Like kind of doing what he did wrong, but maybe not looking at herself.
That is grade A analysis. Oh my God, that's amazing.
And then also, like she says, red lips and rosy cheeks, which is, I got that red lip classic thing that you like. I really like this one, but it is a slower song. It's not one that is like a repeat favorite for me, but I don't skip it. I listen to it for sure.
Yeah. This is one of mine. I will not skip it. Speaking of illusions, another one is like the way she describes him in the song is very James Dean. It's like, he's so tall and handsome as hell. He's so bad, but he does it so well.
Yes.
I'm just like, so we're going back and re-evoking this image.
Rebel without a cause.
That's so good. Yeah. And like, it's just, to Kristin's point, I like that it is very clear that she is in the same through line. Like, the relationship was lovely and it was magical, but it also realistically was just never going to be, because it like, isn't there a part two that goes like, nothing lasts forever?
Yeah.
She's also saying, but at this point it's getting good now. Like, it's getting good now. I love this song.
It's very beautiful.
Yeah, I just love the imagery in it, because I think she just did such a good job painting the picture, and then she did a good job tying that together with the video she decided to shoot for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't love the video, but I do love the last, like, you know, minute or whatever, or less than that, 30 seconds.
At the premiere.
Yeah, at the
premiere. I like that part too.
It's not my favorite of the 1989 videos, but I do like that it tells a story and that the feeling of it matches the feeling of the song for me. Where it's very like, I'm an old Hollywood and I am this famous Hollywood actress and my co-star is this hot dude and we're going to have some sort of relationship because we can't avoid the chemistry, but also bad idea because that guy is actually married. You know, you know what I mean? Like it's But my favorite scene is actually also at the premiere, like towards that part. That part is my favorite as well, because I don't know. For me, that's like, it's closing a chapter. Do you know what I mean?
Right. And I love how he's like in the rear view mirror when she's at the end.
Yes, the symbolism is so good.
Hot dude was cast as
Scott Eastwood.
Yes.
That was a casting choice that I was like, excuse me?
So while I was never the biggest Clint Eastwood fan, just because I just was never exposed enough to it, and the only movie of Clint Eastwood that I've really, really watched was The Bridges of Madison County. Totally different story. But there is that evocation of this. Exactly. There's a parallelism in the real world of Clint played sort of like somebody who was in Taylor's position, where there was this lady who was married and would not leave her husband for him in the end. And now Scott Eastwood is the guy who will not leave his wife for her.
This was also like right on the tail end of him just having done a Nicholas Sparks movie.
Yeah.
This is the year The Longest Ride came out. To be fair, love that movie. I thought it was great. Stressful as it was. So that was the only reason I actually knew who he was. Specifically.
Yeah. I did not know him, and I only
no idea who he was.
researched and knew he was Clint Eastwood's son. Was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's literally how I knew him as until Longest Ride, and I was like, oh, I know who he is now. And then when he appeared in the video, I was like, oh,
but just
choice.
the image that you know, in the silhouette that he cuts, right, as a human being, and a pretty good looking.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's perfect for that role.
That you want old Hollywood like that.
That's very classic features, classic.
You know what I mean?
Bearing.
That is as close to Rebel Without a Cause you're gonna get, and to have that kind of like semi bad boy Marlon Brando kind of, you know, James Dean sort of like,
and like the fact
energy.
that they set it in like the savannah.
Yeah,
really.
That was the part that sort of like, I'm like, really? Like,
well, because you know, it was one of those things where I'm like,
Dr.
oh, she decided
Zhivago,
to really go big or go home, right? Like she's like, I'm gonna do this really grand epic thing, and I'm like, animals, okay.
Yeah.
But in which case, I will say that last part, even if it's just in your wildest dreams, that ad lib of Taylor's, I'm like, oh, okay, girl's still singing, and I love that because it ties into the desperation and the just the raw emotion of that situation. I try to steer clear away from. I don't want to live there, but this song is all about that, so I'm just like, ugh, why are we here? And I drive away. But I love how that emotion is captured by that ad lib. Like, I want to sing it. You know, there's just something, as a singer, there's just something that just, I love that part's yummy, because it ties straight into the very sort of like core of the thing.
And I like that in this one, she's like, well, I'm acknowledging that this is something I'm not going to forget in the future, but I'm betting you will probably feel the same way. Because especially with the bridge where she's like, you'll see me in hindsight, tangled up with you all night, burning it down. Someday when you leave me, I bet these memories will follow you around. I'm like, girl, you tell him.
No,
you tell him.
No, because, and I feel like this is one of Taylor's, and I don't know if she's ever alluded to this again. We'll probably discover as we move along, whatever. There's something about, I know, Kristin, you and I, were we ever team Dick and Babs, or were you team Dick and Corey?
Oh no, Barbara all the way.
Exactly.
Like,
so you and I are team Dick and Barbara forever. Full stop.
Yep.
However,
Corey,
I've only understood. Corey, who? I'll tell you who. It was only until
I do love her in her own right, just not.
Just not in that context.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
But it was only literally the past, I want to say 3 or 4 years, when I finally understood why Dick and Corey. I finally understood it. I'm not necessarily for it. It's just, I get it. There are some relationships that are just so literally visceral. Like, it is pure chemistry. And that in itself is as rare as the kind of bond that Dick and Babs have.
But that's why it's so
in terms of comparative rarity, it's apples and oranges. But in terms of, this is an apple that grows at the top most of the mountain, and this is an orange that grows at the bottom of the sea, and was only gonna like pop out at moonlight. You know what I mean? It's, the rarity is comparative, even if it's apples and oranges. But that's what Taylor is alluding to, I feel, in this, you're gonna remember this.
Well, yeah.
Because this that we have tangled up with you all night, that's gonna follow you around. I know that, you know that. It's almost her kind of like staking her claim that you're never gonna get away from this, because you're never gonna have something this unique, because nothing like this exists. All no two love are the same, blah 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 blah.
Well, that's why she could immortalize it in this album. She could immortalize this entire relationship because it's that rare.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, because it's something different and something.
All this to say, that must have been some pretty insane, like, sex.
Yeah, pretty much.
All to say, in so few words, that was an incredible, insane time. So, you know, whatever.
Right. More power to you.
More power to you. We're going to talk more about the explicitness of that as the songs go along. But
the next song is not explicit, which I find very funny, because it's like it's almost a complete turnaround. But any other fun facts about Wildest Dreams, Kristin?
Yes. This I thought was funny. So Scott Eastwood, he said that his agents advised him not to take the gig, saying that they didn't want him cast as Taylor Swift's boy toy, to which he responded, I would love to be Taylor Swift's boy toy.
Oh, man. Yeah, you know what? That, again, stock rising.
Right?
Right.
Good. Excellent.
All the proceeds from the video were donated to wild animal conservation efforts through the African Parks Foundation of America.
That's glorious.
And then this I also really liked. So the name of the actress that plays the name of the actress that Taylor plays in the video is Marjorie Finlay, Marjorie being Taylor's grandmother.
Yeah.
And the actor played by Scott Eastwood is Robert Kingsley, Robert being Taylor's grandfather,
So cute.
and Kingsley being Scott Swift's middle name.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. So I just thought that was sweet. I like how she is always very family centric.
That hits home. Thank you for that. That was amazing.
Yeah. Oh, and then also just, I don't think we said it, but just talking about like the playing with sounds again, like this recording it's a recording of Taylor's heartbeat throughout the song.
Was that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, they sampled her heartbeat?
Yeah.
Girl, how good was Harry?
Right?
Girl, I am so sorry.
I'm sorry. This is just feeding me into the Delulu thing where I'm
How?
like, if they ever decided to collaborate, the entire universe would just fall apart.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm like, what? Even if it has nothing to do with it, my God, your heartbeat, girl.
So cool.
It is. It's really cool.
And then this song, there was an orchestral cover of it on Bridgerton.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and it's beautiful.
And does it not fit
That's
like
what
a
I'm
glove
saying.
with the
Yeah.
Bridgerton treatment on Netflix?
So good.
That same level of histrionic drama?
Yeah.
Perfect. Like, does it snow at the North Pole? So far, yes. Anyway,
moving on to How You Get the Girl. This is probably one of my least favorite songs on the album.
I have a story time for this also.
The liner note is, then one day he came back.
Okay. My story is that it also used to be one of my least favorite songs on this album. And I would still say it's not like top for me, but the thing is I have like a soft spot for it because our brother-in-law loves this song. This is one of his favorite songs.
Yeah.
Like literally, unironically, he point blank has said this multiple times that this is one of his favorite
and I have insight to that as somebody who has pursued girls and failed them. This how my mama raised me.
Yeah.
That is like for me, this is like, oh, this is my national anthem in that sense. This is my anthem as anybody who wants to pursue a girl. We were raised like this. So of course you would. It's like, oh, all rise. It is now time to swear allegiance to how to get the girl. That's
yeah.
So as girls, I would have said like, well, duh. Why are we talking about?
It's very it's really,
it's didactic, but to the wrong audience. You know what I mean?
It's interesting because of the placement on the album, because it comes right after this like sweeping Wildest Dreams song, right? And then it comes right before another slow song.
So can you imagine the whiplash? The whiplash of just like Wildest Dreams ends and she's belting and it's over, and then he goes,
yeah, exactly. This is what I mean. Like all of a sudden you get this very like peppy, upbeat, like, oh, here, let's like,
so we're done with sweeping drama?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also like that it opens with a ghost illusion and a rain illusion all in one go.
That is my first note.
Shaking from the rain.
Exactly.
Okay. Which is why it ties in so well with like the tour performance of it.
Yes.
I think that's one of the other times that I appreciate the song so much when I'm watching the tour, because it's just so cute. Like she really leaned into that. It's got a very rom-com feel.
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
It's like that moment after the breakup where like whoever who took the initiative in the breakup comes back. It's basically like
it's back to fluff.
Yeah.
It's would we say that so far it is the fluffiest song on the album in terms of track listing?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know that anything gets
like
fluffier than
fluff
this.
as in Warm Fuzzies
romance. Let's say like
yeah.
fluff. Like there's some fluff on this shelf somewhere. I don't know if I'm pointing
in
the
right
point
higher, you'll probably nope.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, that's good. So I feel like this is, and I can't until further notice as we go through this journey, I think this is the fluffiest song so far, maybe ever on 1989.
I like how the chorus of the song is reminiscent of Wedding Vows.
Yeah.
I want you for worse or for better.
Yeah.
I forever and ever. I put it back together.
Yeah.
That's actually my favorite lyrics, by the way.
Yeah, mine too.
which brings up, like, for me, an interesting question about songwriting, in that, is the entire chorus "I love you" all the way to "That's how it works so I get the girl," or is that the pre-chorus? But it's not, because it's not. It can't be the pre-chorus,
and that's how it works.
And that's how it's where it's how you get the girl.
Yeah.
That's the chorus, and then "I want you for." So it's the whole. It's almost kind of like a two-part chorus.
Yeah,
because because it goes, it ends with, and that's how it works. It's how you get the girl. You know what I mean? So it's like it's like two choruses. What's happening?
Mm-hmm.
Chorus 1, chorus 2, part A, part B, whatever. So it's wild, and I like that. It's ear candy, and I like it. Oddly enough,
yeah. I like it too. There's
saccharine.
Some very intense synth sounds in the song as well.
I love that.
But I enjoy the song. Yeah.
I love all of the synth in this song.
And
again,
it's a fun one.
Skittery, but also kind of sing-songy. So I like that.
Yeah, it's a fun one because it's the other aspect of where her stand on relationships is at this point, right? Because like she is jaded, but she also still has I can have this rom-com feeling.
Oh my God, that's such a good thing. Yeah, because there's some jading to it because it obviously didn't work out.
Yeah.
But it's very sort of like, it's almost kind of like dumbing it down.
It's like, let me explain to you how this works.
Yeah.
You know, I want you for what you don't get it, but that's how it works. That's how it's almost kind of like, I'm dumbing it down for you so you understand. And then the lyrics sort of like skitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Syncopated. And then she sort of like goes back to just speaking how she feels. I love this song. So
I actually have a direct quote from her that is like in that vein. She says, it's written for a guy who has broken up with his girlfriend. Then he wants her back after 6 months, but it's not going to be as simple as sending a text like, sup, I miss you. That won't work. You need to do all the things I say. Like you need that grand gesture moment, essentially.
Yeah. Yep. Again, fits in perfectly in my rom-com assessment.
Yeah.
In some therapy sessions, that's called restitution. Or an equal, if not greater, amount of garbage that you put somebody through.
That's true.
Yeah.
In proportion. So, boundaries.
This song was also, it was teased before the release of 1989 in a Diet Coke ad that featured Taylor's cat, Olivia.
Oh, I love Olivia.
Me too.
Well, I love the cats.
Oh my God. I just had a whole, like, what if somebody did a whole supercut of Bad Blood, but it's all just cats?
Oh my God, stop.
It's all just cat, like all of it's cats. And then actual Meredith and Olivia are like Luna.
Catastrophe then.
Catastrophe.
I'm just saying.
Oh no, Benjamin's gonna be Kendrick Lamar's character.
In the chair.
And yeah. Anyway.
Oh, you know what? I don't know if we said the liner note for this one, but it's then one day he came back.
Makes sense. Lines up with the track.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't actually have much else to say about this song, although I will have something to say about the next one.
Yes.
I live in the next one.
I love the next song so
much. The next
much.
song is so good.
Anyway, it's This Love, obviously.
So before I like hijack this thing for the next 7.5 hours, I will just say these 3 things, and then you girls can get to it because I will not stop. As much as I love the big driving, thrumming sort of like bass line that is also a synth, played by a synth, this has that, and there's a delay, and there's like a dum 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 dum, like there's a cadence and a frequency to it that you can actually program in time and quantize to the actual beat. And so to bring my favorite sound and then slow it down over this sprawling, gorgeous, luscious, like I want to say even lyric and melody and whatever. I live in this song to this day. I like. There's nothing I love, and I know it's been like done in sort of like whatever, and has been debuted I think for ahead of the Taylor's version, if I'm not mistaken.
Because it was on the Summer Return Break, which I'm sure Kristin will mention.
So
later.
Even then, and I want to start, and we did talk about it with style, but there is something intrinsically different about the first mix of 1989 versus the actual Taylor's version mix that some people have found flat. Yeah, and I understand both sides. This song has survived the translation.
I think both versions are very good, to be honest.
It was beamed up perfectly. Every molecule rearranged and set in place. It was magnificent. But that sonically, the treatment of Taylor's vocals when she sings, and it capitalizes on her mid-range and her lowest tones. And it gives it, and they mixed it in an airy kind of way, so it brings out the rasp in her voice that blends with and I'm just like, where are we? Is my thing. Completely otherworldly. But this pretty much killed me again. I was like, everything else, fluffy, fine, and I'm like, now I'm dead again. Like, just weird.
It's like, okay. I also will try to say very briefly things about it so that Kristin can actually give facts about this and her feelings. But first, I really like the hidden message because I do think it ties in with the song so well because the hidden message is timing is a funny thing. Second, I love that this one. So I've always thought that this one feels the most like a diary entry. It feels the most introspective. She's really looking at this relationship. There's a very nostalgic, dreamy feeling to it. And then I learned pretty early on that this is one of the songs, or I think it's the only song that she wrote all by herself. Like this is just her who wrote it, not produced it, just wrote the lyrics and everything on this album. And I love it. I think that her use of the ocean imagery for it is perfection. I think that it's one of those songs where when I listen to it, it immediately gives me ideas for other stories for, because it's one of those songs. It's like it triggers something immediately. I'm like, it's not just Taylor's relationship, but it's like fanfic fodder.
Yeah.
That's how I call it when I'm like, I listen to something, I'm like, oh, I could write something about this.
Yes.
I love it. I love the sound of it and I love the lyrics of it. It's such a good song.
Agreed.
I'm sure that Kristin has fun facts for us.
Wait, to nobody's surprise, this is number 4 of my all-time favorite Taylor Swift songs.
Oh, I could see that.
And Tortured Poets is climbing up that ladder. I don't think it's going to dethrone it. So, yeah. Kristin, please take it away.
So let's see what I have here. Oh, I do like how she says too, like tossing, turning, struggled through the night with someone new, like about like kind of being uncomfortable with change and like getting used to something different. My favorite lyrics in this one are, "This love left a permanent mark. This love is glowing in the dark."
Oh,
that's just like, it just hits so hard.
So much.
And then also my second favorite one is, "When you're young, you just run, but you come back to what you need."
I love that line too.
It's so good. Like, because you need to go out and explore, but then you like realize like what it is that's important.
She let it go and it came back.
And also just in Silent Screams and Wildest Dreams, like
Wildest Dreams.
Love it. I do have, it was featured in The Summer I Turned Pretty. And let's see. Oh, according to one of the Lover Diaries, Taylor wrote the song on October 17th, 2012, which was 5 days before Red was released.
Anyway.
They dated then.
Yeah.
Or were sort of dating then. The song is just another one of the ones in the album that I find very cinematic. And it also feels like poetry in a way. Yeah. And I think that's why I'm so drawn to it. But I do think it is funny just going from like Wildest Dreams and then How You Got the Girl and then this. I'm like basically doing this.
Whiplash.
Oh, are you kidding? And again, Raised on Lilith Fair, right in the pocket. Absolutely right. Exactly where I live. This is on my street and I do not drive past it. I live here.
But it's for me, this is one of the best songs on this album, like hands down. Yeah.
We still haven't gotten to my favorite song, but we're getting close.
We're getting there.
Okay. If there's nothing else, we could always roll right into the next one.
Yes. So our next song is "I Know Places," and the code for this one is "And Everyone Was Watching."
Listen, I will say, and I know this from years of obviously being in a group of people who love Taylor Swift. I know it's an unpopular thing to say that I love this song, but I fucking love this song.
I love this song too.
Like, I think it's so good. I think everything comes together so well. Like, the metaphors and imagery she uses, the sound of it, the entire like feeling of like you're being watched, but you know how to avoid scrutiny. Like, it like the song itself embodies the sentiment of this sentiment, and I think it's a magical thing when those things are combined.
Hot take. This is like romantasy.
Yeah.
Before romantasy was a thing.
100%.
And go figure, you too low. I love this song so much because in my head I'm like, ooh, I don't like this. I don't read this kind of stuff. But then I'm listening to it. I'm like,
no one can convince me now that we cannot apply this song to the Night Court and Resend. Okay?
Yes, because that's exactly what I was thinking.
I was like, I know places.
This is where they live,
and they'll be chasing their tails, trying to track us down. I mean, let's be real. Let's be totally 100% real. That's what it is.
Right. So again, this is this is romantasy before it became a thing, because of just no love on like in real life is that kind of desperate. So you know what I mean? Like that's why we love, but it is, but the feeling can be. Like no one's out to get you, but technically in this context they are. So to make that more palpable, of course, there's like, you are the foxes.
They're the hunters.
They're the
We're
hunters.
The foxes.
Yeah.
This is its own thing. I feel like this is its own, like, does this not scream Wild Hunt?
Yeah, pretty much.
Can you imagine, like, she's got a mark on her from the Wild Hunt, and the dude is like, I don't know, either high ranking on the Unseelie court or high ranking on the Seelie court, and now they're on the run.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so, you know what else it makes me think of, Kristin? You'll know. The moment in Once Upon a Broken Heart by Stephanie Garber where they go into the hollow.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, it's very specific. But yes, to your point, it's a very romantic leaning song. I do like the foxes imagery.
I love it.
I think, well, I was surprised. That's actually not.
Nobody here does not love foxes. Literally no one. Population 0 people here does not love foxes.
But there are a lot of lines I like in the song. Like I also like the "Love's a fragile little flame; it could burn out."
I love that one too.
And then it's like the whole imagery of like they have their cages, they have their boxes. I'm like, and they're trying to make you fit in them or capture you in them.
Yeah.
And then I just like the way it sounds when she goes, "And we run."
Me too.
There's just such like a wildness to it, and I think it's so fitting for this song.
So I feel like there's like it's like a mix of like an excitement and a frustration.
Yes.
This is like a fun combination.
Yes. It gives like a very specific feeling when you listen to it. And I enjoy it so much. I like it. This is one of my favorites also.
Mine too. I also really like the line, like, right. I mean, the whole line, like, they are the hunters, we are the foxes, and we run, but also just grab my hand and don't ever drop it, my love.
Oh, I love
that.
Again, romantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can only get that kind of high stakes. Like no one's running after you. Like unless the mob is involved or like whatever, like or you broke the law. There's no way anything's gonna be that insane in real life. So set in a fantasy setting, chef's perfect. My God. Like and it's probably just me projecting, but to me it's fake coded.
Yeah, it's also very us against the world, right?
And
like it's like let them say what they want, we won't hear it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like it's and then they take their shots, but we're bulletproof. I'm like, literally, it's us against the world. Okay.
Yeah. Soliloquies I'll never see.
Pretty much. Yeah, but I love the song. It's also one of my favorite.
Me too.
But I'm sure there's a few more fun facts about it that Kristin probably knows.
I don't have too much. I will say too, though, we also get the green eyes references to Harry.
Yep.
But
the dead of night with your eyes, dead of night again with your eyes so green.
Yep.
Listen, baby girl put her heartbeat in Wildest Dreams. I'm not over
that. This one, Taylor said,
it was the dead of night, but y'all was alive, I'm sure. Mythologicized. Amazing.
Anyway, sorry, continue, Kristin.
So this one obviously was inspired by difficulties faced in a relationship when being followed by the paparazzi. And Taylor said that she just felt like no one would want to sign up for a relationship with her, knowing like how many cameras would be pointed at them.
Makes sense.
And she sent Ryan Tedder a voice memo the night before recording. And about like just explaining the song and playing it on the piano.
I heard that one. Yeah,
that was one of like the bonus things.
Yeah, it was.
I can't remember
one
which
of the bonus ones,
but it was so good. Mm-hmm. I also am fascinated by that when she shares those things because it's just so interesting to hear how she's building them.
Yeah,
especially when she's collaborating.
Yeah,
so good. And yes, unsurprising. Of course, I like it because it's a Ryan Tedder song.
Same.
This is unsurprising, but that song is so good. But what a place to leave off.
I know.
We get to the very end of like the original album.
Yeah, and then is Clean on Deluxe?
No, Clean is the last.
Oh,
song.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought that was. Do you either of you have anything else about I Know Places, or do you want to go into Clean?
We can go straight into Clean.
I love Clean.
I love Clean too.
The code in this one is she lost him, but she found herself, and somehow that was everything, which is the message. in the video. Yeah.
This song is it's so good.
It's so
and
beautiful.
It's the perfect album ending.
It really is. It's like, it's about how hard it is to like get over someone. And I love like the imagery of the flowers dying of thirst, like rainfall as a metaphor for washing away the memories. And then also like this one again, because I'm still connecting. Like she says, "You're still all over me like a wine-stained dress.
Yes.
I can't wear anymore." Made me think of the burgundy on my t-shirt when you splashed
yes. Anyway, I also love all the imagery in the song. Like, you know, she references a lot of going without or a lot of destruction, because like the butterflies turn to dust, the drought was the very worst.
Yeah.
Which postulates a question that we might answer someday in the days to come. Is this what happens after Lord Take Me, My Drug Is My Baby? And I'll be using
that is the next thing that I was going to say.
Right there. See that? That's where we're from.
Shh.
This is one of like, I feel like this is one of the first songs where she really does equate love to like to a drug or to being drunk.
Yes, as far as I can recall.
When she says 10 months sober, I must admit, just because you're clean don't mean you don't miss it. And then like in the future, we see other lines like, I was a functioning alcoholic till nobody noticed my new aesthetic. And if I'm going to be drunk, might as well be drunk in love. I love how she, and obviously, Reputation. So I love that. I love like, this song, I could listen to it forever, like just on repeat. It's just so good.
It is so good. Like there's just something about it, right? It closes the chapter on something, right? And I love that it still continues that through line of this was something worth immortalizing. There was a set of feelings here that was super passionate, super strong, and there was so much good in it, but now it's time to move on. Do you know what I mean? Such a good ending. Such a good ending. I know Macky has something to say about it.
I have so many things to say. I am just trying not...
Why don't you tell us your favorite cover of it? Because I feel like you tell everyone this story, so you might as well share it here.
Okay. So you dragged me into it.
Sure.
No, Kristin, I don't know if you've... So Taylor recently, I think it was probably pandemic-ish times, Taylor received some award, and of course you can't really receive anything like in person that much, etc., unless you really, really arrange for it. And as part of like the award-ding ceremony, they got Sarah Bareilles. Yeah, I'm gonna send you the video later to perform one of Taylor's songs as part of like, here's your award, you're awesome, blah blah blah. And then for Sarah to mention a little bit before playing that, she couldn't hear Taylor was gracious to her because she couldn't hear like the music too well when she was called up on stage, I think, during the 1989 tour.
Yeah.
So still relevant. And Taylor would just helped her sort of like move through it. And she was so mortified, but Taylor was just like super kind about it. She missed the key.
Oh, yes.
So she was singing off key for like the first couple of notes for Brave. She then proceeds to Bareilles-ify clean with just her piano.
It's
and
so
Kristin,
good.
I am telling you right now, you just got to listen to it, and
I'm so excited to
and join the rest of us who have died by its blade.
It's so good. Like just the way she did it was so good.
Which means, and all this to say, sometimes a song will stand by itself, regardless of who wrote it. That Sarah Bareilles' treatment of Clean is proof that Clean will survive any kind of decent and well thought of treatment and arrangement, because it was just her piano, and the melody is so solid that even if you play around with it, it's still going to hold.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And Sarah did some interesting note choices when she did hers. So why? Because the very melody and the essence of the song combined with the lyrics sort of like anchors you to the entire vibe of the song, which is again this recovery, this
felt very Lilith Fair.
Yeah, exactly.
The way she did it.
So the fact that we have, and again, it alludes to sort of like the women singer-songwriters who have come before, and how they all sort of tap into this ethereal sort of like place of, this is what life is, and this is what my experience is, and this is how I've recovered, and many of us have shared this journey, and now it's our song and it's our journey.
Yeah, I love that.
So I'm there crying. I'm singing it like every so often, like when I turn the piano on and just like play through it.
Yes.
So highly recommend it. We will send you that video after this.
Yeah.
But yeah, no words can be. Oh, and last, you probably have this in your notes. Taylor co-wrote this with Imogen Heap, right? And there are blog posts by Imogen herself, I think, or in interviews of Imogen, where I think this was at the height of, or rather, people criticizing Taylor for, having co-writers and whatever, and everybody thinks that she's just one of those, brand type artists that have an army of songwriters at her beck and call.
Yep.
And Imogen's like, nope, I barely had to do anything here. I added my bit, of course.
They recorded, I think, in her studio.
And they recorded in her studio.
Like, studio.
And I think for the re-record, it was another phone call. Image is like, "Would you want to redo this thing?" And she's like, "Fuck yeah, we're gonna do that." And so to have somebody as respected and to have the same sort of like gravitas as Imogen Heap go, no, she's the real deal.
I love that so much.
Which makes this song even more precious in that sense to me personally, because haters gonna hate, but then Clean comes out. Come on. That is an aggregate.
By morning, gone was every trace of you. I think I'm finally clean. What a lie.
Oh my God. Anyway.
And look, it's morning now. We're not in the wee hours of it. It's actually morning.
That is true. From a time
perspective, we're now.
In 1989, it's just like just the 10 o'clock onwards, all the way to
much.
like dawn is what happened here. So,
which I love. I love Clean. Such a good
song.
I
love Clean so much. Taylor said that this song is specifically inspired by the moment when she realized that she was totally over a breakup, and it was when she was walking out of Liberty in London. It like hit her that she'd been in the same city as Harry she didn't say Harry, but we know, for 2 weeks, and like hadn't thought about it. And when she finally realized, all she thought was, I hope he's doing well, and that's it. And then the first thing that came to her mind was that she's finally clean.
I am going to cry. All right.
Listen, I like that. Like, I could write their messy romance. It's fine.
I know.
Wrote itself.
That I would read.
Right? It wrote itself.
Yeah.
But yes, I love Clean. It's just such a definitive way to end the story.
Yeah.
Because that's also where the liner notes end. Like, it ends there.
Yes. Yeah.
So it makes sense.
So good.
Does this mean we're gonna roll right on into the original deluxe tracks?
Yes, we are. We're going to kick it off with Wonderland, which I love.
How literary.
Yes,
we're back to a literary reference.
Us book girlies.
It keeps giving romantasy, fantasy, like fantasy YA, right?
Yeah.
I
has extremely overt allusions to Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland.
Yes.
And also, I love how Taylor is a blonde girl in a blue dress during 1989.
Yes. That's true. Oh my God,
that blue dress on a boat. Okay, anyway. And that blue dress was on a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we get ahead of ourselves. All right, Wonderland ladies, take it away.
I like Wonderland. It's not necessarily, it's one of the ones that I occasionally will skip. Just because like sometimes sonically I just don't feel like listening to it, especially after Clean. Like if I'm listening to the album in order and Clean is the song right, but sometimes I'm like, I don't really feel like
Wonderland is not a good follow-up.
Well, because it kind of takes you back into the tizzy, right? Because it's back into the, intense relationship, and it's like all of this stuff. But it does have one of the lines I think is really fun. Didn't you calm my fears with a Cheshire cat smile? Because like,
that's also my line.
Just the way
that is Harry's smile.
Yeah. I'm just like, just the way that I'm like, how the juxtaposition of like her feeling calm when she sees that sort of smile, when that smile is literally the smile of a trickster.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? I'm like, this is literally writing itself again. It's writing itself.
Oh my god! That's who the Wild Hunt is hunting, and the person that they're running away with the whole time was the trickster god.
Stop.
Or the son of the trickster god. Does that exist right now? Is there like?
I'm sure it exists.
I'm sure, but is there like a sort of like a romance right now between somebody and either the demigod child of a trickster god or the trickster god themselves, the actual trickster?
I'm sure it exists.
Yeah, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I feel like romance has just exploded.
Someone
yeah.
But I am loving this idea because this song could run parallel to or is in the same universe as I Know Places.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same romanticy.
Actually, now that you mention it, the character in the Once Upon a Broken Heart series is kind of
there
like that.
You go.
Yeah, actually, yeah,
Jackson's
that's true.
Like, you can't really tell.
Yeah.
It is on, so it kind of fits. But yeah, I enjoy Wonderland. I like the literary reference, obviously. I like that she uses a lot of the obvious imagery in it.
Same.
Do you know what I mean? Like, falling down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
To being mad or going mad. The Cheshire Cat.
And also fun, like mad is a very English word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once again, the Brits.
And I also, and also like she says, didn't you flash your green eyes at me? So again, Harry.
Once again.
It was a treasure cat.
But I think the song has like a weird sound to it. And it's like perfect because I feel like Wonderland really captures like what a bizarre little universe you get caught in when you're in love with someone else.
Yes.
That like no one else really understands.
That makes sense, actually.
And then also, I feel like I have to mention it, but I don't like it. There are a lot of like theories online that people say that this song is actually about Diana Agron and that Taylor had a relationship with Diana Agron. I guess Alice in Wonderland was like one of her favorite books or something. But I think it's Harry. I think Taylor at her word for
agreed.
And things.
And it's too close in theme and essence as I Know Places. So
I think so too.
Yeah, and I think like we said, like the Cheshire Cat smile, like you just see Harry Styles' smile when you hear that.
Yeah.
And the green eyes and everything. Like to me, it is Harry without.
Yeah, nope. Same. I'm on this is a Harry Styles song.
Sorry, yeah. It's just for the people who read like this kind of stuff. I mean, sexy Cheshire Cat. Yeah, totally. 100%. That's it. That's it.
You know what? I'm sure that actually exists somewhere.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, are you kidding? That's in the pocket for us again.
In fact, there's probably one where it's like a harem.
And
it's the entire Wonderland.
And Kristin, at least it's not a wolf.
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm so tickled at that. No, because there's a lot of like alpha, whatever.
Yeah.
What do they call it? Omega-verse type things. And
yeah.
that's fine. It's its own thing, sure. But this one's a cat. All right, sure. That's a breath of fresh air, right? No. So they'll just tip things over.
Yeah, pretty much. I like how this conversation has devolved into this.
And at least they're terrible.
That's true.
Like you just know that it's a cat. Like they're not gonna respect you if they don't have to. They'll love you dearly, but that's it. So I love cats. It's my favorite thing. All right.
I also for lyrics, I like the lyric, it's all fun and games till somebody loses their mind.
That's a good line.
That.
I feel like it kind of just perfectly encapsulates the song.
Yeah. I think so too.
Because there was something about Wonderland and insanity. So beautiful. I mean, with characters like the Mad Hatter, that kind of thing.
And we did talk about this in a previous show, but it still just like, ties back to the fact that in 2013 at the Grammys, Taylor performed We Were Never Ever Getting Back Together dressed as the Mad Hatter in a British flag outfit. And her backup dancers resembled Alice in Wonderland characters. And she used an English accent during that part of the performance, which was seen as a dig at Harry.
You see that? That's right. You can't tell me that was
nobody can tell me it was a Harry Styles song.
Valid points for the Diana Agron sort of like theory, but that's why I don't subscribe to it.
Anyway,
should we move on to
let's do it. Again, it's one of those automatic drops from like a very whirlwind song to like a slow song.
A lot of whiplash in this.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it's an on and off again relationship that gave her whiplash, so understandable, right?
So it is in theme. God, the joys of being young. All right.
I like this one.
I do too.
Well enough. I don't always listen to it because sometimes I'm just not in the right mood for it, but I like it because it's so simple.
I feel like this is okay, so you know how in some musicals they swap songs out and replace them with like a newer, better version, right? Like they did with Last 5 Years, and they released the albums like with somebody else. I feel like this is what your love, this love kind of should have been. And she just like, no, there's a better song that is this the same energy as This Love, and it's this. It feels like it's the same universe as well.
Yeah. That's how it feels to me too.
Right? I agree.
It's just This Love is clearly the stronger choice if you were going to choose between like what to slot for this themed kind of song. So, and those are my notes for that, because I don't have any standout lyrics. And whatever you guys pick will probably be the same lyric that I'd be like, oh, that's a nice one.
I mean, I just like the chorus the most. You can hear it in the silence. You can feel it on the way home. You can see it with the lights out. You're in love, true love.
Yeah.
That, and also one night he wakes, strange look on his face.
I love that line too.
You're my best friend. Yeah. I love that.
That's a really cute line. I also like the part where it's in the bridge. I think it's in the bridge. And she goes, you understand now why they lost their minds and fought the wars, and why I've spent my whole life trying to put it into words. Because that's just it's so her. Do you know what I mean?
It's Taylor singing about her life. Again.
Exactly. It's sweet, is what I'll say about it.
It is sweet. The things that I've pulled out in it were we have like more driving, and then coffee at midnight. Like, let's flash forward to 300 takeout coffees later.
Midnight.
Yep. And then also the light reflects the chain on your neck.
Yep.
And we have, your necklace hanging around my neck. And then the only other fact that I had for this one was that it was written about Lena Dunham and Jack Antonoff's relationship.
When they were still together.
Yeah. And Jack sent Taylor the instrumental track, and she said it sounded like actual true love, and she wrote the lyrics to it really quickly. And then Lena called this her someday wedding song before she even knew that it was inspired by her and Jack.
How cute.
Yeah.
I
mean, even though they didn't end up together, that's still cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes relationships can hit a point where it does feel like that for a time until it isn't. So cool. Yeah. Cute, lovely, nice, light, fluffy.
If you're ready, we can move on to my favorite song.
I knew it. I was gonna say this. Okay, low key, I will say I know a lot of people who also don't like this song, and I don't.
They're wrong.
I don't understand.
I don't accept that.
Okay, I want to preface this. And so we'll introduce
I'm like, oh, you're about to be wrong.
No. We'll introduce it. So this song is
New Romantics.
Right? Last song on the deluxe album.
I think so. Yep.
Before
before we get to the vault.
tracks, before we get to the vault.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of angst there. But I want to ask, so Kristin, especially because this is your favorite, and both of you, my leading question would this be: what about New Romantics?
Everything.
I think
rank the highest one and lead with that, and then cascade to
for
the rest.
me specifically, what I like about it is how it trends towards a similar energy as Shake It Off, where the vibe is very like, we have had all these terrible things happen in the past, but whatever, like we're moving on from that now. We're just going to enjoy what we've got here. And like, I love it. I love the energy of that. It's another one where I feel like it's very like encouraging and motivational. It's one of those songs for me. Plus, it helps that it's very poppy and upbeat, which is always...
it's arguably the closest to modern pop, and not like the 80s sound vibe thing that Taylor has ever done.
Yeah.
And I like so. In tandem with like how I said it reminds you of Shake It Off. I mean, there is a line in it where it's like, we're too busy dancing to get knocked off our feet. Do you know what I mean?
It's a good line.
Yeah, it's
so good.
There's a lot of good nights. Every day is like a battle, but every night with us is like a dream. I'm
like one of my absolute favorite things in it is when she says, because baby, I could build a castle out of all the things they threw at me.
Love this line.
That is the most, for me, one of the most empowering lines.
Really nice opposite of castles crumbling.
Yes, exactly.
And then also like Heartbreak is the national anthem. We sing it proudly. Like Heartbreak it's the universal feeling that everyone has experienced. It is the national anthem. There's like no one that doesn't understand what Heartbreak
and the fact is she's proud to be vulnerable about it.
Yeah.
It's not like something that she shies away from. And I think that's it's just so good. It's so good.
It's so good.
Like all I'm thinking about is like the sound of the song. I can hear it in my head. I'm like,
and even that lead in to the chorus. There's so much accent. That's, I mean, to reference Stephen Schwartz here, that sounds like a battle cry.
It does,
right? Like in the because so this is me loving Wicked for like 25 million years, and not knowing, because I didn't geek out enough apparently that the last sort of like the last musical line of Defying Gravity is a battle cry. Yeah, right. I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
But that was
That makes sense
because Cynthia Erivo had to redo that and make it her own version, not just use the same arpeggio that Idina Menzel was the architect for. And that's how it was introduced. Like, what is your battle cry? What is Elphaba's like war cry when waging war effectively against all of us?
I love that, actually.
Right?
I do too.
Lovely, beautiful. I feel like the it's
same
like
thing.
it's all the troops. Something very martial about this.
Yeah.
We are building a castle. We might as well have the army. You see what I mean?
Like there's something about mobilize. I almost feel like this is like the Swiftie like march of like.
Yes.
And it feels like.
Before we get into anything else, just side note, Cynthia Erivo just confirmed that Taylor Swift told her at the Grammys that she did watch Wicked and loved it.
Living.
Oh my God.
Pardon us. That was the doorbell. So Macky's going to step out for a second. And since, to be fair, it works out because New Romantics is not one of your favorites.
Yeah.
Do you have any fun facts about it, Kristin?
I do. So it was the 7th single from 1989.
Mm-hmm.
It was written with Max Martin and Shellback. And New Romanticism was a pop culture movement in the UK during the early 80s in which both men and women dressed up and wore like really loud clothing. And the song sound like resembles the new wave, which was like really popular during that time. So I actually feel like Macky would really appreciate that. And then also, I totally agree with this. Rolling Stone named New Romantics one of the best songs of the 2010s and said that Taylor making it just a bonus track was one of pop's greatest crimes.
I think, I think it's probably because otherwise the placement has to have it after Clean because it wouldn't make sense before it.
Yeah.
And I think Clean is a stronger end to the album as much as I love New Romantics. Does that make sense?
Yes. I don't know if you guys have read Rob Sheffield's new book, Heartbreak is
Not yet.
So good, but New Romantics gets an entire chapter in that book.
Love it.
Yeah. I was like, oh, give me more.
In defense of putting New Romantics as the last track of the deluxe version, wouldn't it be a great epilogue anyway?
True.
Like the story ends with Clean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, actually, it's good because it's also placed last on the. You're right,
exactly.
on the bonus track.
So while sure, it should have it would have been great to have this is part of the
mini arc,
but it is a mini arc because there's kingdoms and talk and like whatever, and she's like, guess what we're gonna do with all these bricks? You know what I mean? It's just. I feel like that's the energy. That is the energy. And guess what? We all got bricks, right?
Honestly, the song is so good. It has so many good lines. One of the other good ones is the it's poker. He can't see it in my face, but I'm about to play my ace.
Yeah.
We need love, but all we want is danger.
I almost feel like the romantasy ends with this whole I've recovered from this terrible toxic relationship. And then the credits are rolling and it's New Romantics.
Does someone want
and
to
it's
write
just
this for
them
me?
screwing back, just like we're gonna take this back, we're gonna kill that guy, we're gonna make this happen.
Build a castle.
We're gonna liberate this thing, we're gonna build this castle. And there's a lot of rebuilding.
See,
because it's about the squad and not about that love that was toxic.
See, now someone has to write. Okay,
in addition,
we're gonna come up with the plot and then we'll write it.
Yeah, that'll be a separate conversation that we can have.
I also love just the. It also makes me think about Thank You, Amy.
Okay.
Because she says, I built a legacy that you can't undo, and while you were doing whatever, I was building something.
Oh, yes.
The entire course of Taylor's career, she has been extremely reactive to criticism and to things that she hears about herself.
Yep.
And that is a drive for her. So she would take those bricks being thrown at her and build it into something that is indestructible, which she's done.
She's kind of done. Yeah. I can't imagine, because here's the thing, right? However way you want to define art, and some people define art equals commercial success, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some people want to define art as I would rather, and super controversial take because we said it, but we're going to say it anyway because there is some truth to it. I would rather, do the one thing that 10 people needed to have or see versus the one thing that 100 people wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
To consider art as either commercial success or that thing where just the 9 people are please tell us what happens next. We want more of this thing. Taylor has literally done both.
Yeah.
She has wild commercial success because there are people who absolutely need to hear what else she has to say. And what else she has to say.
Yeah.
Yes.
So those bricks are never going to go away. There's never going to be a time, like, unless she starts, like, I don't know, something terrible, like murdering puppies or something. Unless she does something so abhorrent, and we've
I
seen
love
that
how
happen.
oddly specific that was.
I
by the
mean,
way.
I wanted to say something that wasn't too crazy, but you know, unless she does something,
I'm sure Kit Kit heard you.
unless it was absolutely abhorrent, no one's ever going to take that away from her.
No.
Unless she becomes the villain, she will forever remain sort of like this, you know, I wouldn't even glorify to say heroes, but just this beloved figure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who is flawed and wonderful and imperfect, but perfect to us who love her. So I love that. I feel like, you know, that's the castle, and we all live in it now. Because she's been kind enough to put all of us in there and consider our feelings.
Yeah.
Sometimes when it's proper.
Mm-hmm.
There's good boundaries there. Also, her merch team has to like step it up. Anyway.
Tell me about it. Anyway, I guess unless Kristin has more to add, we're gonna go to the part that you're probably most excited about.
Oh my god.
Which is the vault tracks. The only thing I want to say, because I know Macky will have more to say, is that I actually arguably think this is the best vault.
Yeah.
Until further notice.
Because I don't know what we're gonna get with Reputation.
And even so,
I do really like the red vault too, though.
To be fair, there's not a vault I don't like.
Yeah.
So far,
this is really strong. You know what? In keeping with the theme of the album, the vault is very cohesive and concise, which is nice.
Yes.
Because here's the deal, right? Like, on the one hand, I will acknowledge that some of the vault songs, especially the ones from Fearless, are dated in a sense that, that's an era that we've all outgrown to some extent, right?
Yeah.
So we get that. So even with that factored in, there's something about this particular vault that is not only just sonically cohesive with everything else. Unlike, let's say, for example, the vault for Speaking Out was lovely, but Electric Touch doesn't really.
Listen, I love Electric Touch.
It isn't quite sonic.
Yes, it doesn't.
You know, I'm like, why is this here? This feels more red coded.
That felt personal.
Right? That's fine. So you know what I mean? And Red, love the Red Vault. I mean, that jam with Ed Sheeran and like Run, gorgeous. But there is something about the compounded value of this, knowing what we know about Harry.
Yeah.
That's not even like, that's just like that's just like the foam on the cake right now, like just like the whatever. So that feels like it is the strongest vault from a cohesive perspective, from a theme perspective, from a meta perspective.
It feels like a tell-all. It feels like the background to the immortalization of the relationship, because you kind of get a lot more. Because I live and breathe under the assumption that the entire vault is still about Harry.
Yeah.
Who else?
Yeah, I know. But like some people like to argue that some of the songs are about the friendships, not about Harry. But I think it's all about Harry. My thing with that is, this is like, if it was prettified up for the main album, you know, like it was all very vivid and beautiful and wonderful, despite all the terrible things being said in those songs. This one is like, they pulled the curtain back and she's like, I'm just going to tell you what actually happened.
Yeah.
Like, this is how I really felt. This is how it was. And I like that, because I'm like, it's a different, it's definitely something new and in a good way.
It also, again, fits really well with the era of media overexposure and
yes, especially the first song.
And even if we divorce the entire vault from sort of like the speculations and the context of outside the actual songs themselves, this vault has benefited from the musical treatment of 1989 period anyway.
Yeah.
And unlike, let's say, for example, what was that Red song from Red where?
Which one?
What about like If I Was a Stupid Girl?
Girl at Home.
Girl at Home. Unlike Girl at Home, that was just unapologetically, we're gonna change it. There was no warning. They didn't.
That was so funny.
They just made it. It's like, we're gonna change this thing, and it's gonna be my version, and that's fine. They didn't. The vault, you know, like benefited from. We're gonna take what 1989 was, and we're gonna like put it on steroids. Because trust me, when personally, none of the 1989 songs actually sound like this. Technically. but it sounds like something Taylor would have written now with Midnights and with TTPD.
Yes.
So there's that, all the goods of 1989 with today's evolution plus Taylor's voice.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like, none of the vaults have that.
It's actually also probably the only vault so far where like some of the vault tracks have like eclipsed favorites on the actual album for me.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
There's one in particular that I really love that is my actual favorite in the vault tracks. But I guess we can start talking about the actual vault tracks.
Yeah. So let's start things off with Slut.
Can I just say, when she did like the title drops and then you see the I'm like,
when I saw this, I'm like,
how?
Damn.
I'm like, what
is
does it
that
sound like?
Yeah.
And to be fair, it's really catchy.
I love it.
It's so catchy.
I love it too. People had also speculated that because she did like the word thing, but people were thinking it was either going to be lust or slut.
Right. Yeah.
But I know like she said that this song wasn't included originally because it feels like a California song and this was a New York album. And like the second I heard that, I was like, yeah,
there's
this
no way
is an LA song.
It feels like a Hollywood song.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all of the glitz, the glamour, the whatever, there's not enough snow.
I truly thought that this song was going to be like kind of, I mean, it does have like some thematic similarities to Blank Space, but I thought it was going to be.
Yes, that's what I thought it would sound like too.
Yeah, like my friends and I were talking about it, and we were like right when it was coming out, and we were saying, like it sounded like it was going to be this loud like statement making thing, and it's more like slut. Then like
even sonically, it's exactly that.
Yeah.
It's like somebody yelling, but all the way to the back.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, in context, if you think about it, she's really saying, she's like, well, I'm already here. She's like, people can call me that all they want, but I'm here and I'm with you.
And I'm not saying that New York can be less judgy than that. I mean, the New York can.
First of all, that would imply that New Yorkers actually care about people around them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I mean this in the nicest way I say like most of us just ignore each other on a 24/7 basis.
Nobody cares. Nobody has the time. As opposed to, and that's probably my theory is that's probably why she thinks it's a California song, because I think they would like talk about.
It sounds like the gossipy part of
especially the Hollywood sort of circles of just like and more importantly, it's the tabloids, right?
Yeah.
That'll sort of like write about and sort of like, oh, she's a for all, and if you're gonna call me, I might as well be worth it for once.
Yeah. Well, the fact that she thought it was worth it to pursue it
brings me back to baby girl put her heartbeat in a song. Okay.
Yeah.
Struck went straight to my head. Got lovesick all over my bed.
That's one of my favorite.
I love
my favorite lines. And also Love Lauren and Nobody Knows, Love Bones all over this rose. Like the lyrics are just so good.
Yeah, that one's so Blank Space. Because like in Blank Space she's got that rose garden filled with thorns line. I'm like, oh, we're back to that again.
Yeah. And so in the interest of being marginally tongue-in-cheek but overt about sexuality, this is some Dick and Corey shit. This is some like those two are rabbit just 96% of the time that's all they're thinking or doing, and it's that good, and that's why he wanted to marry her.
Yeah.
Because I finally I'm like, oh, it's that kind of, and you don't want to invalidate those kinds of bonds because that is sort of like a reality. It's chemistry. I feel that's what happened here. So of course, God loved it so.
Listen, there's too much evidence for this one in particular, obviously, to be a very obvious Harry Styles song, right?
Yeah.
Like there's the whole allusion to like everyone wants him. That was my crime. Because I think at the time, a lot of One Direction fans were not into this.
No,
and they were very public about those feelings. Because this was the night of One Direction. This was like One Direction at the top. I also like the line in A World of Boys, he's a gentleman. Because, allusion to boy bands. I'm just saying.
And plus, that is a universal, I feel, thing. From being on the other side of the window and seeing the complaints, that is a universal sort of like theme among sort of like how women sort of complain about sort of like maturity and how, there are men and then there are boys, and then there's like this whole disparity of can they handle feelings properly and can they handle your feelings properly? Will they take care of business? Blah, 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 blah. So to have that, be even a social commentary on this one's a gentleman as opposed to he's another one of the boys.
I also like all the colors in the song. Just like I really random, but like I just love them.
Yeah, you can see them. Like
Yeah, when she says them, I'm like, that makes so much sense to me.
I don't know enough about him, but I know that there are a lot of people who also think that Gentleman is tied to Maddie Healy.
Oh yes, I have seen this as well. I have seen this.
Girl.
I don't know enough about it, but on that same note, supposedly there were many people that received a misprinted lyric sheet in their 1989 Taylor's Version album vinyl that has some different lyrics for this song, and it also does have a writing credit for Maddie Healy. There was a scrapped version. They did this together, and she cut him out of it.
Do you have eyes on like what the lyrics were, or what the sort of change, or was that shut down completely?
I don't know what they are. We might be able to find them if
There's
we
definitely
I was like slipping in like a TikTok that I was watching, but I couldn't find.
There's definitely
fair,
a TikTok.
Fair. All right. Well, that's clothing for another time. And if Slut were like our absolute favorite of this vault, then maybe that's worth sort of like really sort of like digging further. But did you find anything immediately? Otherwise, we can just maybe.
It does really say Matthew Healy. Which,
wow.
Wild.
Yeah.
Let me see if they highlight what the lyric was, because I can't immediately tell.
I don't think they do. So
there's a whole other verse.
Read it.
It says, "Lights blink, losing my mind. What we think happens to rhyme. I drink. Fortunate timing. Days shine into long nights now. Plus 44 on an American phone. Cat eye running down her cheekbone. But it's elegant. I tell her, you are not a slut. You're just relevant."
You're just relevant. Yeah, that I did see that one.
So there might have been a cut of this song that Maddie was singing to.
There definitely was.
We could have had a 19.
We could have had the crossover.
But
that's fun.
And we got Tortured Poets instead, which is
I'll take it. I'll take that.
I'll take Tortured Poets.
Yeah, I will it almost feels like sacrificial. It's like I will sacrifice the Slut 1975 version for.
Listen, I would sacrifice
TTPD.
all of it for frickin' Style with Harry Styles. Okay.
as well. That goes without saying. All right. I think sonically, again, it was for me. This was sort of like the first salvo, like the warning bell of things to come.
We're about to.
So
are we going to move on to the next one? Because
I'm happy to move on from Slut.
Into the best vault track on this?
I would argue this is my favorite.
This is my favorite vault
track. Oh, is it? It is not my favorite.
I'm not surprised. I have a feeling I know which one it is, but
I think is it?
I'm sure you know.
Okay. We should say it out loud. What we think Kristen's thing.
Are we saying it now, or should we say it when we're talking about it?
Go for it.
No, we can just say it now. Okay. We'll say it 1, 2, 3, and then we'll say what we think it is.
I have a feeling we both.
Okay, ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Suburban Legends.
No.
Okay. So okay. Because now in hindsight, if that's not the one, then is it over now?
Nope.
Now that we don't talk, that's unusual because I've actually not met anyone who.
So plus points for me knowing how each other think
too much,
but also maybe minus
Suburban Legends is super close. Like they're very neck and neck.
Okay, that's.
But anyway, the track that we're going to talk about first is "Say Don't Go," which
Say Don't Go.
I love this track so much. This was automatically like the first time I heard it, I was like, "This is my favorite on the vault."
Same, 100%.
It's so good.
So remember that thrumming bass, same thing, boom, 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 boom. That the minute they hit me with that, and then the kick drum came in, I'm like, "You've got me." It felt like it's like shooting fish in a barrel for me. I swear to God, like I'm the fish, and this was the harpoon. Like it's not even like a little. So just that opening line, and then of course the harmonies. And the only thing I'll say, because I love every line of this freaking song because it's an entire story, but there's something about when it snaps and kicks off to the chorus of. And then suddenly the synth becomes like ethereal. So it's like an entire thing is just grounded, and Taylor is singing on her lowest register. It is the octave sort of like lower, and it is her lowest note. I sing them comfortably. I'm like, damn, how low is Taylor's voice? And then it kicks up to sort of like the desperation of sort of like the theme of the chorus, and I'm just like, what is happening to my ears?
Sonically being
and I was listening to this on a flight out because I had to visit my family. And I had saved 1989.
You weren't here,
so I could listen to this
for the listening party.
on the airplane, and that was. And I'm just there, 30,000 feet like up, and I was in orbit. Like that's how far I was from the plane when that chorus hit, and I'm just like, this is my new life now. Anyway,
yeah, I really like the song. Fun fact, which I don't know if you know, but I'm sure Kristin probably stumbled across it. It was co-written with Diane Warren.
Ah, yes.
Like, and it was supposed to be on the original album, but then it also got cut.
Diane Warren.
Most of what Macky says about this song is what I like about it, but I'm really just attached to the chorus of it. I don't know why. I think it's just the imagery of it. And I also like the way that the sound of Say Don't Go itself is produced in it.
I do too. And I also like how Say sounds like stay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, it's so good because also the bridge, like, you know, the part where it's like, why do you have to? Like, everything echoes except the you say nothing backline.
Yes.
I'm like, why are you hurting me?
I said I love you, you say nothing back is quite possibly the saddest song lyric she's ever written. And it's so vulnerable.
I can't. Like, I love this song so much. It's also another one I like singing along to.
Say nothing back.
It's fun to sing along to, this one.
And again, I give you everything, you give me nothing. You gave me everything and nothing.
Yep.
So it's so coded. So yeah, I'm gonna just cry as the rest of my commentary for this song. So
I mean, she does the thing again where like she references lyrics, right? Like she does the cards thing again. Like she's trying to see the cards that he doesn't show. Standing on the sidewalk, which is sort of a parallel to Sparks Fly. Wait, yeah. Where she's also on the sidewalk. I'm like,
and it's also similar to like being on someone's street.
Yes. And then, you know, the imagery of fire again. Strike a match, burn it out, blow it out.
I also
Kiss me when it stops time.
I also like
and I'm
out the door, but it won't close.
Yes. Oh my gosh. See, on and off again. The imagery is just so strong.
I would argue that the only thing as painful, if not more painful than I said I love you, you say nothing back is I'm yours, but you're not mine.
I'm yours, but you're not mine, which is in this song too.
Yeah.
And ain't that the kicker?
We're shot in the darkest dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Bibi. Like, no, let's not.
So yeah, this is another like just 9 hours of crying. If I just like
this is another one where like I love it so much I can't even talk about it.
Yeah. So, Kristin, any last thoughts on this thing before we devolve into like a mess?
To her favorite song.
Yeah, to my favorite song. No, I don't have anything else.
In which case, let's go.
All right, let's do it. So now that we don't talk, I don't know why, but literally this song just hit me so hard. And like, I even feel like I'm going to cry now, like thinking about it.
Wow. Okay.
But I love the like reference to Andrea Swift. And like Taylor calling her mom. Like it just, cause like that's the relationship I had with my mom. Like I told her everything. So like that, like I literally get choked up when I sing that lyric. And I think that that's probably why this is my favorite.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah. That makes complete sense. Yeah.
And I also just feel like it's so like relevant to the way that the world is now because, you know, you got new icons, like you're trying on new hairstyles, all this stuff. It's that, it's not like the old days where like you break up with someone and then that's it. Like you're still, especially Harry, like you're still very aware of his presence. You're seeing everything online. It's
just surprising.
It also kind of, for me, ties into like, I look in other people's windows because it's like you're from the outside, you're viewing what he's doing, but you're not part of that life. And I just think that's such like another like universal concept.
That makes sense. This one obviously is very clearly Harry Styles, let's be real.
Yeah. And I love
that line you just said is exactly him. You grew your hair long.
Yes.
Because this was the era when he did actually grow his hair long.
Which by the way, I feel was his like that was my personal favorite hairstyle of his, because I think that was the hairstyle that he wore when Perfect was it Perfect?
Yeah.
When Perfect sort of like came out and it was just the four of them now. And there's a line in Perfect where he says, if you want someone to write your breakup songs about, Baby, I'm perfect.
I'm perfect. Yeah.
And in my head, I'm like,
synergetic relationship
and him taking the choruses of that entire song. It was everybody else that did sort of like the verses and the pre-choruses, but every chorus was Harry.
Rooms.
And if you like,
which alludes to, remember when you were talking about the Red Vault tracks?
Oh, yeah.
And there's like the song For the Very First Time, and I'm like, this has to be a Harry Styles song. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it should be a Harry Styles song, and it's also the same thing. They're in the hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so we're just corroborating.
Right.
We're making our own lore for them.
Yeah, and so with the hair long and everything, and for me that is my favorite iteration of Harry's voice and stylings. So yeah, I'm in. Love this.
I do like the part where he does call her mom. Like that illusion for me is actually one of the best parts of this song too.
Me too. And I also love so Taylor obviously is like huge pop queen, Harry huge pop king. Yep. And then there's the line, from the outside it looks like you're trying lives on, and Taylor goes through all these different eras, and people who are not like us haven't done these deep dives have often like seen her that way as like, because they don't understand. I like that parallel too.
Yeah, it's so good.
That's a good one.
It's absolutely great. Yeah.
And then like, what's better than I don't have to pretend that I like acid rock or that I like to be on a mega yacht with important men who think I have like important thoughts.
That's actually my favorite line of the whole thing because
it's so good.
It's so petty. I love it.
It really is.
But also at the same time, it's just like I don't have to do that anymore.
Yep.
And it's so clear how she really feels about those things.
Yeah. I feel like there's so many lyrics in the song that I love. I also love Remind Myself the More I Gave You'd Want Me Less.
Yes. See, such a sad song also.
Yeah. And I cannot be your friend, so I pay the price of what I lost and what it cost now that we don't talk. Because I'm guessing it sounds like he wanted to be friends and she was like, I can't do that.
Not yet. Because then
But isn't it so universal to hope that someone would be a certain way?
Mm-hmm.
And yet they just didn't turn out that way. They could have. I mean, we learned this late in life. You like don't fall in love with potential.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be a factor, but it can't be sort of like the biggest thing there because potential is exactly just that, potential. It hasn't actualized itself. And until they actually become what you were hoping they were, they're not that. So
yeah, and I like the progression too of the part where in the beginning she says, "But I guess I'll never ever know now that we don't talk," and then it goes into, "But I guess I don't have a say now that we don't talk." And then it ends with, "Guess maybe I am better off now that we don't talk." That's how it ends.
You see that progression?
And then guess this is how it has to be now that we don't talk.
So that
right? Or I just thought of something too. Like I just saw something in my notes, like because I was just comparing it to, I look in other people's windows. Apparently the last note that I made, which I hadn't reread, which was way before like when we were supposed to do the show in July, was that this song was the shortest song in Taylor's discography until I Look in People's Windows came out.
Wow.
So that's interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah. Well, and the fact that she was able to in such a short time, literally, take her classic trope of I'm going to rewrite a couple of lines or words across my choruses just to tell you the progression of how the story went. Gorgeous. Just her entire thought process all the way through those 4 choruses.
Right?
Beautiful.
Oh, it's such a good line. I also like the allusion sort of to like what happens after when she goes on hiatus and disappears.
Yeah.
And the only way back to my dignity was to turn into a shrouded mystery. And I'm like, yep, you do that.
Yep.
It also just sounds good. Like the song itself.
The girl can turn a phrase.
Yeah.
This is just more of that awesomeness.
Absolutely. I mean, the entire vault is like this.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're good. And Kristin, anything else you want to close this off with as your favorite?
That is just now you guys understand why.
Yes, it makes really good sense.
And thank you for sharing. What a beautiful sort of like homage, even. Awesome. Thank you for that. That was great.
Okay.
So,
I guess that means we're rolling into Suburban Legends.
Ooh,
which is a very close second for me for favorite. I do really love this song too.
So Suburban Legends is in the almost highest range of my voice. So I sing this on pitch at the top of my lungs every single time. I adore this song because it evokes that sort of like alternate universe where I may have actually been not even so much popular, but acceptable in social circles back in high school. And it alludes to that kind of like, oh, this is what a world would have looked like if people appreciated me.
Yeah.
And what a lovely sort of like, and there's something about sort of like again, it's a driving synth beat right out the gate.
Yeah, I really like the beat of this one.
And it's just, and it's the same sound. And there's that little sort of like high sort of like, arpeggio of like, just like, it's a trio of notes that that plays in the back, kind of like the Never Ending Story song. And it's just there, like in rotation, and to tell that second chance romance, story of we could totally show up and like screw things up for everybody, like screw with everybody's heads when we show up to this thing.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that she does the thing again where she's talking about schools and gymnasiums and dating as a couple like that, like she does reference that in quite a few songs, which some of which we've talked about and others that are coming. I thought it was interesting. The star signs in particular is interesting because this time she says mismatched star signs, and that's how everyone knew the song was about Harry.
It's like,
because they're two different star signs.
Yeah. She also does say 1950s gymnasium, and 1950s is the James Dean era.
There you go.
This girl just
the coding is coding. So
yeah, I don't know. My favorite part of the song actually is the very last part, like after that last chorus, when it started the tick tock on the clock, I pace down your block. Because once again, we're referring to like a neighborhood, right? And she's literally still there waiting, but he doesn't show up. And I'm like, it's like it ends with the "you don't knock anymore." And I always knew it that my life would be ruined. That's how it ends. I'm literally like, we all knew it was going to crash and burn. She said it multiple times.
Because he kisses her in a way that'll
that's screw her up forever.
And that's, again.
Also, again, makes me think of, I love you, it's ruining my life.
Yes.
Because I feel like, again, if you've got Dick and Corey energy, right? But your personalities don't like solve for like a long-term like sustainability, it'll ruin one of you at least, and it's gonna follow the other one wherever they go.
True.
Yeah. My favorite lyric is you were so magnetic it was almost obnoxious, flush with the currency of cool, I was always turning out my empty pockets.
Which is
it's back to leave me out like a penny in the rain.
It's back to leave me out like a penny in the rain.
Yeah. That, and also I broke my own heart because you were too polite to do it. Both.
That line is also very good. My other favorite is that you'd be more than a chapter in my old diaries with the pages ripped out, just because the image of it is so clear. Like you thought it would mean more than it did.
I would argue that this song is so vulnerable in that it reveals who Taylor was from older eras. The Taylor that writes in her diary, the Taylor that turns her out in like a penny in the rain. It's almost, again, who is this Harry Styles? Like I feel like he got to her on a level.
He really did, though. Because now do we have an entire immortalization?
Right.
This was like the most formative relationship for her.
I almost feel like yes,
it
absolutely.
changed the direction, basically.
Because I feel like, and you would think that it would have been like Jake and like All Too Well, but regardless of it's the phenomenon we're talking about, that there is a formative relationship that like how can you speak to all of these versions of me, that once existed, because they show up like I knew you were trouble. Well, I knew you were trouble. Taylor was I knew you were trouble. So it's so good. Like I feel like, and that's what and Suburban Legends is. I feel like the overly romanticized version of sort of like another like take on the entire like a 30,000 view of it, which is gorgeous.
I also feel like this one has like "'Tis the Damn Season" vibes.
Any particular lyric or musical motif that sort of
just like the story of it?
Yeah, right.
Like small town. Coming home after being famous and
it's like just for now, right? Like we know this is we don't know where this is gonna go. Yeah, you're right. It's like a closed period of time and it's a tiny town and we're like, all right, we're here now. What are we gonna do? I love that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Are you guys ready for Is It Over Now?
Are we? Oh, you bet we are.
Okay. The first time I heard this song, I didn't know what to do with it. Like in the way where I was like, there's just so much that I need to unpack in it. And it took me a while, is all I'm going to say about that.
Okay, so there's epilogues and then there's epilogues.
Yeah.
I mean, the opening line, once the flight had flown, I'm like, oh, she's going to throw down. Oh my God. You start with once the flight had flown. I'm like, oh, she's setting it up. And even
which is also like ties right back to Flew Me Places I've Never Been.
Mm-hmm.
With the Wilt of the Rose. So again, there's an
Rose
allusion
gardens,
to the rose garden,
wilting.
to the thorns, and even the one she burnt at
I slept all alone, which is a change from all of the 10 billion times she's referenced going home with him.
And so there's, and even musically, right? So I remember hearing this, like, again, 30,000 feet off the ground. I was like I was back in the plane just before so I'm there. I'm like, oh my God, there's this tension and this quietness, and there's also quiet. And then the bass drums just kick in and kick off. Let's fast forward. And I'm just like,
300 takeout coffees.
It's almost kind of like the verse is a countdown. And then the pre-chorus is actual takeoff before you act.
Yep.
Putting you in orbit by the chorus, because it's such a steep, immediate climb to let's fast forward to 300 takeout coffees later. It screams like NASA, like we're taking off, and you're fighting Atmo all the way up to so you can break it and get into orbit. So to make your point, which is from this level, you suck. Anyway, but. So
sonically, I love the intro sound to the song too.
It's so quiet. There's like a stillness and an anticipation that it builds for when the actual driving beat comes in, and then you're.
It's such a good song.
So good. And then I love the lyric. You dream in my mouth before it called you a lying traitor.
Same.
Amazing.
Oh,
such a good line.
Oh my God, like that. On so many levels, that line, and the line after that, which she changes.
Yes.
You
search in every maiden's bed for something greater.
And every
model's bed for something greater.
And in my head, I'm like, okay, shots.
Kendall Jenner illusion, because he date Kendall like for a teeny tiny bit after.
I think so.
And there was some other model, but Kendall is the one I remember.
Like it's how Mother Maiden Crone.
Yeah.
This is Model Maiden something. That's Taylor's trifecta of like people who curse her and like are bane to her life.
Yeah.
It's always some model, some maiden, and some crone, I guess. I don't know.
But like, man, the impression this relationship left on her, because even the chorus, right? So obviously there's allusions to infidelity on both ends.
Yeah.
Like it would be one thing if it were just on his end, but like the fact that she also has one.
But this is a clear, it's like, you're going to screw around. So
I'm going to screw around.
Was it over when she
laid down on her couch, or was it over
when he unbuttoned my
I'm
blouse?
like, you really?
Yeah, it's almost like a game of like chicken.
Yep, yeah, pretty much.
Go ahead.
I also really like how like I feel like it kind of touches on the double standard with the lyric. Did you think I didn't see you? There were flashing lights. At least I had the decency to keep my nights out of sight. Only rumors about my hips and thighs and my whispered sighs.
That part is so good.
Because women, like him as the man, was able to move on and like do whatever and be public about it. But like in order for her to seem sensitive to their breakup, she wasn't able to be public about what she was doing.
She would have literally gotten crucified for it, which she still did.
Yeah. But I also do like when she says, "Oh Lord, I think about jumping off a very tall something just to see you come running and say the one thing I've been wanting, but no."
Okay,
so good.
I'm so glad that you got there, because look at the contrast, right? Even the way it's phrased, it's accusatory, it's statementy, it's sort of like claiming your own strength, and it's literally.
I love that it really entered the but no,
and it's literally built to the cadence of the syllabication of this particular song. So that is just yummy and empowering, whatever. But then it goes straight to some time to think about jumping off a very tall something. And immediately it's vulnerable. It's both things. I know where I stand about this, but also would you care? Would you care about like
it's the same thing. The feeling is so strong because there's still something that she thought was worth it about that relationship.
She
and the fact it's warring internally. Exactly.
I mean, how many raise your hand?
Say the one thing I've been wanting.
How many like and it's a universal feeling on several levels. Like tell me how much you wanted somebody to care about you without telling me how much you
I mean, it fits in with Say Don't Go, right? Because Say Don't Go to me, it fits in with How You Get the Girl. Because like she tells him, like, this is what I want you to say.
No,
yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, and there's something about him, and there's something empowering about understanding exactly what you're worth and how unfortunate it is that you're not getting it.
So it's weird. It's kind of empowering, but also like it's also an acknowledgement, right?
Also,
it's like,
what a banger of a bridge.
Oh my god, that was so good. Also, the other obvious illusions in this are the accident illusion, which is like when you lost control, red blood, white snow, and of course the number one illusion that everyone immediately was like, "This is it." Is the iconic blue dress on a boat.
Blue dress on a boat.
Meryl Streep meme here, where she's just like, she's just yelling at the Aka, "Blue dress on a boat." Sorry, that's just me.
I'm like, this song is just iconic. It's like an iconic part of the Taylor discography now, and it just immortalizes so well the feelings and the actual thing.
It was the lead single for Taylor's version, and she has said that it is a sister song to "I Wish You Would" and "Out of the Woods."
Yeah, 100%.
What else do I have here?
Mother, Maiden, Crone.
Yeah. I also do like, so your new girl is my clone, because he went on a date with Kim Stewart, which is so funny. I didn't realize that. I just know her from like when she was friends with Paris Hilton briefly. But she does look very similar to Taylor, and Paige Reifler, who also resembles her. And then like, did you think I wouldn't see there were flashing lights, because there was that photo of him kissing Emily Osterlily when they were linked together.
Girl was down bad before the words became a thing. This is prehistoric, before down bad was coined officially, like in public, like I want to say
down bad crying at the
like the public zeitgeist as a real, like as a colloquialism. Girl was down bad.
This song also debuted at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. It replaced Cruel Summer, and it was Taylor's 11th chart topper. And it also was the first vault track to be on the list.
Really? Like
to top the list.
Yeah, that makes sense. I could see it.
Again, with a commercial success versus like there's people like me who will live and die by this song because it means everything. What are you going to do? Like, just, she's done both, I want to say.
Yeah.
She's satisfied both definitions.
I also think it's such a good ending for the vault tracks also. Because it really just ended that I was hoping you'd be there and say the one thing I've been wanting. And then she really ends it with, but no.
Right.
And that's it. That's where the album's done. And I'm like, you know what? Definitive.
In which I will slide across the table to the both of you. Also, maybe the third, if not equally painful line of the entire thing in context. But no.
Yeah.
Well, because she has to give up on it.
Yeah.
Because this is just not happening.
And there's a different kind of strength where you have to walk away from something.
Yep.
Like, and at the end of the day, loss is pretty much, all loss is pretty much concluded with an act of, I need to distance myself from this thing, regardless of whether it was my fault or it was done to me or whatever. So that the strength to just.
But what a way to end an album! What a banger!
Yeah,
I love that song.
Yeah,
I do too.
All right, well that's that. I mean, we did talk. I mean, the last track on the Taylor version is the re-record of Bad Blood.
We talked about
which we
already.
already talked about. So
Yeah.
Earlier on. So I think that concludes.
Well, that includes the track part. The last thing I think, if Kristin has it, is like
the fashion
aesthetics.
Yeah.
I also thought it would be nice to just read, like we talked about the liner notes for every song, but to read them together to like hear the full story.
It's such a good story.
Because it really does like hit. So it's we begin our story in New York. There once was a girl known by everyone and no one. Her heart belonged to someone who couldn't stay. They loved each other recklessly. They paid the price. She danced to forget him. He drove past her street each night. She made friends and enemies. He only saw her in his dreams. Then one day he came back. Timing is a funny thing, and everyone was watching. She lost him, but she found herself, and somehow that was everything.
And that, the allusion to the, you gave me everything and nothing, and then she found everything. can.
Mhm.
Yes. So good.
This
So
is
good.
the book, guys. This is
Oh yeah, 100%.
a
I'm telling
book.
you, it wrote itself.
This is a book. All right. Well, without
Okay,
further
hit us with a
ado,
look.
So are you ready for fashion?
yes, we
Yes,
are.
I was obsessed with the
Gorgeous.
Polaroid aesthetic, especially because they did like the sepia tone to it too.
By the way,
Yeah.
excellent display here, Kristin. I must
Thank
say,
you.
there's something there's something classy about just how you've laid everything out here.
Oh,
I
thank
love this
you.
so
It's very, I love that it's also like very Instagram.
Yes, because of the square and then the editing
it's
in it.
it's in there. It's gram coded. We get that. We like it.
Yeah,
And it was like the age of social media.
yes, this was also when she was really even more active on social media.
Mhm.
So she was really in it.
So we're gonna go clockwise. How's this gonna work?
I don't know actually.
Or just top to
You know,
right
one
to
of the
left, top to
one
bottom?
of the things I'll say overall though about the 1989 era, and she does reference this, I think, in the documentary too, is like she looks great. She's always
Yeah.
looked great. But this was like an era where it was kind of scary to see how she suddenly shrank to being this tiny. Like
Yeah.
it's not so much that like she didn't pull it off because she did, but it was just like it was almost alarming in a way because I'm like, oh, is this the influence of everyone you're around now? Like, is this
Right.
is this your new?
And doesn't she allude to this in Miss Americana,
Yes,
which we
yes.
will talk about? Yeah, there you go.
But I am a fan of the haircut.
Oh no,
I am
this
too.
was
I love
really-
it.
And of course, I love all of the like the fashion itself kind of mimics also like a little bit of a throwback to the 80s in some of the materials she uses and some of like the colors.
Yeah. And the
Right?
shine, like the sequin.
Yes.
The like that bomber jacket that she's wearing up there.
Ah.
Yeah, I like that a lot. She's still you know what kind of is held over from Red just a little? It's like the sets.
Yeah.
Because like you know how like in Red she was very fond of like the shirt and then shorts. It's kind of like that, except that it became more New York because it usually is like a two-piece set now, where it's like a skirt and a top, or like a matching top and shorts or skirts.
This is gorgeous.
Yeah, I do like her fashion for this one because a lot of it is stuff that I thought looked good on her. She was really into crop tops in this era, though. This was like this was like her crop top era, crop top and shorts.
Yep.
They're also like, I feel like these are just so fun because they're unlike any album photo shoot that she's done before. They don't feel like they're posed photos. Like some of them I'm sure are, but it doesn't feel that way.
No, especially the ones with other people.
Yeah. Like it feels like you're just being given like a glimpse into what it's like to be involved.
Yeah. I like how she has her arm around Imogen Heap, you know, casually hanging out with Tedder over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the photos and the style she went with for this.
I do too. I think on this page, my favorite is the one of her sitting like on the bench with her arms out and she's like looking up at the sky.
Yeah, that's great.
You know,
overlooking the water.
I'm trying to figure out where it is. That's the World Trade Center, no?
I think so.
Right in the background.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out if this is like down in Brooklyn, maybe because there's a like.
I almost
because it kind of looks like it, or is
it
it
almost
Jersey?
looks like she could even be on a ferry.
Yeah. Oh, that too.
I
love it. I love it.
That works. And that would make sense from a like to control the photo shoot kind of thing.
That
Because
makes
if she was
sense.
in public at this point, it would have been crowds. So ferry makes complete sense. You can control who's on there.
I love that photo, but I think my favorite is probably the one where she is leaning against the space between the windows.
I had a feeling that was going to be your favorite.
It's because I like her outfit in it.
Yeah, I love the color combo of the outfit.
Yes, I love that one, and of course the cover of the album, the original one, is iconic.
I like the one where she's in the strappy back thing.
Oh yeah, I figured that would make sense too.
Actually, these aren't the only ones. There's more too.
I love them. Oh, I have a really quick favorite for this one. It's the one with the white dress or two-piece. I can't remember if it's dress.
Yes.
The Sterling I'm a night dress like a daydream Polaroid. That's my favorite. That's actually one of my favorite Polaroids from this entire era.
Are
Mine
those
too.
Louboutin?
Yes, they're Louboutin.
Yes. There you go.
I love that too.
Which leads to the fairy thing because there's no way that's a train.
Look, it's your favorite lyric, kaleidoscope of loud heartbeats undercoats.
That's you guys for me.
The love's a game, wanna play one. It has such a funny expression. It's like perfect.
Love's a game, wanna play. Screams yearbook photo.
It does.
like her face is, and like just pick a line for the yearbook. It just feels like anyway.
Yeah.
Seagulls.
Yeah, that's my favorite is really the darling. I'm
On
not
the
going to dress
rug.
like a daydream.
Mine
Okay.
too. Like hands down.
Right? It's such a good look on her.
And then I do really like how she kept the feeling of 1989, but elevated things.
You know what's nice about this one? You can clearly tell that she's just happy now.
Yeah.
You can. My take is you can clearly tell that she's like aged up in a sense, because this is a sense of styling sensibilities of somebody that is like, we're gonna wear jeans at the beach, it's fine.
Also the beach,
like I'll just pull something on and it's gonna be easy and chill and awesome.
The beach coastal vibe is actually I think I really love about this iteration of it.
Me too.
And my favorite is actually the jeans and the white tank top.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Although close second is the one where she's leaning on the
my close second is the striped sort of like long sleeved top.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of red coated.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's like I'm back, but I'm not the same girl. You know what I mean? Like
I, as an ice cream fan,
I knew it.
But it's such a cute, like pistachio-ish, whatever color that is top. I don't know what color that is. Do you know what color is?
Is it mint or pistachio? I honestly can't tell.
I can't tell either.
Okay,
or
great.
it could also be turquoise because it really just.
Also, I have no business knowing what color this is, so that's fine.
Yeah, but I just love that this literally looks like stuff we probably have in our closets.
It does.
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, we're gonna go hang out at the beach today.
So relatable.
I also love, like, just like on a personal note, as I said, like I have lived in the city and everything, and I have traded city life for beach life, and 1989 has done that as well. So it's like an album that I feel really strong.
I love it.
Oh my god, no, that's your living 1989 today, and it's in reincarnation. Beautiful.
Yeah,
I love it.
Me too. So do you want to move on to tour outfits?
See, look at all the sparkles of the colors, though.
And also, this is like the first time too where we're like harkening back again to how I feel like this is a precursor for the Eras tour. We have variations on outfits here. But we didn't have that in the past.
I would argue that majority of these outfits have been referenced or are the same style of the entire Eras tour. Like
Yes, she's definitely worn something similar.
Like the only thing that sticks out, I don't think was an Eras tour thing, was the full body sparkly suit. I don't think there was anything full body sparkly.
Did you do? No.
The Reputation outfit was the full body suit. But
yes.
Although that half her leg was out though, so
okay.
Half her leg.
But almost everything here, like some element of it was transported into the Eras tour. My favorite outfit is the How You Got the Girl outfit because I find it so cute.
Me too.
The one with the light. But my second favorite, even though it also kind of emphasizes how scary skinny she is the leather outfit, just because I think it looks so badass.
It does.
Like
it's
it just
so
looks
cool.
So good.
Right? I like personally really love the rhinestone ankle booties in like the first three.
So fun.
And I feel like seeing those outfits on stage, like when I was watching the 1989 tour, really made me appreciate the 1989 outfits in the Eras tour.
Yes.
Like even more. I mean, I loved them to begin with, but like I was like, I see the vision.
I love that she stuck with it.
Yeah.
I love the yellow dress.
I knew it.
And the outfit below it, which with the right coat is
the
an
iconic one.
Is an anime outfit.
Yeah, the white piece. Yeah.
Straight, like if that the outfit below with I forget are those called garter belts or whatever those called. With the right coat and the right weapon, that is an anime main character.
True.
Yeah.
And I'm here for it. And she is either the lead or the teacher or whatever,
or the best
secondary character that is like the strongest one there that nobody talks about but is so.
I also like the third photo on the bottom. It's very Fearless.
Spangly silk. Yeah, that's gorgeous.
It does give me Fearless, actually.
Yeah.
It's so cute. I love her.
So good. All right. Now, this was also the era where Taylor Swift. Oh, actually, sorry. We have more. We have more tour photos.
Yeah, but this is the most iconic 1980s look. Like this is the one that most of us
with like
know,
the cross
with the black
thing
thing and then the jacket and then the metallic
white
skirt.
sunglasses.
Yep.
Something about 1989 and iridescent fabric.
It's very mermaid. It's giving me mermaid.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah.
Right?
Although what mermaid lives in the Hudson, I don't know. All right.
Taylor Swift. I'm kidding. Yes, this for me is like one of the looks. Like if I think 1989 and I wanted to dress for the era star, this is probably what I would do.
Agreed.
Like a black top and like a iridescent or shiny skirt.
Sorry, but my brain is now fast forwarded to what mermaid lives in New York, right? Can you a New York mermaid in like whatever? Like that sounds like a book.
In
But
Central
anyway,
Park.
a New York mermaid in Central Park. Anyway, moving through.
So,
go
so
ahead,
what I was
Kristin.
gonna say before is that this was the
Oh gosh.
of paparazzi photos. Like there
The one
are so many more photos of Taylor during this era walking on the street than any other era, and then many of them combined. Like there are days where there's multiple photos of her in different outfits, like all from the same day. Like she just racked up the paparazzi photos.
I just love so many of these outfits though. Like it's
I
really
do too.
like I don't know how to pick a favorite just because I love so many of them.
If I had to pick like a couple on this slide, I love the 2-piece polka dot.
Me too. That's actually the one that like I remember the most. I don't know why.
So good. That one, and then I truly love the bottom right corner.
That one, classic.
That's so classic. Like that's a very like Kennedy's-esque outfit.
Yes.
And then I do really love Taylor in all black. So like the leather jacket, like
yes, that's so New York.
Leather
yeah,
jacket.
that's very
Such
New York.
a New York look. Yeah, I really like the other one. I really like is I like a lot of the ones where it's like a monotone.
Yes,
outfit. I like the one where it's pink.
The pink
with the orange bag. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I like the one with the white outfit, and then the heels are blue.
Yes.
I love that pop of color. But the outfit that I probably would have worn in this era probably is either the leather jacket one or the one where she's in the white tank top.
I knew that's what
I can distinctly recall having exactly all of those things.
And here I am going, I really like that look. I've seen it. I'm pretty sure I've seen that look.
Yes, you have.
And then I'm like, those clothes are in the house. Wait a minute. And I'm like, I really, really like that.
Because I swear, even the boots, I've had a literal outfit like this.
Yeah.
That outfit feels so like Urban Outfitters 2010.
Yes, that's what it is. Oh
yeah.
my God. It absolutely is. But to be fair, all of these looks are amazing.
Gorgeous.
I love them.
Yeah, me too. I love her fashion in this era, actually. I quite enjoy seeing what she did with it.
I really do too. But there's more.
Oh, flip over.
There's so much more.
Do you see? I love the cutout dress because that is one of the things I love. Okay, iconic 1975 time though.
Had
to just stop and take a minute for that.
I love my favorite from this sheet is definitely the top left corner. I love that gray 2-piece with the
so cute.
That was
so cute.
Adorable.
What do I like? I like the one
cutout dress, like the cutout on the side.
Yes, the cutout one is the one I like the best.
Love both. And again, like I just think she looks so good in all black. So like that bottom, that fourth one.
Yeah.
Yes, that one is really good too.
Amazing.
I am partial to the plaid coat.
Yeah, the one with the beanie.
The one with the beanie. Because it screams that
beanie.
Yeah, because it screams that the girl from Red has grown up and is doing great in the city.
Yeah.
The one next to it also feels like I'm Red grown up too with the tan hat.
Yes, I agree. That one does look like. It's funny because the one like 2 down, the shirt dress, the sort of like I think it's gray or dark blue. That one is also very Kennedy-esque feeling because it looks very like. But okay, my favorite is obviously aside from the cutout, it is the 1975, and only because I've also worn that outfit. Like not the 1975, but like exactly the same thing. Like sleeves cut off, the plaid skirt, the sunglasses. This girl.
That exact same shade of lipstick.
Yeah, pretty much.
Lovely.
Love it. But wait, there's more.
My favorite.
Like it's really never ending.
My favorite in this one has to
white
be.
Dress.
I
like
actually
the
like
dress
the
with the yellow handbag.
Oh, that's cute. I like the one right next to it because I
cute.
like the New York one. Because
That
again,
is cute.
who wore that outfit?
You've worn that in the striped dress.
Yes, and I've also
Yeah.
worn the one with the Peter Pan collar.
And the Peter Pan. Yeah.
Actually, I have worn a lot of this because I've also worn this with the striped shirt.
So my brain is literally going, I think this might
Gee,
be
I
my
wonder-
favorite style thing. And I wonder why.
I wonder where I got
Yeah.
the inspiration from.
Or I think just to be fair, a lot of people were rocking these outfits anyway.
Yeah.
It's not like
You see the one in the top, I want to say top right corner, the white polo top, and then the I think it's shorts.
the button down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, yep, I've also worn this
Yeah.
outfit in the exact same way.
I love the one with the dress too. There's actually paparazzi photos of right next to it, the one with the polka dot dress with the collar. There's pictures of her sitting on a bench in Central Park, and she's like eating frozen yogurt, and everyone was like, Taylor looks so sad in this photo, but she probably was just sitting on a bench and was fine.
She was literally just having frozen yogurt. Y'all.
Yeah, just trying to be normal, which
I mean, you can't trust paparazzi in photos. There's no context.
Yeah.
So
But again,
I also really like the on the bottom the plaid mini skirt with the
yes,
skirt.
cute.
That one's cute too.
That's cute.
I feel like so many of her street style looks during this time were just so good.
Yep, I still wear some of them.
Yeah.
Arguably everyone's favorite era of
So far.
style era.
I think
just because you still, I say we, just because you still wear.
Yeah, and I also think it's because it's a combination of some of the other things from the other eras, right?
Yep.
Because we've seen a lot of red in there. We've seen there's actually some that look more fearless. Speak now.
Yeah.
The one right next to the polka dot dress. That's more that era.
That's Speak Now. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of like there's a callback to that, which I like.
Yeah. I agree.
New York style.
All right, then we've got performances.
Oh, the plaid two-piece.
Plaid two-piece.
Is
Plaid two-piece.
absolutely
Okay.
my favorite. It's so iconic.
I love that too. I also love the pink two-piece.
Yeah, that one's cute too.
That one's very sparkly and fun. And then the black turtleneck, which looks like the Shake It Off ensemble.
It's classic.
Black turtleneck is, again, never goes out of style.
Yeah.
There's not an era where that will go, ew, black turtleneck. No, that's fine.
No,
It's just going to be
classic.
beautiful.
Yeah, but I really am obsessed with the plaid outfit.
Although the sparkly coat with just sort of the crop, the crop, whatever thing, the midriff, whatever, establishing dominance once again.
Yeah.
Because without the coat, it'd be just all right, something kind of fun, kind of sexy, whatever.
Yeah.
But the coat is just I rule here.
Yeah.
It's the
Screams
blazers.
to me. The blazers, thank you.
Yeah, the plaid outfit is really my hands down favorite.
Yeah.
And then for our last slide, we have award show.
Oh yes, the orange and pink is the one I remember the best. But the
that
Grammy
and the
outfit is
bottom, the blue.
the Grammy one.
Too. When I think of 1989, I think of this blue ombre dress.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, 100%. That makes that ties it all together.
What is my favorite?
I feel I
think the blue dress is actually my favorite.
Although the sort of that sort of pantsuit type thingy that she's wearing right next to
which one? The white one?
the white one right next to the
I
blue
like
dress,
the messy hair in that one. Like the slightly messy hair.
feels like on the right it's 1989 on stage, and on the left is 1999 off stage.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't it scream this is me when I'm performing, and the other side is this is me when I'm just out doing my thing. So
yeah.
I like that her hair sometimes is a little more ruffled, a little less sleek, and then there are times when it's sleek.
Yeah, with that black dress. That's so Anna Winter Vogue.
I was going to say
100%.
that's exactly what.
Very
it reminds me
plungy,
of.
very whatever. No, definitely. She's just missing the shades. It just
The one I don't love is the two-piece houndstooth
Same.
sweatsuit-ish
It
outfit.
doesn't flatter her. It doesn't look good.
Yeah. It's just it doesn't cut the silhouette.
Also, that black and red dress, though.
Sorry,
the way that it alludes to reputation.
The Brit Awards red dress is for me my thing here on this page. That's whatever.
Right?
There's this red I don't know what is it trim or on the side down the train.
Mm-hmm.
Gorgeous.
It's lovely.
I also think the one in the top left is so understated and beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very low key. It's like, I don't want to make too many
So
waves, but I
mermaidy.
will be again.
Yeah.
A New York mermaid in Central Park.
The two pantsuits, I must say, they kind of look like they could be like 80s disco ready. I don't know how to explain this.
Yeah.
That is the vibe that they're
Well, it's the way they flare, right?
Yeah, I love them. Don't get me wrong. But
Also, like the pink one, her hair is like Farrah Fawcett-y.
yes. Oh, yes. That's exactly what it
Again,
is.
stream 70s.
Love
But that's
it.
what they're called, right? Like when they flare at the like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it. And she has such long legs, so that always looks good on her.
You know what?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay, that's a nice cool down cycle for all of the mad.
And that is
Theorizing.
everything that I pulled there.
I'm like, that's like a fraction of them, I'm sure, because there's probably
It is.
more.
There's so much. It took me so long to do that.
You decide which ones to include.
I will make
Yeah.
a prediction. If Reputation drops before we do our Reputation thing, we're gonna do two sessions.
Oh,
I
probably.
feel.
Yeah, I could see that.
It almost feels like it's gonna be or another like 6 to 7 hours.
Yeah.
Anything that has over 30 tracks needs like a break.
Yeah.
Anything that has over 20 tracks needs a break.
And this thing could have actually been technically chopped up into 2 bite-sized pieces, but we just went for the whole
Yeah, but we made good time because this is usually around the time we finish.
Yeah, I think also like we went into it having not done it in a while, so like we had a lot of excitement for it. Whereas not that we didn't in the other ones, but we were like, we remember like how exhausted we were by the end, so we needed to break up Red.
Yep.
Oh, see, Red was a commitment.
No, but Red
is long.
by nature. There wouldn't have been a one show.
And plus, there was the movie. You know, like there's enough in there that we
want too much going on.
Because like, yeah, this is just right for one.
Too much going on right now.
Yeah, a lot going on at the moment.
Yeah, but yeah, I am honestly though. It's also because it's 1989. I love that album.
Yeah,
I
think it's also why I have a lot of energy for it. And the next one, probably the same thing.
Yeah.
And the next one, what am I even talking about? Why do I pretend like I'm not going to be enthusiastic about any of this?
Every era has yielded much joy, and I don't know any artists that have kept on swinging and landing for me personally. Like I can understand when an artist will put something out and like other fans will be like, "Ooh, you lost me with that one." But me personally, my experience, every era banger.
I can't wait to talk about the next one too, just because I feel like it's such a pivot.
Yeah,
in such a good way though, but like it's such a pivot.
Agreed.
And obviously one of my all-time favorite Taylor Swift songs is also on that album.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I'm looking forward to Folklore.
Oh, that one's
you know what?
Too.
That's gonna be great. And we're gonna split Folklore and Evermore up.
Yeah, they're two separate albums. Get some respect.
Yeah.
Respect for Evermore. Jeez, Evermore to me is like the neglected child. Okay?
I feel so.
It is.
Evermore writes, okay? Because I feel like every time it's always like Folklore, which to be fair, Folklore is amazing. But like, come on, Evermore writes.
Evermore is great.
Yeah, we need to give it its due.
And like Torture Poets is definitely going to be 2 shows because there's too many.
There's no way TTP is going to be one thing. Oh my god.
With 2 separate albums released?
It's 2 albums. It's an anthology for heaven's sake. So
yeah.
But yeah, it'll be fun either way.
Yeah. But so for our next show, we're actually going to do something a little bit different, and we're going to do Miss Americana. So that should be shorter because
it'll be like a mini
covering that.
That's the prediction of if Reputation drops.
I like how we're gonna wait.
Yeah.
Because it's even
Feed the Delulu train.
but Miss Americana is a perfect sort of like lead into Reputation because it sort of overlaps even from when Miss Americana was being filmed.
Exactly.
I think it was touring during Reputation.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that is its own love.
Can't wait.
Gorgeous.
Me too.
God, I have another excuse to watch the Reputation tour again. Thank you.
I'm excited to see it for the first time.
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. Alrighty.
In that case.
So thank you for joining us. Everyone's links will be down below if you want to check us out anywhere. But that's it for today. Clocking in at almost 6 hours.
Par for the course, really.
All right. Bye.
Bye, everybody.